welcome. So, hello, you lovely people. My name is Adia Depitan. I am a TV presenter, Paralympic medalist, and children's book author.
And I'm Saya Kitase. I'm the co-founder of a brand new company called Bramble. We work with leaders to help a regenerative future emerge.
And we are honored to welcome you to the Global Inclusive Growth Summit, supported by the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth and the Aspen Institute, along with our media partner, DevX. Now, we're going to be your MCs for the day. And today is going to be all about so many things. It's going to be about the power that we have collectively to make things change, to make positive change. It's going to be about making difficult decisions. It's also about each and every one of you. The knowledge, the energy, the passion that you have to find ways to create a more equitable world for all of us.
Ade, are you excited?
Of course I am. I'm always excited. I'm buzzing, man.
What are you most excited about for today?
Well, chatting to Trevor Noah. I mean, come on. Dude. You know, I'm fanboying him, you know. That's seriously, chatting to Trevor Noah is going to be amazing. But also, you know, just gaining so much knowledge. I feel there's so much knowledge and so much passion in this room. So I'm here to learn, and I'm here to just like look at things like knowledge, get collaboration and action. Those are the things that I'm looking forward to.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. What about you, Saya?
You know what? I think I'm most excited to be back here in DC. I used to live on P and 3rd Street.
Now, look at you playing to the home crowd.
I know. Where are my people at? You know, DC has always been a place of encounter and exchange. This is the ancestral homeland of Nacotchtank and the Piscataway people. We honor and respect the land that we're holding this conference on. And it is also home to an incredible community of leaders, many of whom are with us today. Leaders that are working at the global scale, the local scale, the federal scale. And this is an incredible ecosystem of innovation when it comes to inclusive growth. So it's super special to be here and to be here right now.
Basically, Saya's saying you're all a pretty big deal, man. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So it could not be more perfect to kick off the program today than to have two of those amazing leaders with us to share a little bit more about why DC and why 2023 is the right time to be kicking off a conversation about inclusive growth. I am delighted to welcome to this stage Dan Porterfield, the president and CEO of the Aspen Institute, and the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser.
Welcome.
Thank you for that introduction. Welcome all to the Global Inclusive Growth Summit. I'm the CEO of the Aspen Institute. We are so proud to be partnering with Mastercard on all kinds of work on the theme of inclusive growth with DevX. We have a great team at the Aspen Institute led by that singular sensation, Ida Rademacher, who leads our financial security program. But I feel pretty privileged to get to interview another singular sensation today.
Thank you.
Mayor Bowser, welcome.
Thank you, my pleasure.
You know, it's so important as we're hosting a global symposium that has thousands of people watching online. It's going to be replayed in many different settings over the next coming weeks and months, to be located and grounded in place. Washington, D.C., which we sometimes say quickly is the nation's capital, which is true, but how about just Washington, D.C., a place with great people and a mayor who's all about driving change for all people.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And so I always say, you say welcome to this beautiful summit. I say welcome to the best city in the world.
Thank you.
And we are happy that you chose to host this global summit here. So many people in person, so many people watching to talk about how we grow and we grow fairly. And we talk about how we come back from a global pandemic and how we do it fairly, and how more people can participate in the prosperity that is Washington, D.C. So we are, yes, we're proud to host the federal government in our town, but we're 700,000 people who live here. We raise our families here, we work here, we start businesses here, we represent our nation here by going to war. Yet we're not represented in our own capital. So that's part of what would be more inclusive.
So tell us about this concept, inclusive growth, which we think about in economic terms, but which you've identified we need to think about more broadly.
Yes.
How do you think about it?
Well, we think about it as a city that for many years, over the last 15 years, Washington, D.C. has really experienced a renaissance. And then we've had a bump with coming back from COVID, but for 15 years, we've grown pretty strongly. And part of that means many, many, many new people have moved to Washington, and it put a lot of pressure on those of us who were born and raised here. So oftentimes in my administration, when we talk about inclusive growth, we talk about, yes, we want to attract paying jobs. Yes, we want to grow our population. Yes, we want more businesses. Yes, we want more development. But we want the people who have lived here during the good times and the bad times to be able to afford to live here. So what that has meant for us is how do we grow wages and how do we build more affordable housing?
Exactly that. Some people, well, anybody leading a big city would be worrying about gentrification because it's almost an inevitable dynamic of growth that will at least be talked about. How do you mitigate some of the adverse effects of gentrification?
Well, I don't know that we've always gotten it right in D.C., but now we get to experience kind of the other side of the coin. I've told people in D.C. we have a position called Advisory Neighborhood Commission.
That's where you started.
And I was first elected. It's a volunteer position. You represent 2,000 of your neighbors. I was on our legislature for 8 years, and now I've been mayor for 8 years. And in all that time, I've kind of had the same approach. I believe very strongly that neighborhoods don't stay the same. Yeah. They get better, they improve, we invest in them, or we watch them decay. So it's our job to make those investments while bringing people along with us. No one wants to be a town that neighborhoods are decaying in. Yeah. Or that people won't move to. So you're shrinking in your population, or businesses can't start and grow in your town. So we have a growth mindset, but we also, because of that growth, we've created a kind of prosperity that allows us to invest in people in ways that cities across America they can't do, and we've been able to do. I say that we're kind of experiencing the other side of the coin because in all of my years of elective office, we've been growing. But what COVID has done is it's kind of put a little wrinkle in some of our downtown prosperity, which flows down to our revenues, which flows down to our ability to invest in some of the amazing programs that we've put into families. Yeah. And so now people don't ask me as much as, are you worried about gentrification? Yeah. They're asking me, how are we going to make sure that we're growing our population downtown while maintaining our rich diversity. And so we continue to focus on that.
So as the mayor doing many critical things every single day, one thing you do is you connect with the private sector and help the private sector be able to envision how it could participate in a growth strategy.
Absolutely.
That's fair and equitable.
Absolutely.
And any thoughts about what that means for a mayor to do that? How do you do that?
It means a lot of different things. It means making sure that we're laying out a vision, and every 5 years we create an economic strategy plan. And I just launched our most recent 5-year plan, and we've dubbed it the Comeback Plan. And it allows the private sector to see where the government is going to be and how they can be supportive. And, we encourage them. We don't do the same thing. So we want them to do the things that they're good at, and we're going to work on the things that we're good at. Part of our strategies this year I've set a goal to diversify the people and uses in our downtown. We're like 90% commercial in our downtown, which is not like a good mix, especially now. So we want to add 15,000 residents. We want to increase Black wealth in DC. And we have been pretty intentional and candid about talking about how we get there. and investing in our high schools and our high growth job market so that people in DC are getting good paying jobs. You need a good paying job to live a comfortable life here. We want to create more Black homeowners in DC. I tell the story of how buying a little house in a good neighborhood changed my life in many ways because it allowed me to buy something, invest in it, and I've used that house to support all of my crazy ideas over the years. And we know that gives people freedom and choice.
So you're a pro-growth mayor, but you've thought about how growth can benefit the whole community.
Absolutely.
How we have to lean in to equitable growth and lean in to fair growth.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would love to see the private sector writ large, now beyond the city, but writ large for our country, engage in the work together, which was actually what the Aspen Institute was founded to do, of building a better society with all sectors contributing?
Right. I think one of the biggest things that I think the private sector can help us with is employment for people who have barriers to employment. And what I know about going around town and for many, many years is people want to work. They don't always know how to get there and to get to the type of job that is going to provide them a good life and a sustainable life. And so I think the private sector, in looking at, does everybody need to have a 4-year college degree? If people have been justice involved, how do we get them back into productive life? How do we have workplaces that support young moms and make sure that they can work? And how are we being supportive of programs right now that we have piloted in DC that is meant to be an off-ramp to public benefits?
Yeah.
And so we have people who really, their barrier to getting a good paying job is that they have a young family. They need to figure out how to support their family, put a roof over their head, but they can work.
Yeah.
And they want to work. And they want that off-ramp to show them how to get to a good paying job.
So that's important. It's to ask the private sector and all of us to widen our aperture about what we think of when we think of growth. Who works, where they work, how they work, how we support them.
Absolutely.
Years back when I was at Georgetown University as a professor, and I founded a program for out of school, out of work, younger people who were justice involved. That program's been around for 40 years, and it's really made a difference. Just what you say, young people given the opportunity will rise.
Absolutely. And structure.
Yeah.
And being around trusted adults that can show them how. We assume a lot, especially those of us who've been privileged to have great examples of work and family and love and challenge. And we can't assume that every kid has that. If every kid had that, wow.
Yeah. So I called you a pro-growth mayor. Now I want to call you a pro-human, pro-community, pro-equity, pro-growth mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that.
Will you say a little bit about the role the education system plays in the vision you have for this city?
Right. Well, we're very proud of our public schools, and one of my predecessors, Mayor Adrian Fenty, kind of set the bold vision that the mayor should be responsible for schools, and more than that, not responsible, but accountable. For the outcomes that we produce in our schools. And some 15 years ago now, they call it mayoral takeover, but really it's a system of mayoral accountability. And that's what we have in DC. So I'm among few mayors that run schools. And I hired the chancellor. We have an incredible teaching staff. We were able to put in many years ago an incentive structure that allowed us to pay our teachers accordingly, but also to hold our teachers accountable. We have a pre-K 3 and 4 program that's second to none, I will say, and it's free and it's universal. And so we're proud of that. We're heavily investing in childcare. With the budget proposal I have now before the council, we want to make childcare free for families up to 300% of the federal poverty line, which means kids 0 to 6 here, almost 43%.
Enormous issue all across America.
Enormous
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
So, we believe that public safety and public schools change cities.
Yep.
And that's why we saw people move into our city. And we know that continuing to invest in that will help us add more people.
So here we are at Studio Theater.
Yes.
The arts community plays such a role in every city, in every area, including a role in economic growth.
Oh, for sure.
Say a word about that.
Well, we have to disrupt part of our reputation. People think of Washington only as the White House and the Capitol and all of the bickering that goes along. And they forget that, hey, we have art.
Exactly.
Oh, we have
Exactly.
restaurants. Our creative economy is growing and thriving, and artists can make a living here. We've invested quite heavily. We had a dedicated part of our sales tax goes to fund our arts commission. We've supported a lot of the venues across the city. I'm glad to see you using one of our arts venues today. So the creative economy is part of Washington. Our economy is really heavily tourist and creative arts based and services based.
Yep. Well, as we sort of bring this interview to a close, maybe I'd like to ask you if there's anything you'd like to leave our audience here and online with as a thought about what we all can do to contribute to growthful, pro-human, pro-community cities.
Absolutely. I think focusing on what we can do for young families and having young families be able to afford to live in cities where there are high opportunities, great schools, arts and entertainment, transportation, that will allow kids to have a great life.
Mayor Muriel Bowser,
Thank
thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for hosting
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you. What a vibe, what a vibe. I was really loving the real talk there from Mayor Bowser, and I think what she kind of says is that, we all want growth, we all want progress, and yes, systems and businesses are really important, but it starts first and foremost with people, the local and the indigenous people. So thank you, Mayor Bowser, for reminding us all about that. So for next, I'd like to welcome Hindu Ibrahim, President of the Association for Indigenous Women and Peoples of Chad, who will take us from Washington, D.C. to the Lake Chad region of Central Africa on the front lines of climate change. So please welcome everybody, Hindu Ibrahim.
On Bali jam, on Pini jam, misal mini on. That means good morning in my mother tongue. I would like firstly, thank you. I would like firstly to thank the ancestor of the Nakotang indigenous peoples, the owners of this land where I'm staying now. Also, thanks to Mastercard that invited me. So, today, I'm going to talk to you about the indigenous peoples of the world. Indigenous peoples represent 5% of the world's populations. We protect 1/4 of the earth, 80% of the remaining biodiversity. So we are the guardian of the most important ecosystem around the world, from the mountain to the desert, from the ocean to the glaciers, from the tropical forest to the savannas. We know where are the critical ecosystems for the survival of the planet, and we are the guardian of those various ecosystems that maintain us in a life. So, indigenous peoples have a unique gift from the traditional knowledge of our ancestors that we received for thousands of years before the science, and of course, far before the technology. But I'm coming from a nomadic pastoralist, call it Mbororo people, around all the Sahel regions. We live in more than 6 countries before the colonization that they cut it as countries. We are the peoples that have their life in harmony with the nature because we depend from the rainfall. We are so happy with the little that we have surrounding us. But the rain is everything for us. When the rain comes, our cattle can eat. We can get a milk. We can turn our economy. We don't need to call it green economy because it is already green. We are the peoples who are the most impacted by the climate change when it's come, because the nature, who is our supermarket, our pharmacy, our shelter, become all dried up. And the rain that used to be our culture, our identity, turn it into drought. I have one connection with the rain. When I get born in my community, I didn't have a birth certificate. But we used the rain because I was born in the middle of the rainy season, who is heavy one. That means the August at that time, of course. I was born the next day of the market in a village. That means a Thursday. So immediately when you go to the calendar, it is 18th of August, easy to repair. At the same time, my name Hindu is not a Hindu as the religion in India, but it is mean an iron, a metal that can resist to the water. But this water turn it into shrinking to all of us. We found all the consequences, as you see here. The Lake Chad, who used to be the bigger lake around Africa, 25,000 kilometers square. When my mother got born in 1960, shrink 90% of a generation. 40 million people living and depending from it. Now turn it into conflict among themselves. Normal, because they wanted to get access to the natural resources, to the survival of their communities. They ended up internal migrant, without talking about the external migrant. But yet, indigenous peoples is still resilient because we have the best technology ever. We have the superpower of our superhero, who are our grandmothers and grandfathers. A grandmother can just predict a weather by reading the cloud, by observing the birds' migration, the wind directions. She can tell you if it's going to rain or not, because this is the tools she has to protect her community. While in the modern world, you need your cell phone, you need a network, and you need an energy, and sometimes, surprise, it's not going to rain, it's sunny, like now where we are in a beautiful weather of DC, who is not normal. So for indigenous peoples, we are the big hero of the nature. We are the superhero, but even the superhero need a community behind. Imagine if Bruce Wayne, of course the secret name of Batman, is not a billionaire. He is just a guy who is looking for the land to feed his family. Do you think he can get a time during the night to turn his superpower to fight the crime? I think no. It is the same for the indigenous peoples. So we are the superhero with the superpower, but we wanted to use our superpower to share with everyone, to protect our planet. And to do so, we need you. We need all of you to support the indigenous peoples, to work with the indigenous peoples. So far, we are drawing the best sustainable economy by our way of living. We can produce milk and meat net zero. We are cop the Paris Agreement. We are the first one who respect the Paris Agreement. because we are not carbon emitters. We are carbon neutral and net zero, just by our way of living. We use our knowledge from science, technology, to build a map, participatory one, to give the communities hope. So today, I'm not here to share with you all the solutions. I'm here to share with you what indigenous peoples do better. Protect the planet. That can help to sustain the economy, to protect the jobs, to protect the peoples that we do not know, to rebuild all the ecosystem that we love and that we depend, and we don't have choice as humanity if we wanted to live in harmony, to protect what is the most important, the nature. So today, I wanted all of you to use your power to be an hero. You can even maybe use your Mastercard if you like. But work with the hero of the nature, support us everywhere, and we can drive the best growing, inclusive economy around the world. I wish you a very good and successful day, and I hope you will turn up one of your superpowers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shindu. My grandmothers are my superheroes too. For those of us who might not have the privilege of being able to access the knowledge of our grandparents and ancestors, it might be helpful to have access to another set of superpowers, the superpowers that we get from data. And so our next speaker is the World Data Lab CEO, Wolfgang Fengler, who's going to zoom in to illustrate the trends in data touching migration, cities, and climate change. Welcome, Wolfgang.
Thank you so much, Saya. Welcome, everybody. We at World Data Lab try to count everything and everyone, including all of you. And if you count everyone, you make everyone count. And let's start with making it count and responding to three of the big questions that we have, all of you, in life. The first is, how long will I live? And there is actually, you may be surprised, there's a mathematical answer to this. And we built this tool, and I hope really you want to enjoy and play with numbers and enjoy math. So one way to think about it is just to check out, you know this, how old you are, which country you are from, and which gender you are. And we do this exercise with the prominent guest today, one of the most prominent of many, Trevor Noah. He's born, he has a big birthday, by the way, coming up, 20th February, 1984. Be ready, Trevor, next February. In South Africa, he would live till August 14, 2054. I think that's a Thursday, but in the US, only 31 years left. He moved to the US, Trevor. He gained 13 years just in moving to the US. One of the inequities in the world. It depends where you live. It shows you how long you live. In Chad, and you just heard the wonderful presentation, would only be 29 years. One of the few countries where Trevor would live shorter than in South Africa. What's the best country for Trevor? Any guess? It's the birthplace of his father, Switzerland. So not Japan, Switzerland. 48 years left to live. Remember? Chad was 29. 20 years life expectancy gap for somebody like Trevor Noah and most of you. How can we put this differently? What's the challenge, the inclusion, the inequality challenge? It depends where you live is when you die. How many people will die this year? The number is 68 million. 68 million will die this year, and too many die young. Now, I used a very generous definition of young, which includes me too now. That is actually 28 million, so 65 years is the threshold. So many of you will be in the lower half here, but 28 million of us who are still young die this year. 40 million die old. We eventually will die, but if we die, we should die old, and that should be one of the objectives of this forum and of the World Bank and the IMF, try to get this 28 million number down to zero. Where do these people die? They die. Most, as you can expect, die in Asia, because Asia has most of the people in the world. And so in Asia now, 23 million die old, 14 million die young. So Asia has half of the young death in the world. How is Americas? I combined them, similar to Asia. More old people die, but still 4 million young die in North and South America. What about Europe? 7.5 million die old this year, only 1 million die young. So Europe looks good. So what's left? Left is the continent where Chad is. 2.5 million Africans die old. 9 million Africans die young. So for every African that dies old this year, almost 4 Africans die young. That's one of the big inequalities of the world. Still today, even though these numbers have gotten better, but they're still not good. Second big question, how much money will we earn? Or put differently, how much have actually normal people to spend? How much do people spend every day? And as you know, there is this global definitions. $2 roughly is extreme poverty. Then you have $12. That's actually the beginning of the middle class, when people start to consume and they start to live a normal modern life. And then you have many of us who are more in the wealthy segment. So what do the numbers tell us? 600 million still live in extreme poverty. 3.4 billion are vulnerable. Still the US or European definition of poor to some extent. 3.75 billion, a large group, middle class. And then 250 million upper class or rich. So let's add these numbers together. What's that? 600 million plus 3.4. How much is that? That's actually 4 billion. And 375, 250, also 4 billion. So you guys, we all live in this historic moment. 8 billion people in the world. And it's half-half. 4 billion poor, vulnerable. 4 billion middle class and wealthy. It's the best moment we ever had in terms of consumption and spending and income in the world. But still half on the left side. What will the next decade bring? What will the future bring? Here's a positive news. Unlike what you may think from the US debate and the European debate, the middle class is rising. It is rising super fast, 4 people per second. And it's mostly an Asian phenomenon. So if you guys, which you should check out, live long enough, which is just 10 years more, we and you will experience middle class dominance in the world. There will be 5 billion middle class consumers in 10 years from now. This decade is Asia's, next decade will start to be Africa's. Now you may be skeptical a bit because if we have so many more people and they consume more, can we sustain the planet? Third big question, can we still prosper and manage climate change? So I'll share the last set of data for you here now. We built also this world emissions clock. We just presented it at the World Bank spring meetings. The numbers of emissions that we are producing is large. It's actually, clock is ticking. Every second, we add 2,000 tons. And these 2,000 tons will add up for the whole year to 58 gigatons. A really big number to absorb. 100,000 tons per minute, by the way. So these 58 gigatons, 2,000 tons per second, come from different countries and different sectors. As you can see here, US, India, and China will show up quite a lot in this emissions clock. So what's interesting, though, and what must surprise you is the numbers are quite different across countries, especially if you think you as an individual and your friends in Chad, your friends in South Africa. And let's run through the numbers. The US is not the worst emitting among the G20 per capita, which is the country with the highest per capita emissions in the world. Highest per capita emissions in the G20 is actually Saudi Arabia. So from 7.4 tons, which we all emitting if we were world citizens, average world citizens, that's the number. So 58 billion tons divided by 8 billion people, that's 7.4 tons per capita. Saudi Arabia, 26 tons. Almost 4 times more than the average world citizen. But obviously it's an average across the big world, from Chad to China to Saudi Arabia to the US. Where's the US? Any guess which number is the US in the G20? It's actually only 4th place. Number 2 is Canada. So sorry, Mastercard friends from Canada. And number 3 is Australia. Number 4 is the US. US has 19 and 18.4 tons. A lot of energy in there, a lot of transport. Obviously still number 2 in total emissions after China, because a lot of people times 18 tons is a lot of emissions. It's US. I'm from Europe. Where's Europe? Where's the EU? The EU is surprisingly low, you might wonder, only 8.2 tons. So Europe has roughly half of an American. So it still might wonder, okay, these are all bad numbers. They're all more than the average. The air is getting warmer, even in this room. The world is getting hotter. Climate change is accelerating. Where is there hope? Is there any hope? And here's another last data exercise I'll do with you, which is let's check these 5 key sectors. These are all sectors, by the way, that cause the emissions. And check the best countries. Check the best rich countries, because people should be rich and live in clean air and a good climate. So these are the countries. Dutch transport, UK industry, whatever is left there, Swiss energy, which is really low, Swedish buildings, hardly any emission. I don't know any Swede here. You guys have these amazing buildings. It seems in South Korea has this amazing reforestation program that actually has negative emission now. So in the end, you get this low number, 3.1 tons, and these are good countries to live in, 3.1 tons in these good countries. And let's check what these countries would look like if they keep their promises, and they're doing quite okay in those sectors. So that's then 2.2 tons, really low number. Remember where Saudi Arabia was at the beginning, the US, 19 tons, 2.2 tons in this combination. How much does this compare? How does this compare with the Paris Agreement target for 2030? This is 2030 number. 3.6 tons. So if all the world did everything they could to reduce climate change, there'll be 3.6 tons by 2030. And if you just take those 5 countries' best sectors, we are 2.2 tons. So this lets me conclude to tell you we should not choose between consumption and climate. We need to be more ambitious. We should, to create a safe, clean planet with prosperity for all. That needs to be our ambition, the ambition for all of you, for Mastercard, and for us in general in the development community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wolfgang, for giving us a glimpse of the future through a data lens. Data is a really powerful way to share stories. I'm sure that you were feeling that sense of anxiety when he was telling you how long you have yet to live. The next duo that I'm excited to welcome to the stage share also the same strong belief in the importance and power of storytelling to build a better and more inclusive world. These 2 women are very dynamic, so I'm going to introduce them only very lightly. We're really privileged to have with us Lily Singh, the founder of the Unicorn Island Fund, and Shamina Singh, the founder and president of the Center for Inclusive Growth.
Make some noise! Social impact!
Happy Summit Day!
Oh, snap!
There we go. We're not even related, but I'm Shamina Singh, and that's Lily Singh, and we're here to talk a little bit about impact today. You're going to hear a lot about it today, but not like this. So I started the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth. We're so happy to be hosting this day with DevX and Aspen, and we're going to be talking about superpowers with my favorite person on the planet right now, Lily Singh, and that's not because we're related. We're actually not related. So Lily,
so that brown stereotype where all brown people are related, not true.
But we do look alike.
Unless I don't even know your dad's name. What's your dad's name? I don't even know it.
Doc Singh. Amarjeet Singh.
Wait, from South Virginia? Oh my God, seriously? The stereotype is true. We are related. No, I'm Lily Singh. I'm going to talk to you. I'm Lily Singh. Thank you so much for having me. For those of you that don't know me, let me not make it awkward. I'll tell you exactly what I do. I'm an actress, writer, producer, fierce advocate for gender equality, not related to Shamina. And I got my start in 2010 making YouTube videos in my parents' house in Toronto. Mostly because there was no one else on YouTube that really looked like me. You know, there was no other South Asian girl talking about the things I wanted to hear about, whether that's relationships or family issues or the things that are considered taboo subjects, mental health, sexual stuff, all the stuff. And so I found success doing that. I went by the name of Superwoman because I'm smart enough to be on this stage, but not smart enough to understand copyright. That was in 2010. But I found success because a group of people really related to what I was saying online. And it's through YouTube that I discovered the power of storytelling, and I fell in love with storytelling and dubbed it my superpower. So when people ask me what I do, first and foremost, I say I'm a storyteller. But Shamina, what is your superpower?
I think that's so thoughtful, and I think that you are really a storyteller. I like to think of myself as a comedian. I don't know.
Absolutely, I see that.
I don't know at the
Fashion icon.
I'm trying. I got my pen on here. Yeah. But here's the deal. So at the summit and at the center, we kind of use our superpowers to do this, to bring all of you together, the best of the public sector, the best of the private sector, the best of the NGO sector, to say, listen, if you want to go wide, go with government. If you want to go deep, go with academic institutions and academicians. Don't stay with them too long, though. But go deep with them and the NGO and the social sector. If you want to go fast, go with us. Go with private sector. But we can't get there. We can't go far unless we all go together. And that's what this whole day is about. Let's go together. Lily, how do you use your superpower?
Shout out to the first clapper. I know that takes a lot of courage. I see you setting off the clap. I see you. I respect you.
I think I'm married to her. So.
Oh, man, I love it. Good choice. How do I use my superpower? Well, actually, let me tell you a quick story to tell you about my power of storytelling. So when I was born, September 26, 1988, it was not a usual birth. You know, my grandparents and great-grandparents in India didn't find out about it for about 2-3 weeks. And it wasn't because there was a complication with my birth or anything went wrong. It was because I was assigned female at birth. You know, and they made it very clear to my mom that if you have another daughter, because I already have an older sister, it's not worth phoning home about. So I was dubbed a disappointment from the moment I came into this world. There was no Indian sweets sent our way. There was no phone calls. And that gave me kind of a chip on my shoulder. So I'm very, very passionate about gender inequality. And the reality is, I'm not alone. There are millions of girls across the world, across all countries and all cultures that have this reality. And now, I know many of you here know this, but I'll just emphasize it further. We can't change the issue of gender inequality with just money. We can't throw a bunch of money. Of course, money's great. Resources are great. But it's culture, right? Culture determines how we treat women, how we view women. And what is the patriarchy if not just a story that's been told for a really long time, right? So I believe if you change the stories, you can change the world and you can change the culture. All right, and that's why I started Unicorn Island Fund, which are these awesome pins Shamina and I are wearing. And Unicorn Island
I matched
Fund,
my outfit to match your pin,
you know
by
what,
the way.
fashion
so,
icon, truly.
Continue.
Unicorn Island Fund is all about using the transformative power of storytelling to help the issues of gender inequality, specifically with girls in India, through addressing the taboo topic of shame. You know, shame is such an issue that trickles into all other things in life. It affects how we form social norms. It affects how girls do or do not get opportunities when it comes to education or economics. And so I really think that is what is needed. Strong storytelling is what is needed. And so that's what Unicorn Island is all about, because I'm going to break this down for you. Storytelling is not only a great intervention, it's a great tool to drive investment as well. You know, there is a group of people, younger people, that are not in this room at all. Not to say you're not young, you're all very young. But I'm saying,
easy, kid. My hair may be gray,
but I'm saying one of the main things I get tasked is to connect organizations and companies that have great messages and are doing important work, but they just can't reach young people. They can't reach the people required to make those solutions inclusive, because there's a huge gap. The way we talk about things is not accessible. The things we talk about in this room, the average person sitting here would be like, I have no idea what you are talking about, because I don't know the difference between Goal 5 and the G20. Like, that's the reality. It truly is. And so Unicorn Island Fund is all about bridging that gap, you know, making storytelling the bridge to make all this more inclusive, because we need everyone to be involved if we want to.
We absolutely do. And listen, just about translation, you and I both have been translating for our parents since we were born. So we know how to translate and how to simplify things. But I don't think there's very many storytellers who are as powerful as you on the planet right now. So if you're not following Lily, please follow Lily.
Plug? I get a plug?
I'm just waiting for mine.
I'll
so I'm not on like any of the things she's on, so you won't find me. Sham's out and about, but yeah, other than that. But if you haven't gotten involved with Unicorn Island Fund, this is the time for us to introduce it and get involved with it, because Lily is a fantastic human being using your influence to do good in the world, and that's what we're all trying to do here too.
Do it together. I believe so. Everyone wants to do good. They just don't know how, because this is all so intimidating. And I know this because I'm coming to these events for a lot of the first times as well. And I'm telling Shamina in every room, I'm like, what you just said, I don't understand it. And neither will a million people, I'm telling you right now. So we just need to change the way we tell stories. It is important.
Well, message received, message taken.
And also follow Shamina. She's great. She's amazing. She's been so supportive every step of the way. Truly walks the walk. Doesn't just talk the talk.
Thank you. And you're going to hear that from a lot of people here today. But we have a couple of people here with incredible superpowers that we want to honor today.
Yeah, we do.
And guess what? I'm going to do the envelope.
Do it. Do the envelope.
I
want you to
I'm doing the envelope, not you.
But are you going to be able to do it while holding the mic? That's my question for you.
Yeah, that was not in my script.
You want me to hold your mic?
Okay, but let me tell you a bit about these awardees.
Tell them.
These people are using their superpowers for social enterprise. They are the embodiment of doing well by doing good. And we give them, in partnership with the Aspen Institute, a grant to accelerate and continue their work. We are honoring 5 of them, but we have 3 of them here with us today. So the first one I want to bring up, Lily, if you could hold that.
Now you might have seriously in your mouth. Mic right now. Oh my God, what's it gonna be? We should go on the road together. We should do a stand-up set together. This is good. Hit him. I'll hold it.
Okay. And the winners are, hold on a second.
Oh my goodness, are you serious?
Lillian Singh, founder of the Enterprising Ventures of Color.
Also not related. Also not related.
Olusoji Apampa, co-founder of the Convention on Business Integrity. George McGraw, founder and CEO of Dig Deep, and Karina Grace, co-founder of Series. Okay. Well, you got 2 of them today, and then we have one more. Do we have one more coming? Okay, one more, Karina, and everybody, give it up for Karina Grace. Okay, Karina's back there hobnobbing with Treva, and she's like, enough with my Spark grantee. Okay. And give it up for Hasina Karbi, founder and chairperson of the Impulse NGO Network. Sorry about that. Thank you. And if you haven't seen what Hasina is wearing, I've already asked her to send my measurements because I want the exact same thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, our Spark awardees for this year. And give it up for my girl, Lily Singh.
And Shamina Singh. Thank you.
How cool was that? Shamina and Lily, that was amazing. All right. So, lovely moment. They're just setting up, getting the table ready. I want a nice throne, some grapes and stuff ready just there. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I am really honored for this moment, but can you welcome to the stage Mr. Trevor Noah. Don't leave me hanging, Trevor. Hold on. Trevor's a star, you know what I mean? He comes in his own time. It'll be cool. He is back there. I have seen him. Trust me, he's there. I just chill out, have a seat. We can have a little chat. Any questions you'd like to ask, Anything you need to know about Britain and what did that guy say about British industry? Wolfgang? Bring him back out here. We'll have a chat. Come on. Bro. Come on. Yes. Yes, Trevor.
Making
welcome.
you sweat.
I'm sweating. I'm really super excited to have you here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Yeah. First and foremost, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here.
Thank you.
Let's chat, man. Let's chat. So, Trevor, what's your driving force, man? What makes you tick, and how has that been influenced by your childhood and growing up in South Africa?
Oh, it's interesting. I've always felt like my driving force is a combination of people and learning. You know, I think those are the two things that from a very young age I was imbued with. I always found my joy and my purpose and my passion in that, you know, and growing up in South Africa, you know, one key element of African culture I always find is that there's always a wonderful mix of the people you'll meet and then the learnings that you will experience because of them, you know, and so that's honestly what drives me. It's as simple as that. And I find the more people I meet, the more I want to learn. The more I learn, the more I want to help people, meet new people, create new experiences because of those people. And that's what I do with my foundation. That's what I try and do with my life. That's a lot of what stand-up comedy is, you know, it's spending time somewhere, getting to know the people, trying to synthesize that experience, and then seeing if I can create something that brings people together.
And, you know, how have you used that? I mean, the big theme of today is about inclusive growth. You know, how have you been able to use that, and what's your thought on inclusive growth? You know, taking us all in that direction together.
Well, I think the first thing that I found was oftentimes when people were having these conversations in and around inclusive growth or inclusivity in any way was people often made it seem like it was a charity venture. They made it seem like it was a nice thing to do. They made it seem, whereas I never understood how, you know, people who had these growth mindsets never looked at the fact that they were neglecting so much of a market, a base, a potential space to grow in. It always didn't make sense to me, you know. And so when I think of inclusive growth, oftentimes I think of complete growth.
Yes.
Why would you not want to grow everywhere that you can grow in the most sustainable ways possible? Why would you only want to grow in one part or another? You know, I always challenge people when I meet them. People will be proud, like, you know, capitalists and business people and all of this, and I would say to them, well, if you see somebody who's not part of a market, then don't you think of that as a failing, and don't you think of that as an opportunity? You know, anyone who can't participate in banking, anyone who can't participate in education, anyone who can't participate, that's your system that is now failing, and more importantly, it's somebody who can't participate in the market that you love so much, that free market that you love. And so I think people take for granted oftentimes how growth, even when you look at that word, is something that you actively need to create, you know, and it comes in stages, you know. So if you think of growth, there's the moment where you have to plant the seed. There's the moment where the seed is doing nothing for all intents and purposes. You're watering it, you're nurturing the soil that it exists within, and then it sprouts, and then it grows, and still you're putting in more effort than you may be getting out of it. But at some point, you reap the rewards of that. And I think somewhere along the line, people have forgotten that there's a period of growth that requires what seems like no return, when in fact that is the most important part of growth, because at some point, you know, you get these giant trees that have been planted a generation before, and you forget that somebody just had the foresight to grow them.
It's called investment, isn't it?
It's
Investing
exactly
in people's futures. And coming from a sporting background, you know, it always surprises me when I come out into the everyday world, because our job is to allow everyone to be the best they possibly can be. You know, it's no point in us having a team where we have any weak links, because people are going to exploit that. And I don't mean weak links as in people who are not good enough, but people who we don't give the opportunity to be the best they can be. You know, myself growing up, one of the things I learned very quickly is that I grew up with a disability, and being black, I grew up in a world that wasn't built for me.
Right.
I grew up in a world that wasn't set up for me, and that I was going to have to challenge people every day in order to progress. But what I also loved about it is I met incredible enablers, people out there in the world who saw who believed in me before I believed in myself.
Right, right. It makes all the difference.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I mean, that's this thing about inclusive growth. We have to find that tribe, and we have to find these enablers so we can spread that word.
Right, right.
Get it out there.
I think we also take for granted how much innovation, growth, and just like a world expanding possibility we can experience when we think we are catering to others. You know, some of my favorite conversations I've had have been with disability advocates who have shown me how much, you know, currently able-bodied people will benefit from things that everybody takes for granted. You know, so you live in a world with stairs. You don't realize you live in a world with stairs until somebody with a wheelchair comes along and says, "Hey, there's no ramp here."
What's this fixation you able-bodied people have with stairs? It drives me mad. You know, like they say the truth will set you free. I say a ramp and a good lift will set you free, brother.
But you see, and that's exactly it. You look at how many of those innovations have now benefited people who initially would have been against them because they would have gone, "Oh, why are we doing this for? Oh man, it's just for a few people." It's just, and then you look at ramps today. Most of the people using the ramps are people who initially were like, "Oh, I don't know if we need them."
Oh, I'm a proper snob about this. When I see any of you good old-fashioned two-leggers on a ramp, I'm like, "Get off that ramp, man! That's mine. I fought hard for that ramp. Come on."
And so I think we see that in every sphere. We take for granted how much we can all grow, inclusively grow, if we cater to those who live in a world that hasn't catered to them. And it's not about good guys and bad guys. It's not about what it's blinders. You know, oftentimes you will create for yourself, and that's natural. And so I think what we always have to do is look at who doesn't have the opportunity to grow for themselves, and then try and give them the opportunity to grow for themselves. And I think that's the key thing that I've learned even in our foundation is not prescribing, it's listening. It's saying to groups of people, you know, on the African continent for a long time, people have told Africans how they should do. They've told Africans how they should have their money, how they should grow, how they should, not realizing that there's thousands of years of knowledge contained within the continent.
You know what we are doing, though. Come on.
And people don't get that. They go, you know, it's like if you know your history, you know that it's people who were interrupted in their growth, interrupted in their knowledge, interrupted in what they were doing. And so essentially what you're trying to do is now just give people the tools to have that ramp to get to a place where they were already trying to get to and were only impeded by the fact that somebody put stairs for themselves.
Exactly. I'm conscious of time here, but no, round of applause, please. What part do you think technology and education is going to play in this inclusive growth?
Well, I think we're on the precipice of something truly amazing, especially when you look at tech through the lens of AI and what it can do.
Does
and I think
AI scare you?
No, I honestly it doesn't. It doesn't. But
I
I've
could
always,
be AI right now, you know.
You see, you don't scare me at all. I think, you know what it is for me? It's I've always been a futurist, and I've always loved technology. And this was growing up in a world where oftentimes I didn't have access to it. But I saw what changes it created in my world and in my life. My mother learned how to use a typewriter when they weren't ubiquitous, and then they grew over time, and then it was a computer, etc. I think when we think of technology and education, I'm always thrown by the fact that we separate the two. It doesn't make sense to me. We go like technology and education. No, it's just education. How can you educate somebody apart from the technologies that are available at the time? That makes absolutely no sense to me. A pen is technology. We just don't think of it as such. You know, a book is a technology. We don't think of it as such, but it is. We've just created this finite definition of what technology is. And so for me, I think if you are educating anybody, you should educate them to be able and capable in the world that they're going to need to exist in. And you know, you look at how education in so many places in the United States and many places around the world hasn't evolved from the Industrial Revolution. You know, children are still being taught to live in a world that no longer exists. And so I think when we think about that, I think we shouldn't separate them at all. We should always ask ourselves, what is the world we're aiming to live in? What do you need to be able to live in that world? Are we then empowering and educating people accordingly? And when we look at things like AI, you always have to look at the downsides. You always have to look at, with any technology, you always have to look at how it can be misused, how it can be abused, etc. However, we are now on the precipice of a moment in time where the barrier to being able to using that technology is going to come way down. And so now a graphic designer will be somebody who has the imagination to know how to create an image with the help of AI, as opposed to somebody who could afford to go to the school that then gave them the accreditation to learn that.
Wealth is will no longer become the
hopefully.
barrier.
That's the key thing, is the hopefully part of it. And then how do we create an equitable pipeline for people in Africa? And that's where you see like broadband around the world, giving people access to a fast enough connection to be able to use these tools, you know, not making it a luxury anymore. And you see the difference that's made just on the smallest level. Look at the cell phone. You know, you look at how the cell phone and mobile networks around the world have completely changed the face of the developing world, as we call it, because people are banked in a way that they weren't before. People can communicate in a way that they couldn't before. And now if we implement AI correctly, people will have access to an information that they wouldn't have had before. And I think that could hopefully create the slingshot that we need to provide like a little, you know, a catalyst that jumps not just Africa, but every developing part of the world forward.
On that note of hope, Trevor, listen, man, thank you so much.
Thank you.
To be continued.
Definitely,
definitely continued. It's short but sweet, but I really want to chat more at some point. I mean, we could have carried on this conversation. For
we will carry it on.
Yeah, we will. We will. We'll have a few drinks, but you're going to be staying on this stage, and it's also my pleasure to welcome onto the stage to join Trevor two incredible women. Co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Melinda French Gates, and the moderator for this conversation, Emmy-nominated Maria Teresa Kumar, who started Voto Latino on her credit card with a vision to leverage culture and education to enfranchise the Latino youth. So please welcome Melinda and Maria.
Very far away from you, so I'm going to scoot myself a little closer if that's okay.
Please do. Scoot all the way.
It feels very much us versus them, and we're all together trying to solve very big problems.
Apparently, you needed to be surrounded by two women.
This is how I've lived my life, so my mom and grandmother would be proud. Thank you.
You should be very, very comfortable with us right now.
I am actually.
And what a topic to cover. So when I was asked by Mastercard to join in this conversation, I was particularly thrilled because what you are all trying to achieve is the dream of so many millions of people worldwide. My personal story, I will share with you that my grandmother was married off in Colombia at 13 years old. By the time she was 26 years old, she had 8. How's that? I was getting to the crux of the story, guys. No, so by the time my grandmother was, this is going to be, here we go. By the time my grandmother was 26 years old, her husband, who was 12 years her senior, said that it was too much responsibility and left her with an 8th grade education to care for 8 children. She is of Afro-Latino descent in Colombia, so the barriers that she faced were insurmountable. But she deeply believed in education. So she worked hard to ensure that every single child of hers had at least a high school education. For folks who understand the socioeconomic disparities of Colombia, that's not easy. My mother, who had a high school education, came to this country with a very clear focus of what I needed to do. And that was to graduate from college, and get a higher degree. Now that sounds nice, but it was hard because as an immigrant child navigating systems with the expectation of going to college but not knowing how, I needed to better understand that it was my mother's dreams, my job, and thank goodness for government partnerships because I am the recipient and the product of Pell Grants. Now, my story is not unique to the American Latino experience. What most folks don't realize is that the person that is our custodians, the ones that are mowing our lawns, they are entrepreneurs, and their products are their children, their investment. And as we get into this conversation about the power of education, not only transforming their personal lives and the lives of their community, but the impact that that transformation has on whole economic and democratic systems. And there's no better person to share this stage with than with individuals who recognized that education centered around women changed the world. So with that, I'm so excited to be here with both of you for the work that you're both doing to ensure that we're achieving this. So Melinda, I want to start with, thank you. So Melinda, I want to start with you very simply, because in reading your journey, you talked very much about the importance of how language matters. How when you started, it was very much about women's empowerment. But you transformed it and says, no, women's power. What does that mean?
Okay, I will talk to that, but I'm going to say one thing too, also just to give a little background. My parents, my dad was an engineer. There were 4 children in the family, 2 girls. I'm the second of 2 girls and then 2 boys. And my parents were absolutely determined that all 4 of us would go to college. And we could look around and see that my dad's engineering salary was not going to put 4 of us through college in the United States, because they saw that as the opportunity. They saw what it had done for my dad, who was first generation, to go to college. And so they started a small real estate business with about 14 rental properties, and I was the one who mowed the lawns and who easy off the ovens, because that income was what put me through college. So today, when I sit on a stage like this and talk about women and how do we ensure they have their full power, you know, we've talked so long as a development community about empowering women, but if we just talk about empowering women, we're not looking at all the societal barriers that hold them back. And what we really need to talk about is, how do women have their full power? Which means having decision-making authority, having seats at the table, setting policy, having control of their finances, having control, of course, of their bodies. But when we have to make sure that what we do in society elevates women into their full positions of power, or we will never create the society that I think we all dream of creating.
And I think that's absolutely right, and it's one of the reasons why education is so integral to making sure that folks get out of poverty. So Trevor, can you talk a little bit about what your vision is? You started in South Africa, but the Trevor Noah Foundation is actually growing exponentially. Talk a little bit about it, please.
Well, on my side, I would often be asked the how. You know, people would say to me, how did you get here? How are you in the US? How did you travel around the world? How? And while there were a myriad of reasons that probably were the reasons that I got to where I got to, there was one kernel of truth that I always came back to, and it was education. It was education that had bled throughout my entire family. It was education that had affected every single generation of who I became. You know, I think of the meager education that my grandmother and my grandfather got, and how that education and how they valued it became what they instilled in my mom. And then I look at my mom, who grew up in apartheid South Africa, in a country where black people were restricted from learning, and then a woman was even told that she needs to learn even less because her role in society doesn't require that. And here she was, she insisted on teaching herself and learning in spaces. But again, I think of, you know, the fact that she only learned what she learned because she encountered missionaries in the Transkei who were teaching despite what the apartheid government was saying. And then I look at how she then instilled that within me. You know, my mom never wanted to buy me nice clothes, we couldn't afford any of these things, but the money that she did have, she would spend on books. The money that she did have, she would spend on school. She would find a way, you know, she'd get me scholarships or whatever it would be to get me to learn. And I think the thing that I realized throughout my life was, it's the foundation of everything. You know, I've been lucky enough to meet some of the most powerful, some of the richest people in the world. And you know what's really fascinating is, you'll talk to somebody who has, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, whatever it is, And what's interesting is you'll say to them, what if you lost it all today? What would happen? And they look at you and they'll say, well, the difference is now I know how to make it. And that's what's always interesting to me, is that the true power comes in the education that they have in that space, knowing how to source funding, knowing how to grow their money, knowing how to sustain a business, all of these things, that's education. And so when I realized that, I realized that I wanted to be part of creating not just a conversation, but an incubator that would try and create an environment where we could try and, have young people in South Africa who could become that first step, where we would say to them, we're going to help you. We're going to help you get in touch with the business. We're going to help you get in touch with a major company. We're going to help you get in touch with your career path long before you would have gotten access to it. And we're going to get you in touch with the basics as well. You may not have a door in your classroom. You may not have a classroom to begin with. Let's begin with the basics, and then let's get you to that place where you have an education that is far larger than just what is a perennial river and what is a cumulonimbus cloud. Just really educating you about the world that you're going to need to exist within. And that's what we do at the Trevor Noah Foundation.
What's so powerful about that is that I remember when I was growing up, my mother always said, the only thing someone cannot take away from you is what you learn.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we're learning coming out of the pandemic are the massive inequities and fault lines that the pandemic showed us. We are right now on the eve of the World Banks. One of their topics is inclusivity and making sure that women are part of that equation, Melinda. What we saw during the pandemic, though, was the vast inequities among women, but also the great opportunities that we can, because the rest of the world faced it equally and reset. So what opportunities do you see today that could be a catalyst for change? Because there's an understanding globally of the need for women's participation.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's important to realize about the pandemic is what it did was just expose these gaps that were already in society. And so who was hit the hardest? The people that were where the gaps and the cracks were. And so when I look out and think about, okay, so what's the opportunity? I mean, as Trevor said, education is foundational. My parents wanted all four of us to be college going. They were determined. I honestly have not met a parent in any country, and I try to be on the ground and talk to lots of people when I travel, a parent who doesn't want their child educated. Because if you educate your child, they see the opportunity. What I feel like we're missing at some of these conversations today is the world is in a tough place. Food prices for people all over the world, the war in the Ukraine, all these compounding crises, and the economic scarring from COVID. But we're talking, luckily, about climate because that's really important, but we're not talking about this amazing opportunity. Women are economic engines of growth. And so when they have their own digital bank account on their mobile phone, it's all over the world. You can't go anywhere and not see it. But when you look at certain countries that survived better through COVID and whose economies actually survived better, take India. In the last 10 years, women have grown from having 28% of women having a mobile digital bank account to 78%. And so if we do certain things to really look at this opportunity we have with women, make sure they have a great education, make sure they can plan and space the births of their children, and then making sure they have networks to get into a great job and a mobile money and part of the banking system to save money, you will absolutely accelerate their growth. And guess what? They're going to accelerate your economy.
Well, and I think around that is how do we actually transform systems that ensure that accessibility? And so what I found really interesting in learning more about your foundation, Noah, is how you focus very much not just on students, but ensuring that teachers are well equipped.
Right.
And by what I mean by that is that I think that many of us who have kids that are school-aged, we learned that during the pandemic, teachers weren't just teaching, but they were a source for social well-being, for balance. Talk a little bit how you are centering teachers as well so that they are equipped to talk not just about 1+1, but also about recognizing perhaps the underlying issues that a child may have at home.
So a lot of how I see the world has been shaped by the way my mom sees it and how she educated me. And one of my favorite things that she instilled in me is a yearning to see the causations and the correlations in society. I think we often take those for granted. We will talk about learners, children. Let's educate them. Let's get them educated. Let's do the education. But oftentimes we then neglect the teachers. Who are the educators? Who are these people who are teaching? Who teaches the teachers? You take that for granted. Do the teachers have the resources they need? You take this for granted. And in many ways, I think of it like a leaking bucket. You know, sometimes we focus so much on pouring water into these buckets that we don't think about the buckets themselves. Are they holding the water that we pour into them? And in the foundation, we think of all of these things. So we go, one fantastic teacher has the ability to shape thousands of lives. And yet oftentimes people don't think of that. They don't think of the investment in that teacher being the investment in 1,000 young people's lives. Those become the pillars. Those become the caissons that you build this entire foundation on. And so we look at that. We train teachers. We empower them. We give them tools. We give them access to education. We give them access to mental health facilities sometimes because that's what they need. And you see the net result. You see the students experiencing a different environment that then helps them grow, and you see the teachers enjoying it. You want teachers to stay in the profession. You want them to grow in the profession. I hate the idea of teaching being like a charity profession. Why not be able to teach and ball out of control? You're doing the best for the world, you know? And so I want to be part of a world where we say that is a cool job to have because it's a necessary job to have. And I try and think of this for everything in the world. You know, it's funny you're saying about the dots, and I always talk to you about this, like the dots around the world. Sometimes we make the mistake, and I understand it's reflective, it's reflexive as humans. We're very good at looking at the now, and we make the mistake of then reacting to the now and then not thinking about the next now. What will the next now be ahead of time? So the pandemic, the warning signs were there, and then we didn't listen to them. The same goes for what's happening now in the world, you know? You look at what's happening in Ukraine and how the world is supporting Ukraine, everything they're doing. It's valiant and it's wonderful. But then I often say to the world, why not have that same impetus and that same power and energy when you're helping developing nations? Because though it's not an immediate war, it's not an immediate crisis, it is a tidal wave that will affect the entire planet. You know, if you have a continent like Africa, that is the youngest and fastest growing continent on the planet. Everyone gets excited by that. Oh, economic growth, this is fantastic, this is wonderful. Yeah, but if the people can't access it, you're going to have an entire continent of young people who have no access to an economy, no access to growth, no access to money, no access to a future. And then what happens? We've seen time and time again what happens. Yeah. They slip into some sort of extremism, and then people will say, well, let's get money to fight the extremism, let's send the jets, let's send the missiles. Yeah, but why not spend the money now on a missile of compassion that gets the people out of that? You get what I'm saying?
Can I build on this? Because I think you're completely right. Like, I've traveled to many African countries over the years, but like when I go to Kenya and I see the dynamism and you meet these young entrepreneurs and they are getting their businesses and then they need to get capitalized. Like so often we don't look at, okay, how do we then capitalize their businesses? But when you see the dynamism that's there, I mean, the mobile banking all really started in Kenya. I mean, now you see it all over the world, but it was there early, and look how far they've taken it now, and then look how other countries have built on that. So there is this unbelievable amount of talent that is just waiting to have the right teacher, the right mentor, the right capitalization of their business. And I think back too, like on my education, somebody asked me this morning, like, who was the most influential person in your life? So many people answer their teacher. I had a female teacher who brought computers into our school. I would never have studied computer science without that. I never would have gone to Microsoft. And so I think of all this amazing talent that I see in all these countries, and I think, why aren't we tapping into that and funding that? And so as we come to these big meetings at the World Bank and the IMF, we need to be thinking about not just the immediate crisis, but absolutely, let's make that an engine of investment and growth for the world.
And I think something, Trevor, that you're talking about too, and what you're saying is the importance of access to capital and thinking big, not leaving anybody behind. But you conversely alluded to something else. In a world right now, we're oftentimes, as the President of the United States says, that we are living right now in a struggle between democracy and autocracy. Democracy is oftentimes thrives in stable countries, in middle-income countries, and in educated countries. The reason I dedicated my work to Voto Latino is that just like in Africa, the median age is 19 years old. In the Latino community here in America, as the second largest group of Americans, it's 30 years old. It's 3 years younger than India. But get this, in the Latino community, while the most common age in the United States of whites is 58, and African Americans is 32, it's 11 years old. And so when we're talking about the importance of galvanizing people and making sure that they are educated and actively participating, it's important to recognize that it's not just the economic well-being of a global system, but it's also the democratic well-being of a global system. Talk a little bit about that.
So personally, I don't believe that there is any type of democracy if people are not financially included, if people are not able to participate in the world that they live in, if people are excluded from growing and building what they do, then there is no democracy to celebrate. I think people take this for granted. People often say, "Oh, why are these autocracies growing around the world? Or why are these dictatorships growing around the world?" There's a direct correlation between how people are living and what they are experiencing and what they're trying to do. A populist will take advantage of a situation where people are what? Starving, undereducated, and frustrated. So if you want to solve the problem, don't tell people to vote differently. Make them live in a world that makes them want to vote differently. People are responding to something that is happening to them. And so it's often easy for people to preach down and say, "Oh, how could they vote this way? How could they do?" Because people are voting for rapid change. People are voting for radical change. Unfortunately, the people who promise it often don't deliver it. But then those who come from a lofty position and say, "We will be patient," they often don't see that they're thinking top down as opposed to bottom up. And so in all these conversations, you often hear people say, with women, and that's why I love when you say like the power of women. I think we also take for granted how much it alleviates the pressure on men. I think that's one of the biggest parts of the conversation that we take for granted. We make it seem like it's this wonderful do-good thing that we will do for women, but time and time again you see you give a woman the power she deserves, you give her the equity, you give her the inclusion, the household changes, the society changes, the pressure that men feel changes. And when that pressure changes, you then just start to see a society that stabilizes itself, and it's a little more peaceful, it's a little more calm, it's a more pleasurable place to be. And I think sometimes when we think to ourselves, "Oh yeah, no, let's do this," it's not doing it for the ladies. No, it's not that. You want a balanced household.
Sort of is.
Which gives you... No, but I'm saying you're not doing it for. It's not the for. You're going, we're doing it for us. And I think once we think of it through that lens, anyone can tell you, if they grew up in a household where mom and dad earned an income, that was a very different household. If you grew up in a society where women had access to money, I'll tell you now from Africa, that's one thing we've learned time and time again. Give your grandmother the money. See how long that money lasts in the house. Give your aunt the money. See how long that money lasts in the house. A dollar goes a lot further when it's in a woman's hands. And it's not because men don't have the ability to hold that dollar, but it's because for so long, women have borne the brunt of not having the dollar. And so I think they think about that very differently. And so I think if we create that equity that, I love your foundation working on, we just create a space where as men, we get to go like, okay, we get to breathe a little bit more. And the economy that we're always chasing, it will grow. It's a byproduct of a world that is well run.
One thing I want to just add to this is I was speaking with a woman in the last couple of years in a low-income country, and she had finally gotten some economic means in her hands and had control of it. And she literally said, "My son sees me differently because I bought him a bicycle. My husband sees me differently because I can buy fuel for his motorcycle. Everybody in my community knows my name now." And that's why I think we have to talk about money and women having their own financial means in their hands, because then she has her power, and then it does change, and the world just gets better, just for all the reasons you said.
It absolutely does. And I know that I have one more question that I really want to ask you, Melinda, because it's very much on this idea of conversing, of being able, when you vote, you actually vote in change. One of the things that we learned, that is one of the reasons why women are not being integrated into the workforce fast enough is that the lack of childcare. And one of the Inflation Reduction Act of the President Biden included to make sure that women's childcare was covered here in the United States. You recently announced with the World Bank that that is also a very important part for women internationally. The Vice President was just recently in Africa and announced that investment. And if I understand right, what you're saying is that investment of having women who have childcare, it will basically produce globally a gross domestic product of $3 trillion. You have the last word. What does that mean to you?
That means to me we have to look at this dual burden that women have. We expect women to care for the children. Some of it's loving care work they want to do. Some of it is laborious tasks. But without a place to safely put their children, they cannot go into the labor force. I hear it from women in Kenya. I heard it from scientists in Senegal I just met with. I hear it in the United States. We have the worst paid family medical leave policy in this country. And so why are women coming out of the workforce? Why is women's labor force participation down? In 2/3 of the country around the world after pandemic, women's labor force participation is down. The number one reason is they don't have a quality, safe place to put their child. We've got to fix that.
Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you to our audience.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Is my mic okay? All right. Should we have one more round of applause for that unbelievable panel? It's been such a powerful morning, and there is still more. This next panel is going to tap into how technology can be a force multiplier for inclusive growth when it is made affordable and accessible, both domestically and globally. So please help me welcome to the stage 3 leaders who are doing amazing work in the space of technology. We've got Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, Hans Vestberg, the CEO of Verizon, and the CEO of the Texas Tribune, Sonal Shah.
It's such a pleasure to see all of you. And, it's sort of intimidating following that last panel because it was so personable and so real every single day. So it's great. We're going to switch a little bit from talking about, individual stories to really thinking about how industry can play a role in lives. And this is no longer, technology is transforming our lives every single day. There's no moment that you go today and you're not thinking about either your mobile phone or thinking about the technology and the data that you have coming at you and what decisions you can make. And so we're here with 2 incredible industry leaders to talk about what is happening in technology, what it means for our own personal transformations, but also knowing that alone government can't solve all of our problems, and neither can private industry. So where are the opportunities to come together here? So I am going to start with you, Brad. You're in an industry that's so rapidly changing. Data has become there's so much information. There's so many ways we can think about the use of information. But how do you all think about as an industry on inclusion? What does that mean to you from an industry perspective?
Well, I think the goal is obviously to drive economic growth in a way that is far more inclusive of the entire human population than it is today. And I think that's probably what unites almost everybody in the room or online. And I think if you want to have a real impact, you actually have to have a theory of systemic change and not how you just do your own good thing, as helpful as that may be. So for me, I'd say imagine a PowerPoint slide in your head. What more could you ask from Microsoft today? I'd say, look, the top row, you start with people need money. They need access to capital. That's where the Center for Inclusive Growth comes in. Then they need access to technology. They need access to electricity. Let's not forget it was the most important invention of the 19th century. There's still 750 million people in the world that don't have it. They need connectivity. That's where Verizon and others, and us to a little degree, come in. They need a device. And then they need skills. The skills to put all of that to work and do all the things they want to do. Now, the other row beneath that also has 3 boxes. First, there's the market. It's really hard to have inclusive growth without a well-functioning economic market with less corruption and the like. And the market is often the best at innovating, developing new technologies. That's where we very much come in. Second, there's nonprofits. 4 million nonprofits in the world. They're often the best at incubating new solutions and delivering services. And the third is government. And at the end of the day, especially when it comes to correcting market failure or bringing services at scale, there is no substitute, in my view, for the government. And then you have to put all of those things together and figure out where you contribute. We contribute to connectivity. We contribute to devices. We contribute to skilling. That's where Microsoft Philanthropies really focuses a lot of its resources. We have a special role to play in supporting nonprofits. We have hundreds of thousands of nonprofits that run in the Microsoft cloud. We provide $5 billion of technology discounts and donations to nonprofits. It would make us one of the 10 largest foreign aid budgets in the world. And that's sort of how I try to think about that picture every day.
Yeah, there's so much to dig into that. I'm going to come to you in just come back to you in just a minute on that. Hans, the mobile industry is changing the way we live our lives. It's not just about what information you get, but the way we live our lives. How do you all think about it? You've been at the forefront, the industry has been at the forefront of access to finance in many parts of the world, access to information. How do you think about inclusion as your expansion, as you sort of think about the industry itself?
I'm still picturing the PowerPoint slide you showed.
I know.
That's what I'm just thinking. But anyhow, I don't have a PowerPoint slide, but I have a couple of other ideas. I started the work, I worked in telecommunication industry in all my life. Somewhere in 2005, I started with a Millennium Development Goal. I'm not sure that you're that old in this room that you remember it. And I realized early on that connectivity was one of the most important and essential things for making the Millennium Development Goals. And then we all know that, fast forward, when ended up with the Sustainable Development Goals. And you all know it's 17 goals. I worked very hard for a long time with the UN to have 18 goals. And the 18 goal would be that every people on this planet would be connected. As you all know, I didn't get my 18 goal. So this is a success story, don't worry. I continued, and then of course we come into COVID. And I realized that the essential of having mobility, broadband, and cloud services in order to do your work, to get education, healthcare, is fundamental. This is a great time to launch number 18. We didn't launch the number 18. However, what I worked with, and I've always worked with, was of course to do a coalition to see that we can actually do something about it. Founded the Edison Alliance 2.5 years ago, together with World Economic Forum, to bring in 1 billion people the next 5 years to be connected to either healthcare, education, or financial inclusion. And now you need to remember a couple of facts that I'm going to give you, which is very important for the work we're doing. So 4.2 billion people today have access to internet. That's 800 million people more during the COVID. Enormous. Usually it's linear, how many people are getting internet and access to connectivity. Enormous. Still, that means that we still have 3.6 billion people roughly that is not connected. Out of those 3.6 billion people, it's only 400 million that is not covered by broadband. Okay, did you follow the numbers again? 3.6 billion not having internet, 400 million is not covered by broadband. So then you ask yourself, what's the problem? The problem is that when you think about connectivity, you need to think in three pieces. Accessibility to the technology, affordability of the technology, and the usability of the technology. The accessibility is to get access to mobile broadband or fiber or whatever it might be, so you have connectivity. Normally 95% of that is sponsored by private money in the world. There are, of course, great initiatives by governments, but mainly it's private money. Affordability is the biggest hurdle we have. And that's not only having the service fee, it's having a device, as Brad talked about. You need a computer, you need a PC, or you maybe need a phone or something to be connected. That's a big hurdle for many people on this earth. And finally, you need the application that is actually usable for them, meaning healthcare education, so you can be digitally connected to healthcare, or education, or that you can actually do banking on the phone or digitally. All that is so important. And you cannot do that. And I think Brad said it from the beginning here. It's not the private sector that can solve the problem. It's not only the public sector can do it. You need to get together because it's going on gray zone from private to public-private to more public on the usability side. So the work we've been doing together with some 30 countries and some 50 of the largest companies in the world is to make commitment how you can do it and how you can actually use the technology. Getting broadband is not enough. I mean, we love that, of course, I'm working for Verizon. But more important, are you using it for something really important and being connected to our society? It shouldn't matter where you're born or where you live in today's society to be part of our society. It shouldn't matter. I mean, I was born where you had the hospital 5 minutes from where I was born and 5 minutes to the school. We know in many parts of Africa that's not possible to build equally quick as the demographic is growing. So we just need to use the technology, and I always say 21st century's infrastructure is mobility, broadband, and cloud. That's the way to see that citizens can grow, they can get job, they can get growth, and they're included in our society, which usually is good for any type of societal development. So that's what I've been working on, besides that I have, of course, my day job at Verizon. And rally to get 1 billion people more connected, but using digital education, healthcare, or financial inclusion. Half time, we have added 500 million people. After 2.5 years of the program, we have 2.5 years left. We're going to run it to the end, and we're going to see that 1 billion people more are getting connected. That's how I see how you can work with this. And I think that technology is such a core essential, but you need things on top of it. I mean, you need application on education, etc., that companies like Microsoft are working with, because it's not the broadband per se. That's the fundamental in the bottom.
And if I could just build on one thing that Hans said.
I think that's good, Brad.
With your permission.
No, please.
No, I think this issue of affordability is really important. Let's
Yeah.
just talk about the U.S. for a moment. Because we were huge supporters as a company of the infrastructure legislation, I think quite rightly, to build out the rest of the broadband infrastructure in the country. But what one quickly finds is that you have people who are still not using it. And part of it is the demand, having useful apps. But it's actually affordability. And in a way that we don't really talk about much in the United States, the federal government does provide subsidies for people who can't afford electricity. We just take that as a given. It would be intolerable for us to have people returning home without access to electricity. I think we have to think about access to connectivity together with electricity and start to put them in the same bucket. And especially in urban areas where you see racial minorities, underprivileged families, I just don't think the market is going to reach everyone.
Yeah, I just add that with where I live in Texas. I run the Texas Tribune. There are many parts where we're always talking about access to healthcare through online.
Yeah,
and you can do that. Exactly. But there are many parts of our state that do not have online. And so they're driving 60, 70, 80 miles to find a doctor. Yeah. And thinking about affordability, but usability also. So how do you use the information and the access even when you have it? So let me just start, Brad, you sort of walked into it. So how are you all thinking about this? Like, yes, somebody got access, but the affordability piece of it. Where is Microsoft's role here, but how do you work with other partners in ensuring accessibility?
Well, I mean, we frankly try to pursue programs that will add more choices so that you get good market competition. But then I do think you end up with this income gap. And you go back to the question of what scales in a sustainable way? The only thing that scales in a sustainable way, in my view, for reaching, call it millions of people who can't afford access, it is government support. And so we're using our voice to call that out.
And where have you seen, Hans, I'm going to go here, where have you seen when there's a good government public-private partnership, or even where government steps in, it's been successful? No, so we of course, this Edison Alliance is covering all the countries of the world. So of course there are countries that has been more forefront of the subsidy for low-income families or underprivileged
Definitely, I would say that we have seen it in parts of Africa. They have started. We have seen it in parts of Asia. And we take those use cases to the other countries so they start learning. Because part of the work in Edison Alliance is not only to see that we are reaching our goal, it's actually to spread also best practices. US actually have subsidies program for low-income families working for broadband. But I think that the more we can talk about how you can do it in the best practice and how you actually spend money. But I think a lot now is tilting towards what you're talking about, or the online apps. I mean, healthcare. I mean, just imagine if you have 70 miles to go for a health checkup, if you can do that, the efficiency you can get, both for the system, for the public system, all that we need to think. And that's why I'm always coming back to 21st century infrastructure for me is mobility, broadband, and cloud. If we can get that in hands of everyone, we're going to have a much more efficient world. We're going to have a more educated world. So that's what I see, and that's why we have these lighthouse countries where we share with others what they're doing. So it's a lot of sharing at the same time as we are trying to progress it with the commitment from governments, from NGOs, and from private sector to make this happen.
And Brad, I know you've been doing a lot in working with the governments, but and also just the advocacy is super important, especially from industry. But like, as you think about jobs and the work that y'all have been doing on jobs and trainings, where do you see AI coming into this? Because technology, again, is not it's not static. It's constantly evolving. It's constantly changing. There's a lot of fear out in the world. How do you see, as the rapid transformations are taking place, where that inclusion in the innovations is taking place?
Well, let me just take one slice of that. And I think one of our goals is and should be to get the best benefit out of what AI has to offer. So one of the big priorities for us, like this year, this month, is to really innovate in ways that will make AI a more powerful tool for nonprofits, because they are so indispensable for broadening growth. And when you think about what nonprofits do, I mean, many of you know this far better than me, but first of all, you have to manage relationships with donors. You may manage relationships with volunteers. You deliver programs, and you need to deliver them efficiently and then measure and assess their impact. And we really see these new advances in AI as a fundamental breakthrough, really, in all of those areas. So we're creating new AI features for the Microsoft Cloud for nonprofits, for even things like Excel, so that we're finding you can take something like a donor management task that costs, say, $15 to $30 of, say, people time plus technology, and with this new AI, the cost of that same task is reduced to under $1. So you just think about what that can do to accelerate the work of nonprofits. And when we think about what it can do to analyze data and better inform, impact assessments in the direction of philanthropy, we think it's extraordinary. So we're very enthusiastic about that. And what I love about what our philanthropies team is doing is they're actually spending this time getting out and listening to nonprofits, sort of ideating together, understanding what is it that nonprofits could benefit from the most. We'll then put that into our features and then deliver that. And then we have this broader array. We've got to ensure that this is done safely, that it's done responsibly. We'll do that too. I mean, we've been working on that since 2017. But if we can deliver new benefits to nonprofits, that's going to drive inclusive growth for the world.
Absolutely. And Hans, same. Innovations in the mobile industry, lots happening on a regular basis. Where do you see the opportunities here for innovation to be more inclusive?
No, I think that every time we get new technologies, the technologies are better. They can provide more and more. I mean, thinking about what 5G can do today, I mean, today we can actually do broadband with wireless, which we never can done before because the capacity on 4G was not good enough. And so if I take you back to last year, which I have an earnings call pretty soon, so I need to go back. And last year when I reported, we our fastest growing.
You want to give us news today?
No. Then I think my chief legal officer will lift me out here. Or maybe you, Brad. Our fastest growing business last year was fixed wireless access. We added almost 370,000 new subscribers with 5G connectivity the last mile. And again, that's an innovation because it's so much quicker to get out broadband to the suburbs, to the rural areas by using wireless. You still need fiber. So fiber is important because you're going to transport all the data backwards. But the last mile is wireless. Those type of innovations, next generation 5G, of course, has much more power and throughput. So you can have AI at the edge doing the right things. And I fully agree with Brad. It has to be responsible. Every new technology is great to find new things. You just need to be very careful to see the ramification of them and see that you're protecting your customers and the privacy and all of that. But of course, new technologies always create new opportunities. Shortly, usually takes out a little bit job, but almost always creating more opportunities. I remember the conversation about the mobility or digitalization that's going to take millions of works out. Yeah, it will, but it will create something new. And that's how we need to think about technology and efficiency and any type of new technology. So we see a lot of things happening on the wireless side, and which will continue to the next century.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing all the innovations and the opportunities, because I do think it's easy to talk about what's not working, but it's also easy to talk about what is working. And so really excited about what you both are doing, but really where the industries are going to go. Thank you both for coming today, and thank you for this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunil, Brad, and Hans for that fascinating conversation. Whenever you talk about technology, the thing that comes off, Ade's got some important information for me.
No.
All right. Okay. Felt like I was in trouble for a second.
No.
Whenever you talk about technology and the power that it could have to transform our societies, right after comes a conversation about trust. And we're next going to hear from two leaders who are working to keep trust and inclusion front and center for their organizations. It is my pleasure to welcome Mastercard CEO Michael Miebach and IFC Managing Director Makhtar Diab.
All right, everybody. Familiar faces, how will Saya? We're talking about innovation and inclusion. And at the intersection of that is technology. We think a lot about technology at Mastercard. We like to think of ourselves as a tech company. Technology is a two-sided sword. In many ways, it creates a lot of opportunity. Billions of people have been pulled into a digital economy. At the same time, it causes some issues. And as of late, people are worried about the issues that AI might bring about. Is that which side of the sword are we going to strike with when we implement AI at a broader scale? Now, there's a lot of challenges going on, so we know all of them, so I don't need to repeat. But climate change has not been solved. We're dealing with the consequences of a pandemic, and there's a ground war in Europe, and so forth. So the stakes are high. And there's a risk that when we think about innovation and inclusion, that the inclusion part gets forgotten because we focus on the short term. And inclusion is oftentimes a longer term undertaking. So how do we get it right? And how do we make sure we keep that balance? That's what we're going to talk about right now. It takes technology, that's what we do, and it takes an ecosystem that gets technology to thrive. And that is what the IFC does, amongst many other things that the IFC does. So I'm delighted to be here with Makhtar Diab, the Managing Director of the IFC. This is not an interview. We are actually going to try to have a conversation with each other and have you witness our chat. So I want to kick us off thinking about innovation and inclusion and how do we align one with the other. And that's taking a look back before we take a look ahead. So at the IFC, what have you learned over the last 3 years with everything that was going on? What do we need to do going forward? What do we need to get right?
we need to, Michael, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I'm not as cool actually today. I have my tie because we have our spring meeting. So otherwise I would have been without
I put my tie back on later.
Yeah, but it's just no. But what we learned is that first of all we need innovation. Innovation is important. When you have innovation, you can adjust to the new reality. And we have seen it. For instance, a lot of companies in emerging economies had a problem, were a profitable company, but with this shock, they find themselves in a difficult situation. So we developed things like the distress assess recovery program, which help companies who were profitable to be able to go through this period, which was quite difficult. We also worked on ensuring that we bring more working capital. We also think that investment or equity is the only thing that we need to bring for a company. But working capital and trade finance was very important. We realized during this crisis, a lot of smallholders were not able to access trade financing, be able to export, be able to go to market. We realized also that it was important to work on the value chain, the local value chain, because the international and global value chain were disrupted. You had the farmers in Africa who couldn't access some markets, some small market manufacturing companies who couldn't access the market. But also we learned that while we are doing that, we need to work on global public goods, such as climate change. And there was an opportunity here to be able to address within this crisis, and when we are revisiting the business plan of some of the company, to look at it in that perspective, and to ensure that they can be part of the rebound when the rebound is in place. Lastly, it was a good opportunity also to do some reforms. And I think tech was very important in that process. I was part, and I'm still part of the Broadband Commission. And we have the ITU and other bodies work on what we call the Moonshot Africa, which was how to accelerate access to digital services in Africa so that people can respond to the crisis. And we developed a lot of South-South cooperation. For instance, the traceability mechanism and technology that was developed by the Korean was extremely useful to be able to increase traceability in lower-income country, and therefore to stop the growth of the progression of COVID virus. So all these kind of things were happened during this time. We were able to increase our lending, and building on that, we have this year we will be certainly having a record year of lending. This is a good news, but it's because we've been able at that time to identify better the needs of some of those companies which are facing those shocks.
You know, I can just say that this bridge between short-term and long-term when it comes to inclusion, the IFC has been really helpful to be that long-term lender while everybody else is really focusing short-term.
Yeah. But we did it with you also. You help us very much because what the solutions that you have developed, a lot of the architecture that you help building in financial inclusion were extremely useful for other type of public response. To give you a sense, a lot of the government were trying to transfer resources to the lower income during the crisis, so as form of social safety net and others. And it's because there were investment, and we saw a huge difference between countries where you had an investment before and good policy on financial inclusion, and those who were able to respond very quickly to the crisis. So you did a lot of good.
A lot of learnings. Now, when you do a conversation versus an interview, this would be the question, the time when Maktar asked me something. So, but you know, one of the topics that we said we should be talking about was, you know, where is technology going? So what are you guys seeing? What are we seeing? And one of the bigger themes here is, with all these challenges and complexities going on, there's one common theme that is affecting all of us, and it's fundamentally a good thing, which is the world is getting more digital. Yeah. So if we think about that trend overall, and we start to think what that means for all of us and what it means for inclusion and innovation and so forth, just how fast this digitization of the world is accelerating is really fascinating. I'll give you a factoid. At the end of 2022, for the first time, the US consumer online spend, i.e. internet and so forth, crossed $1 trillion. It doubled in 4 years. And the part of the pandemic is in it where we all needed to do things online because there was no other option. Not all, but certainly in developed countries where that was available. At the same time, you talked about broadband, Mukhtar. The people online and on this planet, the number increased from 53% in 2019 to 64% in 2021. We added 800 million people. That's a lot of progress. Nevertheless, 64%, there's 36% are not online at all. And that is where I think the pushes you heard from Hans earlier on and so forth. So in this rapidly digitizing world, how do we focus on something that's really relevant? And the way we think about this as a company, and that many of our private sector and public sector partners talk about this, is in a principled fashion. The next dog walking app might not be the most relevant solution. So asking the question, what is the real problem out there? Who has what problem that is an unlock for path to growth? Things come to mind when you think about who's been hardest hit by the pandemic. Small business. What is small business's biggest problem? Is access to capital. How do you do that? Well, you can solve that with AI. You can solve that with a range of technologies from open banking, fintech, and so forth. I won't bore you with the details. So principle number one, is it solving a problem? Principle number two has to be trustworthy. There's a lot of people right now that worry about how many times do you get an SMS a day that says your Netflix account has been compromised? Well, there you go. Is that trust inspiring? No. Imagine you have just joined the digital ecosystem, then you're going to be freaked out by stuff like that. So trust, does it solve a real problem? Is it trustworthy? And the last aspect of it needs to be inclusive. Now, this is the Inclusive Growth Summit. So of course, we're going to talk about inclusion, and we think about that at the Center of Inclusive Growth all day long. But it makes good business sense. If it's not inclusive, it's not going to scale. And if it doesn't scale, it doesn't matter. So it makes good business sense for us to do that. So that's how I look at the technology part of the ecosystem and where we drive inclusion. And now, of course, we are 9 minutes in. We have not talked about ChatGPT. So this is not a good conversation if we don't. So very quickly, I mean, the way we look at it, we cannot afford not to lean into AI. All these challenges, we need to innovate ourselves out of it. So we're looking for investment partners, long-term partners across the private sector to have trustworthy AI that we can lean into. And that is important. It has now been available to so many more people. My wife told me over the weekend she just asked ChatGPT to redo her LinkedIn profile. And she said it's so much better. So, so there you go. It's very practical. For us, nothing new. More important for us is the general theme of AI, cloud, 5G, get solutions to more people to solve real problems everywhere in the world. But trust in technology is only one thing. Finance, the ecosystem, VCs, everything that's around it. Without that, we cannot operate. We need you. And I'd be curious about your view on
no, absolutely, Michael. Actually, it's interesting. AI is. Actually, we have a panel this afternoon with, which will include
at the World Bank.
At the World annual meetings, not here.
Right, okay, because I didn't know about that panel.
But that panel. But what is interesting in that panel is we have a woman from Africa, she's Senegalese, I'm sorry, who is the first tenure, the second black woman computer professor tenured in a tenure track in Ivy League University. And she specialized in AI. So it shows that, and there are also a lot of other Africans somewhere in the world who are doing similar work. I was yesterday with the CEO of OCP talking about what they're doing on AI, and they were talking that they are running now mines with IoT only. So the world is, and the good there's a lot of good, but also we have to be careful to make sure that we have the right. But there's something we don't talk enough about is cybersecurity, which is also an important risk that we have seen during during the pandemic. I was visiting Silicon Valley, and I was visiting Cisco a couple of years ago. And I will be surprised that day what the monitoring system of Cisco was showing as a source of the largest number of attacks in the world. Guess which country was it? It was Zimbabwe.
Okay, all right, I was not guessing
Okay,
that.
nobody would have guessed that. It's clear that someone hacked an IP address from there and was playing with that. So it means that another African country, 2 months later, had all their banking system shut down because of cybersecurity. So let's not forget that. Second is the policy framework to be able to, for you to develop all these new applications which will be helping and addressing the last mile. Data localization is a very important debate today. We have data center being built in a lot of emerging economies, and there is a different view about data localization. Infrastructure sharing is an important topic also that we are discussing that will be essential in helping broadband coverage. The third one is how we can have a sandbox regulation to be able for you to apply all these innovation in countries. So I see that you are doing a lot of that, Michael. Can you give us some example of what you have been doing in terms of pushing the regulation of your innovation?
Right. So one of the things when it comes to scaling technology is a regulatory framework that aligns across borders, because of course technology doesn't really know any borders, the digital economy doesn't. And we're finding that there's high degrees of fragmentation that's not helpful. So we like what the IFC is doing and driving that dialogue. We're trying to do the same thing. I think a really interesting case study is in data privacy. The Europeans took the pen back in 17, 18 and started to write something called the GDPR, which is a data privacy bill, basically. And you think about where we are today, we still have many, many large economies where there is no clear data privacy landscape, regulation, and you start to think of what that does to scaling solutions when people don't trust them because they don't know where their data is going, who's benefiting from it, who's selling it, and so forth. So a way, I think where the private sector is needed, we should partner with you and we should do things together. We need to talk to the regulators, but also the private sector has an obligation, I think, to lean in before and self-regulate. So what we've done at the time, it's just an example, we're just a small part of the story, is to say, all right, what does thousands of pages of regulation actually mean? It means you own your data, you control it, you benefit it because it's your data, and it's the industry's job to keep it safe, as simple as that. We actually turned that into a data standard for the company, and we took it beyond Europe, around the world. So think about the crypto winter. So we are 15 minutes in, and we haven't talked about crypto. So that's second check mark. So we're there. And part of why some of this, I think it's fair to say, trust was lost throughout the crypto winter and some of the failures of some of the exchanges. I think a regulatory clarity would be a good thing. But I think it will always be true that technology is faster than regulation. So this is where this GDPR example comes in the middle. I think we need to lean in, be responsible, find the common threats, talk to multilaterals like you, Magda, and your team, to regulators and so forth. So I'm going to put my tie on later on and talk to more central bank governors about exactly these kind of topics.
Now, you're perfectly right. And I just want to illustrate how important it is. On some of the financial inclusion experience that was most successful and quoted often in Africa, in Kenya. In fact, the technical solution existed somewhere else in Africa, actually, in West Africa, well before. The difference was the central bank attitude towards that. In Kenya, they accepted to have some sandbox regulation. In other places, they didn't want to do it. And that's what really I see as a major obstacle for innovation and be able to test it. But also what is interesting in this is that, and you were telling me, I'm just quoting you, Michael, is that you use often what is happening in considered as low-income countries as a place where you have more innovation that is exported in markets which are supposedly more sophisticated. So the knowledge process is not linear, is not one way as is used and is perceived to be. It's much more dynamic and that. And it brings me to something that I didn't mention, is the word venture capital and VCs.
Okay.
And we have seen a fall in VCs in 2022. So this is something that we need to really look into. But unfortunately, even in time when there were a larger, important amount of investment in VCs, only a fraction was going to low-income countries. Only 1% of VC financing was going to Africa. This is something that needs to be changed. And the responsibility is multiple. First of all, African billionaires need to invest more in VCs. They don't do enough of that. Secondly, we need to attract more capital and create an ecosystem. I take Africa as an example of low-income countries, but it also applied to South Asia and so forth. We need to create an ecosystem which is more viable. We also, as IFC, trying to do more in that area. We put a fund of $225 million for VCs in Africa and Middle East. We are trying to do more mobilization of capital, but this is just as a surface. So I think that one of the things that I would like to leave maybe this audience is that a lot of the innovations that we are seeing that will be helping for financial inclusion will require more VCs and to partner with you and link the banking sector, the traditional banking sector, with solutions on financial inclusion that you've developed.
A practical, hopeful outlook and suggestion. So we appreciate the partnership, Maktar, and your driving partnership with many other companies. That's important. So that broader table is needed. And what's coming out of these conversations with an IFC oftentimes is that innovation so inclusion cannot be a choice. Innovation needs to be by design. Innovation needs to be just built in what we do because it's long-term business building. Therefore, it makes sense, good sense for business. You're the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. We're definitely private sector, but we're really including more and more people. We're getting better at it every year. And on that note, we'll leave you to your next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Maktar and Michael. Adi, this has been quite the morning. What has been your biggest standout moment so far?
Oh man, there's so many standout moments. But I mean, just looking at the word or the title, Global Inclusive Growth, I just think it's a wonderful opportunity. That's what it is. It's a wonderful opportunity for us all to grow together and just change this world. But listening to Wolfgang, he also made a great point, that there is an obstacle in our way, and that's climate change, and we have to take that seriously. But if we do take that seriously, if we do make those right changes, the world is rosy. It's just so I say, just think of it as a wonderful opportunity. And
I love
yourself,
that.
Saya?
I love that call to imagine a rosier world. I think that is something that really struck me from the conversations this morning. We've heard both Trevor and Lily sing in different ways. Challenge us to imagine better, to try to imagine the kind of inclusive world that we're trying to build. Because to quote or paraphrase Adrienne Marie Brown, if you find yourself living in a world that doesn't work for you, in a reality that doesn't make sense for you, it's a pretty good sign that was imagined by somebody else.
Yeah. Great point. Great quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'm looking forward to continuing these conversations after the break. For those of you who are here with us in person, go and have a great lunch break. And for those of you at home, do your thing, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. Thank you.
Friends and colleagues, again, we will be taking a short break. Please join us back in this room. The program will begin promptly at 12:30 Eastern. Again, friends and colleagues, we are now taking a short break. The program will resume at 12:30 Eastern promptly. Thank you. Friends and colleagues, our program will begin very shortly. Please take your seats and silence your cell phone. Thank you.
Get down. We'll give them a few more minutes. Oh, waving. Now. Welcome back, everybody. How you all doing? Good, good. Did we feed you right? Yeah? Okay. Please, nobody go into a food coma, because I know what it's like. You've eaten, and now this is when people start falling asleep after the break. Because if you do, Saya will throw one of those high heel shoes at you, and they've got boomerang action, so we can get you multiple times. But no, come on. It's time for the second section of the show, and we've got really, really interesting contributors up for you. First up, we're going to talk about the vital challenge of addressing the racial equity gap with an amazing group of influential decision makers. The conversation will be moderated by Janice Bowdler, Councillor to Treasury Secretary for Racial Equality. Welcome, please.
Well, good afternoon. Oh, come on. Okay, guys, come. I know you just had lunch. We're going to try it one more time. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for humoring me. I'm so excited to be here. I've got a great panel and not that much time. So we're going to jump into the conversation pretty quickly here. I'm in public service in this amazing moment, and it's my first time working for the federal government, and I'm doing it in a time where we have, first it was 1, 2, 3, we have 4 once in a generation new laws that have the potential, and I think the intention, to completely reshape our economy, to help us recover, to build a different set of systems, to address climate change, to make our economy more competitive. But we all know, because we've been working on this a long time, as have a lot of people in this room, that opportunity without intentionality at best is going to maintain the status quo, but actually risks widening the gaps. These very things, these very new tools that we are relying on to help us address the gap could in fact end up widening it if we don't bring intentionality to how we implement and how we work together. Certainly, I'm not under any auspication here that the federal sector is going to do this on its own. That's why we've got a great set of partners. So I want to kick off the conversation with you, Mayor. Can you talk to us about how federal funds can be used to create structural and systemic change, and give us some examples of how you're doing that in Birmingham?
Okay, and I will. Good afternoon. I think they set us up to talk after lunch.
Excellent.
May catch some Miss Dark back there as well. Cool. But just quickly, I do want to thank the Aspen Institute, DevX, as well as Mastercard for this opportunity. Related to your question, the federal government has been an amazing partner. I've served as mayor for 5+ years now, and I can tell you with the current administration, the Biden-Harris administration, they've been intentional about what all of these transformational laws that they've enacted related to attached to the purse strings, that there's an equity lens in all of them. In a city like Birmingham, Alabama, where you have 70+% of our residents are Black, and unfortunately a high concentration of poverty, having a federal partner that has an intentional equity lens helps us. So what does that mean for us? I have numerous examples, but one of the best ones I can give is where economic development meets workforce development with the Good Jobs Challenge Grant.
Yep.
The city of Birmingham was fortunate through thousands of applications to be one of the awards. And with that, we're able, thank you, we're able to scale up 1,000 jobs where healthcare, health tech, and biotech meet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a game changer for a mid-sized city like us. I think another example, again, from an equity lens, is the way you all are intentional about ARPA dollars.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate that in the southern part of our country, state leaders frown upon the federal government, but then take the dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And then don't necessarily give them directly to where they need to go in urban cores. But it's different. I think, again, through this administration, federal dollars have come directly to cities, bypassing the state, to allow us to champion the needs, concerns, and the priority issues for us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I realized that in my exuberance, I jumped right in without doing proper introductions, but I have assumed that you all have bios and that most of our panel needs no introduction. So I'm not going to stop to do that. I'm only going to recognize my error and say that I think another value of this conversation is that in order to be successful, we have to weave so much together, right? We have to have all the competencies of the private sector, the public sector, investors, philanthropic sector, and I can think of two no better colleagues who've had a lot of time. We won't get into numbers, really. But you both, Ellis, Melissa, have had a lot of experience weaving together funds, taking public dollars, using them to leverage capital markets, to build investment. And so can you talk to us a little bit about how we can use federal dollars to fuel scale and innovation?
Yeah, happy to. And it's a pleasure to be here. It's good to see you in your new role. I think we have to look at what is the role of federal dollars. I think historically they have been something that is automatically assumed it's going to happen. And I think to your point, this is a unique moment that the dollars really provide a huge signal effect. Not just that there are gaps, but that there's an intentionality around the gaps are designed to promote equity. And that's huge. And so when I think of federal dollars, because let's be honest, there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of things you have to do, but what is the opportunity? And it's really around, one, sending a new signal effect that this is important, and recognizing that those dollars, having served in 2 federal administrations, are highly competitive. While we don't pick winners, we're signaling where should we be placing our money. Because as someone who as a child has been through a lot of programs, I'm sick and tired of seeing 0 ROI for a lot of dollars spent to solve problems that we've been trying to solve for 50 plus years. I think the other piece is that it gives a level of confidence to private sector partners, right? So depending on how the money comes in, it could be the baseline of a very significant capital stack that allows small projects and large projects to be done that ordinarily would not have been done. And I think the final thing is that it allows people in the communities that we serve to see that people actually care about them. Right? There's a very different message sent if it's just philanthropy, if it's just charitable, and it goes to the favorites, and it's not looking at systemic issues. And so I think the presence of federal dollars, again, beyond the cash, allows the community to feel like this is a worthy investment, which opens up an incredible array of opportunities to then bring multiple spectrums of capital to say it is worth investing here, and we have an intentionality of actually solving the problem, not just making it better.
Yeah.
Completely agree with Melissa. And good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. Just to contextualize a couple of things that Melissa said, just to take them down to like some practical examples. I run a community development financial institution. We operate nationally, and we leverage private sector dollars. Literally every dollar we get from the public sector, we're able to leverage that 10 times. And so blending that with both philanthropic capital and private capital, we actually are able to create a narrative change, right? We didn't get to this place just yesterday. It's been centuries that have gotten us here. And so we're not going to get ourselves out of it right away. So really beginning to develop demonstratable models that actually can be leveraged from the community to help bring in and crowd in private sector dollars is really important. 2 quick examples. One, we've used public sector dollars to really create a program called the Equitable Development Initiative, really to help graduate and actually have real estate developers be seen within their community. We've graduated over 200 real estate developers across the country and actually funneled capital back into the very communities that they come from. Secondarily, about 50% of the population, particularly the African American population, have subprime credit scores. So how do you crowd them into the traditional markets? You can't, right? So you have to be able to have the flexible capital that we've been able to leverage from the public sector to create new products that we can basically show demonstratable models that can be scaled by leveraging private sector capital.
You know, you guys are hitting on something that I think is so important and that we've really leaned into at Treasury, which is capital delivery partners matter. So often our tools on the federal level can be really blunt instruments, and getting capital into the hands of folks that are proximate, that are close to communities, that have solutions are really important. I'm wondering if really for any of you to just say a little bit more about the unique program development or product development that you've done, hopefully with federal dollars, but even talking about where you think there are opportunities for the federal sector to do more that allows you to design for communities that are just not being served by traditional programs or products.
Yeah. So I'll share one, and the money came from the federal government down to the District of Columbia, and we're hoping to get some leverage with SSBCI dollars. But for a long time, if you were in the state of Virginia or state of Maryland, there was a venture fund that was state-sponsored that was for entrepreneurs, and DC never had one. It's one of the other challenges of not being a state. And so for years, they had thought about it, and then they launched a process by which they put up $1.25 million the first year, and then $1.9 the second year, to be able to invest in Black and brown entrepreneurs, specifically those east of the river. And so we were selected to do that, and then we put up our own match. And we put up our own match through our own dollars that we had earned through revenue-generating activities and through philanthropic dollars. And so now we have almost $10 million that we can actually deploy in a place where historically no one has ever had a venture from the District of Columbia. Nobody's ever cared. And it's not just about venture fund. We're not looking for equity businesses. We do equity, we do revenue-based financing, and we do debt. And there's a huge wraparound from the philanthropic sector of one-on-one support. But the whole point of the program is not just to get them up and running, it's to connect them to financial institutions. So I'm going to be calling Ellis in a second.
Please do.
But I think what it is that it is unlocked private capital. Mm-hmm. It is also a catalyst to say, how do I then put you back into mainstream opportunities to continue to capitalize your business year over year after you've gotten it really on stable footing post-COVID?
Yeah.
Well, just quickly, I didn't give all the detail in the Good Jobs Challenge, but again, I just think that's another great example where the federal government is being intentional about equity. Those jobs are centered around those who have been in the back of the line. Those are black and women. And so I think, again, with this partnership, we can scale up and provide that opportunity. But for this grant from the federal government, I think jobs will be available, but it necessarily wouldn't be available to Black women or just women in general.
And I think in the work that you guys have done done a lot to incorporate community voice and community perspective, which I think is also really important. I don't know if there's more that you can say about the way that you've been able to aggregate the perspective of communities that, often don't feel like they have a voice to go rescue people, and then they get to those communities and they don't work because they don't actually match up with the actual needs, or they're not delivered through a trusted partner.
And so I believe where the federal government and local government are alike is that we have ideas, but our ideas don't always match what's on the ground, or we think we have something that's solvable, but it doesn't work in a certain community. And so every single thing we've done has not only been through partnership at a high level with the state or federal government or private sector, such as our relationship with Mastercard, but on the ground at the local level, we spend more time listening than talking. And I think from those listening sessions, those listening tours, talking to those who have the ear of the people as well as the people themselves, our services were able to solve problems quicker. We're actually able to close gaps, and then it's data-driven and we can track it. It's not just a feel-good, hey, we have these dollars over here, let's implement a program over here. There's actually accountability, follow-through, and follow-up, but that's based on the relationships on the ground.
The data is so important, and something I've been really passionate about at Treasury is, Melissa, you mentioned SSBCI. For the first time in a federal small business program, we'll be collecting race, ethnicity, gender identity, disaggregated AAPI categories, and MENA ancestry. And having that data, well, I think it's going to be behavior change for people that are not used to providing that data, certainly some systems change for those that are new to collecting it, but without that, we can't know whether we're meeting our aspirations. Right. We can't hold ourselves accountable, and we certainly can't hold our partners accountable. So I think that's fundamentally important. There's so much for us to really be excited about in the new laws, but they're challenging to implement as well. And I'd like to know what challenges you all are wrestling with, what you would put out there to the public sector, to the federal government. Hey, really pay attention to these things, or things that you're wrestling with in implementation that even some partners in the room might be able to help with.
Well, I can start and be very quick and pass it to the two smart people. Our challenge is a thank you is embedded in our challenge. The American Rescue Plan dollars allow us to go after grant writers. So let's say all this money is available, it's competitive, et cetera. But if you don't have the capacity and or grant writers, you're not in the position to even put yourself to receive and or write for grants. And so we were able to use that money and scale up, and we have a portfolio of grant writers that has allowed us to compete for a minimum of 6 different competitive grants. And so the challenge is not having the capacity of grant writers, but the win is the dollars have allowed us to go after grant writers.
That's excellent. Anything you guys would add?
I would say, since 2020, there has been historic investment from the public sector and the private sector. But I think and we learned this through the pandemic, that we haven't invested enough in the delivery system. You mentioned before, Janice, that you have organizations like CDFIs and others who are proximate to community. They've built trust and they know what's needed, but then they don't have the expertise or really the investment to actually deliver on those promises. And so I think the challenge that I continue to see is that we need to continue to invest in the delivery system, those organizations who actually are the catalyst, the bridge between the capital sources, the resources, and the communities. That absolutely needs to happen.
So what we're all talking about here is our end goal is how are we building wealth in communities, right? Talk to me a little bit here about where you see the big opportunities, knowing where I started was that opportunity without intention is just not going to get us there. So let's call out some places. If you're sitting in my seat, where would you really focus? Where are our big opportunities to create some structural change that over the long term is going to build wealth, build assets, and help us address the racial wealth divide?
So I think there's some tactical things and some strategic things. I think, tactically building upon the question on what does it take, I think we have to figure out how to have the application and process systems be inclusive. I think the assumption built in is that the bigger you are, the better. And I think we know that is not the case, so that there's already a stable of grants. And so I think we have to figure out how to carry this moment without the threat of the pandemic to say we cannot afford, literally and figuratively, to go back to status quo. This is a moment in time. Real quick, Jan Van Zant used to say, first you get a whisper, then you get a tap, then you hit the brick wall when it's time for you to change. COVID and George Floyd were the tap. Before we hit a brick wall, we need to figure out how does the federal government and everybody else make a change to understand that what we've been doing for 100+ years is not going to work, particularly in light of economic opportunity, and certainly in light of the shift from people being called the minority to now actually being the new majority, and how do you adapt to that and support them?
I'll just quickly say that part of your beginning of your question was if we were sitting in your chair at Treasury. Treasury is already on notice, again, that those at the state level throw their thumbs at you, their nose at you. They're disrespectful to the federal government. I'll just say it plainly. And I think I'll speak for any mid-sized mayor, small-town mayor, or big city mayor. Treasury has shown that you all have the power to give resources directly to cities. Please bypass the state. Please.
We're
pretty please.
We're like likely to need congressional help on some of that, but message received. Alice, anything you want to share on this question?
I completely agree with Melissa. I think the status quo is not an option here. I think going back to the historic investments on the public and private sector, everyone's coming to the table wanting to do the same thing.
Mhm.
But we know that that's what actually has gotten us here, and that's why we can't move beyond it. So making sure that there is resources available from the public sector to really drive innovation, to encourage it, and to have the private sector right there with us so that we can take those innovations once we've proven them until we can scale.
Mhm.
Because to me, part of really beginning to make this change is really making sure that the narrative change really happens, because there is a misperception between real and perceived risk as it relates to people of color and investment in them. And that needs to change. We can't do that without scaled investment into those communities.
And the idea that we will be competitive in this global economy when we're leaving talent on the sidelines.
That's right.
We just simply can't afford to do that. Okay, I see we're at time. Lightning round, super fast. Don't get me in trouble, guys. We got a lot of partners and powerful people in the room. One thing they can do to help you out.
Move from commitments to action.
Commitments to action. Thank you.
Have meaningful conversations with those that matter, not those that count towards some vote or something else.
All that money you pledge in the wake of George Floyd's death, spend it.
Spend it.
Indeed.
Yes.
Well, I want to thank you all for an amazing conversation. I want to thank Aspen Institute for hosting yet another really amazing event that allows us to come together, to be challenged, to be thoughtful. I want to thank the Mastercard team and shout out Michael Miba. I know you guys heard from him earlier, who also happens to sit on the Treasury Advisory Committee for Racial Equity. And so I'm fortunate to be able to benefit from his wisdom as we pursue our work at Treasury, and the rest of the sponsors that have made this happen. So thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. What a fascinating conversation, really exploring how the decisions we make about capital allocation and deployment need to somehow exist and move across these different scales, from the federal to the local to the state up to the global. And the next conversation we have for you today is going to continue that exploration of these different levels of scale. We're going to be moving even more global, and in particular focus on, thank you, in particular focusing on what different kinds of models of impact we can get inspiration from. So to lead us through that conversation, I'm really delighted to reintroduce to this stage the founder and president of the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth, Shamina Singh.
Thank you. We don't have a lot of time, but I am just, this is a very serious conversation. I'm so honored because we have, he didn't tell me to say this, but we have Sir Mark Malik Brown, who is with us today, who has, if you've read his bio, know that he has worked in many sectors, in many spheres, all the way from the UN to the UK government, and now he is leading the Open Society Foundation, and so we're going to hear from Mark about some development trends. We have the incomparable Chetna Sinha here, who has been a guiding light and a North Star for the Center for Inclusive Growth for many years. And then we have Dr. Donald Kaberuka, of course, who has led the Africa Development Bank, has led the Global Fund, but is an expert on all things related to Africa and beyond. So the purpose of this conversation is to really think about the collaboration and the various models of impact that we all are thinking about. We approach this from many different contexts, from many different angles, and these three panelists are going to help us understand not only the trends and the models of impact, but also how they intersect and how we can work together. So, Mark, if I may, would you please start us off and give us a sense of the trends around development? How should we be thinking about this from your vantage point?
Well, it's a big subject. And obviously, a week like this in Washington at the spring meetings, there's this massive disconnect between the sense of overwhelming crisis in many parts of the world of development failing, of increases in absolute poverty on a scale that we have not seen in a lifetime, actually, of mounting debt crises, a whole series of economic implications, part of them caused by short-term events like the war in Ukraine, others by longer-term ones like climate change. So there's a sense of this massive mismatch between officials here in Washington chiseling away to find a few more billion here or there for climate or for poverty, and the sense out there of the need for much greater resources, much greater ambition in terms of addressing these issues. And I think perhaps most important, and I say this now as the head of a human rights agency or organization, even a foundation, even if most of my life was spent in development, there's a sense that our agenda, the human rights agenda, has become first a development agenda because economic and social rights have become, for so many people in the world, trumped at this point political rights. You can't eat democracy, as the president of Zambia said last week at a summit on democracy. You've got to address these pocketbook issues of economic security for people. But it's kind of worse than that, because this sense of going backwards has meant that issues that we hope were kind of banned from the development conversation, or at least marginalized in it, are coming back front and center, and that is particularly security and conflict. It's very, very hard not to look at the world at the moment and say the trend is it's going to get more violent, there's going to be more state breakdown, there's going to be more authoritarianism in the world, and behind it more inequality and more climate refugees. So, I find us, having to sort of dust off the manuals, if you like, on mediation, on conflict, on security, issues that summits with titles like Inclusive Growth had an implicit optimism about them, that those were yesterday's issues. I suppose the message I have today is they're back.
That's sobering and interesting. Dr. Caparuca, let me come to you. Mark has been talking about the issue, the relationship really between development and national security. As you think about your work coming out of the Africa Development Bank, and obviously with the Global Fund, and the incredible knowledge network that you bring to the conversation, how is COVID, or how did COVID shift, or did COVID shift the priorities when he's security, climate change, inclusive growth, national security, all these? How do you prioritize?
Thank you. First of all, let me say that I totally concur with Mark's points. I think I want to ask you, each time you think about inclusive growth, to think about the policy and therefore to think about politics. The problem in the world is not growth as such, although there are some challenges. Many countries are growing at 10%, 9%, not creating jobs or not creating an equitable life for the citizens. That is the problem. And that is not about technical knowledge. It's about political power and how it is shared in our societies. But we can come to that. The second point I want to say, following on Mark's point, is that 4 things matter for me when I think about inclusive growth. Number 1 is the right to life. Millions of people in the Sahelian region of Africa at the moment, challenged by climate change, by some of the highest demographic rates in the world, are now challenged by security, things which you know very well. And that is the first right to inclusion. And related to that is the issue of learning outcomes. I want you to think about this. We have, for the last 30 years, chased numbers. So many kids at school, so many kids at secondary school. But we now have to worry about the learning outcomes. That will make them be included in our economies. There are 90 million kids now in parts of Africa who are unlikely to reach their full potential, and they're at school. That's the issue of learning outcomes. Now, the third one is when you ask me about pandemics. So I started off as Minister of Finance of my country, spent some time there. Then I ended up heading the African Development Bank. Then for the last 4 years, the chair of the Global Fund. So I've learned a couple of things about pandemics. First thing is that when the world was confronted by COVID, it was defined an issue of global health security. And therefore the machinery was up trying to find vaccines, trying to find solutions. And when vaccines were found initially, they were available only to countries who produced them. Many of us in the global south, even when we had money, we struggled to get the vaccines. All right? So that is one thing you have to think about. So what is global health security? And how does it link with global health equity? So is Ebola something for global health security? Is HIV/AIDS now an issue for global health security? Is malaria an issue for global health security? Is tuberculosis? No, they are not. Because they are no longer problems for wealthy societies in the north. There are problems for poor people in the global south who are marginalized. And when you have marginalization in education outcomes, health, and I will say nothing about access to energy. We talk about 800 million people with access to energy. It is true, but we then mean just a bulb. Access to energy, I call it energy for production. Energy so you can run a machine for fruits at home, not simply a bulb. When you describe access to energy as not simply a bulb, the number's over 1 billion. So when you combine issue of jobs, poor learning outcomes, global health security, global health equity, security, lack of access to energy, there is inclusive growth. And it's about politics.
Well, this all comes home, that this all sort of boils down when you get to Chetna, because these two gentlemen have described what this means regionally, globally, contextually, out of the banks, at the global level and at the continent level. Chetna, you're Mandeshi Bank, you're at the front lines. So the women of Mandeshi are experiencing all of these issues and having to raise their families and experience the and raise the community. So talk to us about, I've heard you say development with dignity, but what does it mean when you hear these two perspectives?
So let me take you to directly from Washington to the village where I work, and let me share the lessons. Not I give, but I listen to women and I get those lessons. So I would like to share one thing. I mean, immediately after COVID, many women actually had to take care of their economic problem in the house because men lost the jobs. There was nothing available in the house with the lockdown. And so they wanted to start the businesses. And we started providing loans for mobile phones. Now it came to women to buy a mobile phones and to take loans for that. Everybody thought that poor people will not be able to afford smartphones. So they thought, we'll get you a feature phone. And our women said, no, we want smartphones. And why? They said that whenever we do digital transaction, we want to get messages. And they said not SMS because we cannot read and write. We want a voice SMS, right? So they are not just talking about access, they are talking about control. And they are not just talking about development, but they are talking about dignity. And when you invest in these women, and when they did the transaction, they got the voice SMS, and you know what they said? They said that never give poor solutions to poor people. They are smart, right? And Shamina, as you always say, that this is in design. And we have to design for poor women, our women. They will not only think about themselves, they will think about community. They will think about the globe also. And while you invest in them, what would be the impact? When these women, they said that give us smartphones. And they very proudly said that we cannot read and write, but our daughters are going to become a computer engineer, and we are paying fees for them. Thank you.
So that's an interesting perspective, Mark, in terms of how Chetna and Mandesh are thinking about being inclusive by design. And so as we think about the relationship between security, development, design. Talk to us about what that means from your perspective. We have climate change, we have financial inclusion, we have sustainable development, all of these things happening all at once. How do you prioritize, and how should we prioritize?
Well, ultimately, I look at what we do as a foundation as falling into two buckets, really, what I call patient capital and urgent capital. And the patient capital is those long-term investments with partners, many of them very locally based, who over time are building institutions, either their own institutions or those of their communities, and who, need the predictability of a partner who's with them throughout. And the criteria for us in choosing those partners are really twofold. It's one, who are the legitimate, authentic voices close to the ground and their communities in their countries. And secondly, who from that platform are articulating bold visions of future change. Because for us, the patient capital spend is really about seeking out, or having our grantees seek out, what the new world is going to look like. I think behind what Donald and I particularly were saying is a sense of a current political order which has run out of steam. It's failed. It's fallen on by under its own weight. The sort of small government, big global markets model simply isn't delivering solutions to today's problems, either at home or globally. And so, we are investing in trying to find those thinkers, social movements, institutions, which are going to seed that future world order as it emerges, the post-neoliberal order, to use the phrase some would. With our urgent capital, we're trying to kind of make sure that during this period of transition, people are not unnecessarily hurt. So we're doing a lot on debt at the moment because there are a couple of dozen potential sovereign debt crises ahead of us. And left to their own devices, the officials who write those debt restructuring deals leave the burden of the adjustment on the shoulders of the poor, to pick up points we've just heard. And so, trying to kind of improve those deals to offer governments the advisors they want, to add ambition to what they demand of the institutions in Washington, and at the same time pressing the institutions in Washington to be more progressive, more enlightened in how they think about this restructuring, is the kind of, if you like, interim thing we're doing. I use a development example. I could have equally used examples from many other areas of the sort of human rights and democracy frame that we look at. So, in sum, as a foundation head, I view a foundation as being able to be a risk taker, an early mover, a patient mover when it takes it. So we either move fast or we move patiently and long term, because we don't have the pressures that commercial or governmental organizations have to produce results tomorrow or before the next election. And nor do we have, and we can take risks that those institutions can't take because they've got shareholders or voters who won't forgive them. I've got a very tolerant donor who does forgive me, usually. And so, I think, we've got to find our different places where our different advantages lie going forward.
Thank you for that. Chetna, I'm going to give you the last word. So I'm going to go to Dr. Kaparuka, Donald. You've made this, so we're all different sectors here. You made the switch from finance minister to Africa Development Bank to Global Fund. Give us a leadership lesson or two that we should also be thinking about as we make these transitions and prioritize.
Well, it's good you're giving Chita the last word, because I think she'll have the answer for that. No, so what I've learned that resources are important. And I think the world today does not lack resources. Larry Summers has told us many times that as the global north ages, the rate of savings increase. This is what happens. In Japan, even at negative interest rates, you have increased savings. And that will happen because of the demographics. But then you have South Asia, and Africa, where there's opposite happening. This is where the development will come from. Now, how we intermediate the increased rate of savings in the North and the need for savings and investment in the global South is the biggest challenge of our time in terms of capital flows. The problem is we don't have tools and mechanisms to do just that, because pensioners in the North are looking for ways in which their savings could be used productively for impact, but also for a return. People in South Asia and Africa are struggling to get resources, and hence you have this crisis on debt. Now, these demographic shifts are real, and they are permanent. So we need to get now the new leadership of the World Bank, the new leadership of these institutions, to figure out mechanisms, not simply through capital markets, maybe foundations like yours, philanthropy, how we intermediate this issue, which I think is the existential issue for the future. Look at how, I'm just speaking the case of Japan. The former governor of Bank of Japan was a colleague of mine, who was leader of the Asian Development Bank. He did great things with Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in trying to push back consumption in Japan. It has taken a long time, okay? That is going to happen in Europe. So I think what we need in terms of capital intermediation is that mechanism. Number two, and this last, is about digital. Now, COVID has done damage to our foundations, but has accelerated some processes. Children in many parts of the world had to learn at home using digital. Now, think of the millions who did not have access to internet. How were they learning? And so we need now to figure out how we ensure that inclusive growth, all right, takes place in the digital world using technology which is available to all of us. For me, I think if we could find intermediation for capital flows between the aging societies, the young societies, and then equal access to digital, we could make a dent on inclusive growth in meaningful ways.
That's a perfect segue to you, Chetna. So last word to you.
So as you mentioned about the digital, and as you mentioned, Sir Mark, about the capital, I would say that, you know, when you invest in women, and particularly women who are working day and night, and as we did together about, you know, supporting women entrepreneurs, what we saw was that when we were thinking that we will impact 1 million women entrepreneur, first generation women entrepreneur, by 25. But by taking loans, doing digital transaction, doing e-commerce, these women, in 23, we are celebrating 1 million women entrepreneur, 23. And it's patient capital, of course. It's investment with dignity, yes, but it is a courage of our women. And you know what our women say? That if courage and capital comes together, today we are coming to 1 million women entrepreneurs, but now our women are talking about building the 500,000 brands. So women think, and the lessons I learned from them is, again, I would say another, that they always say that our courage is the capital. And I would say that their courage is our capital, right? Inclusive growth. Right? Thank you.
We have to leave it there. Courage and capital. Thank you, Donald Kaberuka, Chetna Sinha, Sir Mark Malloch Brown. Thank you.
Round of applause for, once again, for what I thought was an incredible panel. Incredible panel. Development with dignity, and don't give poor people poor solutions to their problems, man. Powerful, powerful words. You know, I think we need to use these words to spark us and energize us and take them and move them into action. It's not just about sitting here and listening. It has to turn into action afterwards. So let's move from one group of remarkable people to another. The Earthshot Prize searches for extraordinary solutions to the world's greatest environmental challenges. Now we'll get to hear from Soulshare Director and 2021 Earthshot finalist Urshrat Waris. Urshrat built the world's first peer-to-peer energy exchange network in Bangladesh, which is a country that I'm familiar with. I spent some time there making a climate change documentary, and a country of extraordinary people who've been facing decades and decades of issues when it comes to climate change, and who've come out time and time again with loads and loads of innovative solutions. So I'm really, really excited to hear from Urshrat Waris. Welcome.
So, imagine a world where access to power is a privilege, where a third of the population have electricity and the economy is struggling. That's the Bangladesh I grew up in the 90s. Fast forward to today, 99% of the Bangladeshis have electricity that's fueling an unprecedented economic growth. But it comes with a price. Our power systems are heavily carbonized, it's overburdened, and the electricity price is increasing. Last October, we had one of our biggest blackouts in nearly a decade that affected almost 60% of our population. For Bangladesh to sustain its growth and to secure a brighter future, it needs to decarbonize and secure its energy systems. But this requires new thinking, and that's where we come in. We are Soulshare, and we've created a game-changing technology. Now, I'm going to tell you something funny. I'm going to see a lot of quizzical looks right now. We are home to 2.5 million electric vehicles. That got a lot of people to stand up. Let me show you what these electric vehicles look like. These are battery-operated electric three-wheelers, and they serve as the transportation backbone of the country. But these vehicles are energy hungry. And as more and more come onto our roads, there's an ever-looming threat of what's going to happen to our energy system. People fear blackouts, people fear power outages. Our solution leverages these vehicles and upgrades the batteries to not only drive the EV revolution that we're seeing, but to actually lay the foundation so that we have flexible energy storage that eases the clean energy transition. I feel like I'm saying a lot of words over here that might, but the innovation over here is that we are going to be we're transforming households, businesses, charging stations that have solar panels on their roof, batteries in their homes, into a virtual power plant. What this means is that any person in Bangladesh can now inject clean energy into the grid, but at the same time contribute towards stabilizing the grid. With more EVs on the road than Tesla sold globally, Bangladesh is the ideal place for us to make a significant impact. Now, I want to introduce you to Delwar. Delwar is one of our customers and one of the millions of electric rickshaw drivers in the country. His biggest problem is that his battery would break down every 6 to 12 months. And that would put him into a cycle of constant debt. And these are not low interest debt, they're very expensive. Where we've come in, we've upgraded his vehicle and many others with our smart lithium-ion batteries. And these batteries have remote control. I mean, that is our patent technology over here. And this patent technology brings about a couple of interesting benefits. The banks love it because now they can provide asset-backed loans because they have control over that asset. No one can run away with this. If they do, they can stop it and find it. For the charging station owner, the person in the purple Punjabi, for him, these batteries are 50% more efficient. So that means his operational cost has gone down significantly. And for the drivers, they're able to do a lot more rides than before. But the innovation doesn't stop there. We have seen that when these batteries, these rickshaws are coming back to the garages, they have about 20 to 30% of charge left inside of them. And we are aggregating this power to push it into the grid at a time when the grid is at its weakest. Come 9 p.m., 10 p.m., everyone's come home, turning on their lights, fan, TVs. There's so much demand on the grid. These can be aggregated up at that time when the grid is at its weakest to support the grid. And we believe that with the 2.5 million rickshaws, that's 2.5 million batteries across the country, we can buffer for 20% of the national grid during peak hours. Think about that. Now, as a climate tech investment opportunity in Bangladesh, Solskjaer really stands out. And if you are serious about investing in a company that is making a tangible difference in the fight against climate while ensuring inclusive growth, we are your best bet. Join us as we transform Bangladesh to a pathway of a new sustainable energy era and transform the lives of millions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrat. I echo so much of what Shrat said. You know, Bangladesh is a country that has been dealing with climate change, as I mentioned before, for so many decades. So when people from that country, when they talk, I think we need to listen because they are a bellwether. What they do is going to teach us so many lessons for the future. So once again, thank you, Shrat. Now that we've been inspired by Shrat's critical energy work, let's dive deeper to take a look or take stock of our progress on the Paris Agreement. From climate finance to the role of multilateral development banks and the private sector, we'll take the temperature of the work ahead before the climate summit later this year. Now, please welcome our moderator, Rachel Kite, Dean of the Fletcher School of Tufts University. Rachel.
So, I used to come to this theatre all the time. It's lovely to be on the stage looking back at all of you. Here's the wonderful panel. I've been joined by the Minister of Tourism of Jamaica, Minister Bartlett, by Afsane Beshlos, who's the CEO of Rock Creek and has worked inside the system and outside the system and is financial guru par excellence. Also by the new guy, the new president of the Inter-American Development Bank, Ilan Golfin. Really lovely for you to be here. I know how busy it is. And last but by no means least, the Director General of COP28, working for Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, Majid Al-Suyali. So thank you very much all for coming. So here we are in the middle of a climate crisis, also in the middle of some pretty murky projections of economic growth around the world from the IMF this week. A number of countries in debt distress, even more sort of teetering on the edge. You know, banking crisis, la, 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 la. You know, lots of expectations back in the day when the Paris Agreement was signed. You know, perhaps not realizing that we would prevaricate as much as we have and leave ourselves with this extraordinary need for urgent climate action at a time when the global economy is really sort of beginning to strain. And of course, we've got some geopolitics as well. So I'm going to come first of all to you, sir, in the hot seat, new job, not a new mission. How do you think about how to steward, especially the region that you're working in service of, when you've got a climate crisis and when you've got sort of a patchy economic outlook? How do you think about how we move forward?
Well, it's not. I don't think it's easy. As you said, we have structural problems, climate change, but also very specific issues that are happening now. Cost of capital going up, poverty going up after the pandemic. So I think we need to be very, very careful and very focused on what we're doing. And the answer to you is that we need to have two elements. One, be able to scale what we do. Second, to be able to be effective on what we do. And in effectiveness, we need to be concentrated now on implementation. We have been talking, and there are a lot of conferences and a lot of goodwill, But at the end of the day, we need to realize and focus on what is really successful, what is really making a difference, and what is not really having a difference. In terms of scale, we need to prioritize. If we want to do everything, and there are a lot of things we need to do, but if we want to do everything, we will not be able to do anything. So let's just concentrate on 2 or 3 things that we really want to do first. Now, we need to partner with everybody. What does it mean? There's no competition between MDBs. Oh, this is my project, that's your project. Even if we sum all the resources we have, it will not be enough to finance just climate. Imagine all the other things. Second, public resources will not be enough. So we need to somehow provide the incentives for the private sector to come together. That means the buzzword is de-risking, but at the end of the day, you're not de-risking really. You're just smartly shifting risk from private to public in several dimensions so that the private sector can come and take the risk and can multiply that. So private sector with public, between MDBs, and within the group, like in the IDB, we have the public IDB, but we also have the Bid Invest, which is the private. And we also have the Bid Lab, which takes even more risk, equity risk. So we need to somehow coordinate so that to scale, focus, and then be effective. And last but not least, effective does not mean just us here in DC and the multilateral. Effectiveness and implementation is crucial in the countries. Sometimes we do the best we can, but at the end of the day, we don't have the execution capacity there, the implementation. So we need to care that we provide technical assistance, that we are there and make sure that there is the capacity to implement everything that we're planning here.
So I'm going to pivot to you, Afsan. I mean, look, you're no stranger to these spring meetings, inside and outside, and you're no stranger to the calls for we need to do more, faster. But here we are at a global inclusive growth summit with a climate emergency, and there's been lots of discussion in the last few years about we need to go from billions to trillions, and then there's the reality of what's going on in the markets and in the world. I mean, how do you think we need to be focusing in order that sort of actions speak as loud as the words do?
Lovely to be with you.
Lovely
and
to
see you and with everyone else. I think if we just take the total global bond markets, US, Europe, emerging markets, 300 plus trillion. Emerging markets, about 100 trillion of of debt. Just looking at debt markets, which is the sort of the biggest market there. And within that, half is China, half is everybody else, LATAM, et cetera, et cetera. So that's 50 billion plus, right? That trillion in emerging market debt. What is happening today? I'll talk about the negative and I'll talk about the positive. The negative is flows into emerging markets are going down. Private sector flows are going down. If you look at the debt ownership of the local markets, because the majority of this debt, by the way, is not sovereign. It is local. Less than 16% is now foreign. It used to be much, much bigger share. So that is the environment we're going in with the higher interest rates, as you said, with all the things, the background you gave on the global economy. So what does that mean? We are all seeing the numbers, trillions to, billions to trillions, and we've all been to those conferences. I think my take on all of this is we should be, and instead of going from trillions to going to trillions, as we were saying earlier together before we started, we've gone really from billions to millions. So let's start with being very specific, as you said. Let's get to implementation. What can countries actually absorb? What can the MDBs do? What can all the technical experts on renewable energy and clean energy and climate do? There are so few of them in the whole world. So even if we got those trillions that everyone's talking about, they would not get absorbed. So let's get realistic. And I think on the positive side of all of this is that as we speak, I happen to have my offices not too far from this zip code where we're sitting together. We're doing so much on working with startups in Africa. I think in the last year, we've only done close to 86 investments with startups in Africa, more than 30 or 40 in LATAM, and so on and so forth. And of course, a lot in US and Europe. The point I'm making is there is a young generation in emerging markets that is starting these companies all across. Asia, of course, is huge. Middle East, also large. So in the Caribbean islands, there's a very, very vibrant group of young people. Work with them. The MDBs are going to be very important, but let's say World Bank lending, what was it, about 30, 40 billion last year, and then how much of that actually gets dispersed? And how long does it take to get a loan from the World Bank? Average 7 years. And I'm sure you'll change that at...
Much less at the IDB.
Good. So you and Ajay, I think, are the dynamic duo who are going to change this and change it so that when the minister wants a loan, it will take him 6 months to a year, not 1 year to 7 years. So I think, as you said, let's concentrate on a few topics. Let's concentrate and work together and with what is going in COP. And I think, to be honest, the last few COP meetings from a private sector point have been very disappointing.
Yeah.
If we want to be real, we need for COP to be real. There's more happening outside of COP right now than inside, and I'm sure you'll change that at the UAE this time.
All right, so you've got this picture of we're going from billions to millions, not billions to trillions. Lots of hyperventilating rhetoric about the trillions, and it's really, really difficult to get the money to where it's needed. And some of the MDBs are a tad on the slow side. So we're beginning to build up a picture. And here you are, Minister, at the pointy end of the climate impacts that you didn't cause, that we caused. You're having to cope with that. So how do you want the international financial system? How can we help you build the resilience that you need?
Well, first of all, I think we have to do what our friend, the president of the IDB said, identify what can be done. Mm-hmm. We search around there many things. So for us, small, developing and underdeveloped countries, it's about capacity building. It's about enabling us to be able to be resilient. And we concentrate on the fact that Anthropocene Earth will have disruptions. That's what we are about. How to manage them, firstly, how to identify them. So we need capacity to be able to foretell, to understand disruptions, to be able to track disruptions when they come in, to mitigate against disruptions, to be able to manage disruptions when they hit us, and then to recover, but to recover quickly, and then to thrive. So those 5 key steps, which I believe if we move into an investment phase where we really want to make a difference quickly, we look at how do we enable capacity building. The COVID experience has resulted in that period of entrepause when we did nothing. It had its value, but it also created a negative now that we're into what we call the entrepause, when there's activity again. The result, of course, is that it has created a demand, a huge demand, the supplies of which does not exist. And perhaps the first and major disruptions that have resulted from this is the human capital disruptions. And so, number 1, training and retraining. My industry, tourism, for example, we lost 72 million people. 18 million came back. So what you have out there is the historic reality of the institutional capacity of tourism in the field. And then we have to deal with what the PC, post-COVID period, the new PC, and what the PC is asking of us. It's a new skill set that is now required. In my industry, for example, the Internet of Things is going to play a huge role in the services and also in the experiences. So how do we get small countries that are highly tourism dependent, like us in the Caribbean, And just by way of information, we're the most tourism dependent region on Earth. But we're hugely vulnerable. We're vulnerable to seismic issues, events, as we call it, weather events. We have issues with pandemics and epidemics and little terrorism, not too much, thank God. But economic resilience is a big issue for us. And then, of course, we have to contend with enabling a social stability within our space that is affected by the fact that we have not been able to recover and recover well. So the issue then before us, as we move forward and as we talk with our IDB friends and our multilateral partners, is bring to us a commitment for resource building within our space. And let's start with human capital.
So that's where the resilience is going to come from. Invest in the industries where people can be employed, and then...
Absolutely. Ideas, ideas, ideas. We need investment in ideas. That's the power to create innovation and to be creative and to add value. And I want to leave you on that, because that's what we need, to add value.
President COP28. So so people misunderstand the role. So I mean, obviously the UAE has its contribution, it's nationally determined. But as the president of COP28, your job is to bring the world together and to get the world to agree, and hopefully the world to agree with something that is in line with the ambition that the world needs, right? So lots of commentary about what you should be doing. I'm sure you get a memo a day from some stakeholder on what the top priorities are. How do you try to bring the world together around the need for resilience, but also the need to cut emissions at the same time, and with finance running through it, right? That's the golden thread.
Yeah. Well, first, Rachel, thank you for having me. As you said, and rightly, our role as presidency is to catalyze the discussion that is going to lead to real results. And, you know, we are fortunate that we are hosting COP28, which will be the first global stocktake after the Paris Climate Agreement. And we all rightly celebrated that outcome in Paris, but we can't say today that we're on track to achieving the goals of Paris by 2030. And the first global stocktake, we already know, is going to show we're off track. And so what that means is that we need to really look at how are we going to get back on track. And we can't have what we've seen. We've seen a lot of great work from COPs and progress over time, but the time of incremental improvement has passed us. And now we need to get to step changes. We need to get to the real big differences that are going to make the change that get us to achieving what is our fundamental goal, is keeping global temperature under 1.5 degrees. We can't lose sight of that sort of fundamental goal. And yes, we as the UAE have taken a leadership, and you know the many investments that we've made in renewable energy, the transformation that's happening in our economy, how we're diversifying, the commitment that we have to it. And that's why we wanted to be part of this discussion. But we need partners to help us to deliver that. And we need everybody to come to the table. We need the private sector, we need governments, we need civil society, we need NGOs. So we need to have that fully inclusive process that's going to deliver the results that we need to get. And what are those that we need to do? On mitigation, we need to reduce emissions by 43%. That's not a small target. And we need to do that quickly because we're 7 years away from 2030. So any major plan or investment or policy is going to make a difference to achieving that goal has to happen now. It has to happen at COP28 because we know any big project takes about 5 years to deliver on, right? So if we're going to change those trajectories, we need to decide it now, and we need to get serious about how we're doing that. We also know that we're in a world where adaptation is not something that is an idea. It's a fact of what we need to do, unfortunately, today, because we haven't taken that action that we need to do. And we see increasing changes in weather patterns. When we look at water scarcity, food security issues, we need to think about what are we doing to get to help those vulnerable communities, those nations that contributed the least to the problem but are affected the most. And we need to come up with solutions for them quickly. And by the way, that can have benefits for all of us, and that can have co-benefits. We love to talk about mangroves because we have mangroves in our country. I learned a lesson when I started that mangroves will sequester 4 times as much carbon as a rainforest will. So there's a co-benefit there of adaptation because it protects our coastline from rising sea level. It has a benefit of mitigation, but it also has a benefit of improving biodiversity, health, all of these things. Let's look for these solutions that help us to really scale up and speed up. And then we have this outcome from Egypt of loss and damage. We need to determine how this is going to be operationalized and operationalized quickly, because those vulnerable communities that are affected by climate change are being affected now, and we need to respond quickly to that. And this process has to deliver for them first, right? For the poorest and most vulnerable communities. And you rightly laid it out. Underpinning all of that is finance. And the promises that were made in Paris to deliver 100 billion that haven't materialized, we need to be honest about where that finance is coming, and then need to be honest about what finances we need. We need to get to 2 trillion plus of finance that is going to make this change that we all want to see. By the way, none of us are arguing about whether we want to do this, right?
It's just how.
It's just the how, and how are we going to get to that finance? And I would love to, our leadership, and our COP president is, as you know, a CEO. He challenged me when I started, what were our success factors as a diplomat. It was the first time somebody asked me what the success factors were, what were our KPIs to achieve them, and how are we going to get there and get there faster? Because for him, he wants to do all projects under budget and on time, right? So he's clear that December 12th, he's done, right? Which is very unusual for COPs if you've ever been to them. But the key being is that he's results oriented, and our leadership has been very clear about that we need to be results oriented, that we have gone from a time of negotiating political outcomes to a time of delivering results because the community wants it, young people want it, and we need to show those results to achieve the goal, which is that 1.5 degrees.
All right, let's just put a pin on that. We've got very little time left. I'm giving notice to the three of you that you've got like a one set. You all said that we need to prioritize. So I'm going to come back to you and ask you what one of your priorities would be. But there's a friendly gorilla in the middle of the room, Masjid. So I'm going to have to ask. So one of the things that didn't get agreed in Egypt was some kind of recognition that we have to actually curb the exploitation of where many of these emissions come from. So fossil fuels. So is having a COP in a country that has become a very effective low-cost producer of fossil fuels. Will you be able to bring the world together around that issue, do you think?
I am 100% confident that we can. We have shown leadership on this. As you know, we're the largest investor in renewable energy globally. We want to be part of that story, to that transition to that new economy that we want to be on. But we need to have practical conversations about this. We can't switch off the energy system we have today before we've built the energy system that we want to get to. Yep. And so what does that just transition look like? What are the pathways that give investors clarity so they can feel confident, so that we can crowd in the private sector and we can create the opportunity for the private sector? What are these pathways? And that's why the conversations that are happening here are so important. And how do we deal with the demand side and the supply side? And so, because fundamentally, this has to be a story about development. And we believe that climate action and development are two sides of the same coin. And so how do we make sure that we create the incentives and the opportunity for this new economy? Because don't forget, this is a $2 trillion new economy, a potential. We look at it as a challenge, oh, we've got to come up with $2 trillion. Maybe if we think about it as, hey, this is a new economy that we could all be part of, then maybe we'll be much more successful at addressing the things that you're asking about.
Fantastic. What's the one thing we should prioritize on?
Ideas. Invest in ideas. And that's the future of the world. So get my young people together. get them in the colleges, the university. In fact, start at 2 to 5 years, and then straight up the line. Invest in ideas.
And he's been very modest. He's got a whole bunch of ideas about how to make your next tourism trip to Jamaica something that is an investment in the young people of Jamaica. So look him up online and you'll see some really great ideas there. And
I am kind of building on the minister in the sense that I think innovation and technology and the new generative AI are going to be our friends if we use them appropriately. Absolutely. And use them with the financial resources appropriately. And let's not forget, the biggest financial resources in the private sector are among the biggest capital allocators, UAE being one, the big sovereign funds, of course, but also the oil companies. They have the know-how, they have the engineers, and they have generated unbelievable profit that could also be part of this. So you have a huge amount of resources to tap today.
yeah, there's plenty of money in the world. It's just misallocated at the moment. Absolutely. Ilan.
Implementation and execution. Execution to build on the ideas, to have projects. Implementation is, we have talked too much. Now let's get business and get things done. And that's easier to say than do, but we need to get to this part.
So we're sitting in Washington, D.C., the historic home of the Bretton Woods institutions. They've got something to do to twist themselves around to become facilitators of millions to billions to trillions. But really, this is about really good, high-quality jobs for people who've got data science skills and who know where they can take a digital economy in service of a low carbon economy, and that is actually an answer for a lot of young people who are in countries all around the world a very long way away from here. You've heard 4 perspectives. We've got a COP president, a head of an MDB, somebody who's done it on the inside, on the outside, and is investing in young people, and somebody who needs more of our investment. Please give them a round of applause.
Quick break right now. If you're a fan of science fiction and fantasy, you know that at the end of the second episode of the trilogy, you're supposed to be wondering, are the heroes ever going to make it out of this situation? So stay tuned for the last installment. We're going to ask you to do this break in this room. It's just a quick stretch break. We don't want to wander away too far because we're going to start the next session promptly at 2. Find a friend, stretch a little bit, see you back at 2.
Friends and colleagues, please take your seats. Our program will begin in a few seconds. Once again, please take your seats. Our program will begin in just a few seconds.
Everybody, please take your seats. Please take your seats. How are we all doing? We all doing good? Nice, nice. Well, thank you for your prompt return. Things are going to get even better because the next group of people we're going to have on stage are our Spark awardees. And these people have been doing amazing things in their communities. So can you give them their flag, make some noise and clap hard? So welcome onto the stage our amazing Spark Grant awardees. So let's have Olusoji Apampa. Come on. Hasina Kabir. And Lillian Singh. First of all, well done for all the amazing work that you're all doing in your communities. It's such appreciated and really, really important work. Let's start with you, Olusoji, first.
Thank you.
So you hail from my country of birth, Nigeria. Noao. So, tell us about some of the stuff you're doing, because I understand you're fighting every day to combat the rampant corruption at seaports in Nigeria. So, first of all, what are a couple of your high priorities of focus for the Convention on Business of Integrity this year?
Well, basically, it's to continue to make sure that people are free from want and need, and so we want to keep trade flowing, and we've made some changes that we want the government to consolidate this year, and we want to take some of the successes in Nigeria and replicate them throughout West Africa. Those are the priorities for this year, but it means that in Nigeria, compliance with doing things right, doing the right things from government is what we're trying to see. And in the rest of West Africa, what we're trying to see is them also having standard operating procedures for when vessels call, having a grievance reporting mechanism so private sector can report when there's corruption, and also some consequence management so there can be proper redress when things are not going right.
Thank you, Olusoji. Let me turn now to Hasina. I was shocked to learn recently that 24.9 million victims of human trafficking represent 150 billion a year global industry. And that is so shocking. What are a couple of the high priorities of focus for Impulse NGO Network this year?
Impulse NGO Network, the heart and soul is the Impulse model. And the priority for us is to look at unsafe migration, which has been one of the biggest challenge that leads to human trafficking, and focusing more on the issue of climate change, disaster management, where we get people who are displaced from Myanmar to participate as climate change makers, rather than just be refugees in a country where the vulnerability is increasing. So food security, food plantation has been the major focus so that they will live a life of dignity, and the support as climate ambassadors will come from people who are migrating unsafely.
Thank you for your great work, Hasina. Lillian, I read that you've dedicated your career to challenging systemic inequality using racial equity as your guiding North Star. Tell us, Lillian, what are a couple of your high priorities of focus for enterprising ventures of color this year?
Thank you. I'll start with just saying that my life is a testament of public-private partnerships working at its best.
I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, and because of the public-private sector, I'm working to really create on-ramps. I am now effectively engaged in this inclusive economy. So Enterprise and Ventures of Color is really focused on building a pipeline of nonprofit organizations on the ground to effectively engage with corporations and foundations, because they're not charity, they're actual equal partners to actually address the complex challenges that we're all solving for and we talked about today, from climate change, unemployment, affordable housing, education. So the work that I do on the ground is centering nonprofit leaders who are proximal, because they live in those communities, to address the solutions that we all want to see happen.
Incredible, incredible. I mean, all of you are doing such a vast, wide range of work. Can you tell me, each of you, we'll start with you, Olusoji, what do you need to take your work to the next level, briefly?
Basically, it's partnerships, getting governments to work with the private sector and to work with civil society. It's collective action. So it's the stakeholder engagements that make that happen. That's really what we need to keep things moving.
Thank you. Hasina?
I think the Impulse model has worked on a shared leadership in Southeast Asia. The global partnership that I would seek would be that we would need more private sectors and businesses to come in and have collaboration to see that their participation on climate change that actually is supporting people who are migrating and distressed, and look at their economic upliftment so that people who are in a situation that are vulnerable to human trafficking can be supported through economic livelihood opportunities, which is also going to be people who are going to protect the entire environment in the Southeast Asia belt where I'm working.
It makes so much sense, you know, when you say it like that. But thank you, Hasina. And Lillian, to take it to the next level.
We heard it today from Mayor Ruffin. We need to continue our commitment to racial equity funding in communities of color across the United States, and commit to building the infrastructure so that the work that I've been doing, the continuation of like 15 years now, we can move to the next chapter of solving something differently.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll agree that these are fantastic people doing incredible work. So could you give them once more a massive round of applause? Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
All right, so you are all in your own different ways change makers, and I'm convinced that each of you have a story that is powerful, and you are looking for somebody else in this room that can help make that story have even more impact. So I hope that you're taking a good opportunity to get ready to think in the next break, the short break that we give you, to imagine who you would like to have that conversation with. We are going to be welcoming to the stage next a social entrepreneur who is revolutionizing the way that we use climate and agricultural data to change the way that our ag system works using artificial intelligence. So please join me. Sarah Manker is the CEO of Grow Intelligence, and President and Editor-in-Chief of DevEx, Raj Kumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be with all of you. I'm really looking forward to this session because we had, for this Global Inclusive Growth Summit, a series of dinners a couple of nights ago, and the one I was at was featuring Sam Cass, who is a former White House chef during the Obama administration and a food investor and activist, and he hosts a dinner he calls the Dinner of Extinction, in which as you're eating, he's telling you about the items you're eating that will no longer exist as the climate shifts. And I literally, as I was having this meal, I was thinking, I gotta talk to Sarah Menker. Because there really is nobody else who is at the forefront of these two important trends that are happening at the same time. One is what's happening to our food systems, what's happening to agriculture, how quickly it's shifting with the climate. And the other is what's going on in artificial intelligence. And you are right there at the nexus of those two things. You created a really powerful and important company, Grow Intelligence, which is using AI to predict what's gonna happen to food, and farmers and agriculture companies and NGOs and development agencies are using it all over the world. So I just want to start with this moment we're in, because we're talking AI a lot today on this stage. What is going to happen? Where are we? What is Grow Intelligence doing in this moment of AI shifting so rapidly while we need it in particular for understanding what's going on with food systems?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I did not start the company for it to be an AI company. AI became a mechanism to solve a set of problems, and I think that's an important way to sort of set context on where we are as a world today, which is a lot of the conversations we're having on OpenAI or DeepMind, ChatGPT is probably everybody plays around with it, is this idea of horizontal AI. It's sort of general sort of knowledge. However, we've learned that it's not truthful, it's not fact-based. It doesn't really know how to answer 2 + 2 as a simple sort of set of questions, or doesn't know how to predict the future. What we are is a vertical AI company, which is we know a set of domains really, really, really well. And so everything is about sort of the fact, the right number. So in a world where, because an AI is only as good as the data is sort of trained on. Right, garbage in, garbage out.
And you need to be able to tell a minister or a company, this is what's going to happen to rainfall in East Africa next week or next month.
Or 20 years from now. And that sort of combination of how do you use what's in that sort of knowledge domain. So in our world, it started as an agricultural company, and climate became a mechanism to understand our food system. So the goal originally was, how do we fix systems we don't understand? That didn't make sense to me. So it was like, create a product that understands the system. I didn't realize how difficult it would be because agriculture sits at the nexus of essentially like ecological preservation and economic growth. So on one side, when you think of agricultural data, you're not thinking about environmental, soil, climate data, et cetera. Originally, I was just thinking, you get supply data, you get demand data, you're good.
All right, you're a former commodities trader,
Yes.
so you were thinking, hey, this is a market.
We're good. But no, because all the components that drive the supply side are biological and process, and all the things that drive the demand side are economic in process. And so the platform ended up being very rich in terms of the types of data sets we take in to understand this one specific sort of segment, but it's such a complex real world system that it opens your eyes into sort of the way that the world works, right? And so I would say we fell into AI as opposed to me saying like we are starting an AI company, right? We started with we want to solve a set of problems, and AI was a tool.
So how good is your AI now? What can you tell us?
I think it depends on what question you're asking, right? Again, we take data today from over 170,000 sources, data sets that we harmonize. We have to redefine them to make the definitions the same. We have to translate them because most of the data doesn't come in English, and some of it is images. You have to change images into numbers. And then you take that data, and the first thing that so you use AI in that level to organize it. Then you use it in another level. So there you're not creating truth, you're just organizing. Then the next is creating data out of those data sets for regions that don't have it, because there's lots of data gaps. So you can take all the data in the world, but there's going to be countries that never report which fields are growing what crop. So you need to develop crop classification algorithms that say, I know what a field of corn looks like, or wheat looks like, or rice looks like, et cetera, that then sets the basis for now I want to predict the future on what it is. So there's sort of multiple layers. So there's AI that's used in generating new data, and then there's AI that's used in predicting and forecasting things like yield or production or demand. And there we have over 2 million models today in the system that predict everything from the supply of winter wheat in the US to the supply of corn in China or the demand of pork in China. There's 2 million combinations of these models, and all of them, the one thing I always say about sort of making forecasts is it's a forecast. It comes with a confidence interval.
Sure.
And depending on how good the data you've put in the system is, that confidence interval is tighter or wider. So, we're really, really good at forecasting in the US because it's a really data-rich region. So that's why we started with our forecasting models being in regions like the US where you can validate. And then you move to regions like South America where the data's not as rich. It's actually pretty good, but the systems are so advanced that again, you can sort of validate faster. Then you start to move to regions like Russia or Ukraine or India or Sub-Saharan Africa, which has really been our last frontier. There, the error rates are wide, but we're working on sort of making them tighter and tighter. So in the US, we're typically looking at trying to predict 6 months 8 months in advance of final USDA numbers.
With what level of accuracy?
In the US, we're within 1%, right? So we're like between, depending on the year, anywhere between 97 to 99% accurate. But that much sooner. In other regions, our accuracy rate might be closer to, say, like 94 to 96%, but you're getting it 12 to 24 months in advance of when the governments actually release anything. And so it just...
So I can imagine people on Wall Street using this, right, to say what's going to happen to prices of various agricultural products. I can imagine big agri businesses using it to make their plans. But there's a food crisis in the world, right? The fertilizer prices are really high, in part because of Russia's war in Ukraine. You're here at the World Bank and IMF spring meetings. Is the international community using this to say, hey, this is what's going on with fertilizer prices, this is what's going on with rainfall, let's, as a result, adjust our bilateral aid or our World Bank loan portfolio? Or are you seeing any activity given we have this predictive capability now?
You know, one thing that's been at the center of the way we built this company is to make knowledge inclusive, right? To make sure that we're not actually making it more accessible to just a few traders in the world, and that's that. I was a trader. If I wanted that, I would have started a hedge fund powered by data, and that life would have been easy. But what we're trying to do is make this sort of knowledge that we've developed inclusive. That means actually making sure that we're working with public institutions and governments, big governments and small ones. We've had to innovate business models to be able to figure out as a business, how do you do it? It has not been easy. In the early days, it was also very difficult because, you know, in the finance world, people want to hold on to information because that's power. And so the question used to be, you know, you share a lot of data out there, so like, what alpha am I going to get out of this? Like, do I get to make money off of this if everybody has it? And then on the public sector, the conversation was, how can I trust you if you're working with big, bad, evil corporates and hedge funds, right? So we were in like a losing situation where sort of you have these opposing sides. And we sort of worked really hard to build that gap by just continuously just being right year after year, building more models, being very transparent about how we were building our models. We're very different from most companies in that way. We actually make our methodology accessible to people we work with. It's not a black box. That's really important because, like I said, predictions are predictions. They're, one is only as good as the data that comes in, but two, they come with a confidence interval and they can change. And they do change over time. And so I would say it was only really at the beginning of last year that we really stepped into the public sector world in a really big way. And it really happened because of the Russia-Ukraine war. And there was a dearth of data and a series of crises, and food security became a national security matter. And a lot of governments were not in a place where those questions could be answered. And so we stepped up really as a company to work with multiple governments, work with the likes of the Gates and the Rockefeller Foundation in developing public goods, and sort of driving resources and helping identify which are the big levers that exist to alleviate some of the pain, right? Like the Black Sea Grain Initiative was no easy feat. But that was about sort of targeted intervention, right? So when you have limited resources, how do you sort of make use of that? So I would say in the past year we have, and at the bank meetings and IMF meetings this week, the sort of big conversation we've been driving is around now the confluence of food security and debt. And the reason this is a really important conversation to have right now, and sort of where our data comes in handy in this idea of economic plus all, you know, everything else, is when you talk about inflation, I mean, US inflation is coming off. And by the way, it will come off a lot more in the next 6 months, not just because of interest rate policies, but because inflation is defined as a year-on-year change. So if it was really bad last year and it's a lot better now, it just looks a lot better.
And if you think these numbers are really bad, look what it's like in many other parts of the world.
But the bigger thing is when you think about food inflation, the conversation today is still very much on a US dollar term basis. So because wheat prices are down 45% since last year, everybody's like, oh, the food crisis is over. Well, it's not. And the reason it's not is at that same time, most countries in the world had their currency significantly weakened against the US dollar. And so if you look at the price of wheat into Egypt, while US futures are down 45% year on year, in Egypt, the price is up wheat is up 41% year on year, and last year was an all-time high. And so now you have that plus record outstanding debt by emerging economies in a way where over the next 2 years, the big question is going to become, do you use the dollars you have to pay off your debt, or do you use the dollars to import food? Because most of the countries in that.
And you layer onto that the fertilizer challenge, which has not gone away either. And that's a lag effect because it takes time to produce the fertilizer, for prices to come down, people to have planting seasons. We just have 30 seconds left. So I want to ask you, given the revolution in generative AI, is there a future one day where a small scale farmer might talk into their phone to grow intelligence and get this kind of predictive analytics at that level? Is that where this is heading when you build your vertical AI, or where do you see this future?
The answer is yes. It's going to be, the next wave is going to be a world where the horizontal and the vertical come together, and really powerful products will be launched and built. I think the very big question that we're going to have to ask ourselves is, how are we intentional in making sure that this revolution actually doesn't create more inequality in the process? Because I think there's a real danger to that too. So the answer is yes, that's where we're headed, but it might not be for everybody. And so I think there's some big questions and conversations to have around that.
Well, I'm sure you can all see why I was looking forward to speaking with Sarah Menker. Please join me in giving her a round of applause.
Wow, that was so good, so fascinating. The democratization of knowledge and information, I think, is so important if we are going to achieve inclusive growth. And hearing some of that stuff from Sarah and Raj was absolutely fascinating. So now we're going to turn from protecting our planet to protecting financial systems. We're going to discuss how to build inclusive, dependable financial systems and services, especially relevant in the context of the current turmoil. So I'd like to invite Michelle Fleury, business correspondent and a reporter for BBC World News, to the stage to introduce our amazing speakers. Michelle, good to see you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. As you heard, we are just about to do this panel. Please, grab a seat. We wanted to talk about financial inclusion, in part because of the role it plays in reducing poverty and also boosting shared prosperity. I suspect I don't need to tell anyone in this audience, but the fact is the World Bank has identified it as an enabler of 7 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So it is crucially important, and yet we're here at a time when many people still remain unbanked, and there is also a trust issue, despite the fact that we're coming out of the COVID pandemic, and that actually has helped accelerate in some ways the sort of pace of technology development that we've seen. So the idea is, during this discussion, we're going to discuss whether a trusted financial ecosystem that includes everyone, whether that is actually possible, the role of technology in that, and together we will also explore what needs to be done across the public and private sector to make this progress achievable. And so with that, let me please introduce to you our distinguished panelists today. We've got Suman Berry. He is an economist, an academic who is vice chair of Niti Aayog, and also after many years at the World Bank, so very familiar territory, Washington, for you. He was also Shell's global chief economist. We also have Odile Renaud-Bassot, who is the president of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So thank you both for joining us. And you may have noticed we were meant to be joined by a third speaker, Fabio Kakaribu, but unfortunately he's been caught up, I think, in a meeting across town, so he will not be joining us. So we can dive straight in. I mentioned there that we have seen many people still unbanked despite the progress. I believe the number is about 1.4 billion adults remain unbanked. Suman, if I could start with you, what progress has been made and sort of where do we need to go next?
Well,
I am now heading this agency, Niti Aayog, which is the government's indicative planning arm. But I've been a development economist for many years, more years than I'd like to admit, starting as a young professional at the World Bank. And I think the first point I'd like to make, I don't think this represents, blinkers, is that in my early years as a development economist, we focused on what economists call the real economy, savings, investment, infrastructure. And there was a sense that finance would kind of take care of itself. So I would say that the notion that financial inclusion is central to the development process is maybe 20 years old. The second point I'd make is that this is not just a developing country issue, that payday lenders and unbanked households are as much an issue, not as much, but are an issue even in the rich world. So we're talking about something which is of significance even in the more in the richer world. The third point I'd make, but I'll come to this later, is that India's experience indicates really how quickly things can change. In a period of 8 years, we've gone from 35% to 80% of adults having bank accounts. So the session is this financial inclusions moment? And I hope that I, on the basis of the India experience, could indicate what has changed and why that's important for development and potentially even for more advanced economies.
So I'm hearing you say it's no longer an afterthought.
No.
But Adil, if I can bring you in here then, what are the challenges that sort of prevent it from moving faster, perhaps, than we're currently seeing?
I mean, I would like to start from a sort of broader perspective, which is it's important. I mean, and what we mean by financial inclusion, because financial inclusion, it's having access to bank account and so forth, but it's also having the capacity to get access to financing. And from our perspective, EBRD, which is a sort of bank MDB financing development and our focus is historically post-communist countries. So we were created when Berlin Wall fall, and in order to develop market economies, private sector, and so forth. And so our scope is not so much, and our lens is not so much, individual bank accounts for household and so forth, but also access to finance in order to develop business activity and so forth. And on that, I think we've made progress. I think this is part now of, there is a clear understanding that this is needed in order to have sustainable growth, because you need to, otherwise you have pockets of population who cannot, enter economic activity. But there are the obstacles maybe, are largely, partly or partly it's difficult to, but societal, vision of the role of women, the role of young people in society, their capacity to develop business activity and so forth. So it's not only technical, financial, technologic, but also a bit of, the vision of how the society should function.
So when you're thinking about this idea, then, it's not just about individuals having the right to access that formal sense of the banking system, but it's also small and medium enterprises and that kind of idea of payments.
Yes, absolutely, because it's the capacity to have access to credit, for example, because you can have a bank account but have limitation to have access to credit. If you want to develop your business, buy some raw materials, you cannot do it, and so forth. So, and that's why also it's very relevant. The question is not only relevant with the least developed countries, but also middle-income countries, emerging countries where you can have access to bank account, but a young woman would not be in a position to be able to develop its business, and it can be a very small business because there is no access to credit.
But yes, sorry.
No, I just, if I could, build upon what has been said. I think Odile is absolutely right that, firstly, as I said, we focused on the real economy. Then, including in my own country, the issue became one of providing credit. And there were all kinds of specialized credit lines that were created, often subsidized. And in our country, in my country, we went so far as to nationalize the banks because there was a feeling that the banks, when owned by private individuals, were too conservative and did not have the capacity to assess risk in rural economies and what have you. So that was, as it were, stage one. How do we get credit? I think what we've discovered now is that there are many other benefits. Firstly, we have this concept of the informal economy. And what we have discovered in India, and this was an insight that also came from Ananda de Soto of Peru, which is that what gets in the way of being able to provide credit is identity. And so informality is often associated with uncertainty about identity. And therefore, the Indian system has been very much built on digital identity. So that's been the game changer for us. But then you also have the fact that if you can reduce transactions costs, because banks, conventional banks tend to charge, I mean, that's how they make their money. So that then encourages transactions. It encourages people to establish, therefore, a credit record based on their payments. And this was something that the big Chinese platforms also discovered.
There's a lot to unpack there. You brought in the role of the private sector, the idea of trust when it comes to identity, and especially when you're talking about an informal sector. But I want to go back, probably at this point it might be helpful, to explain what did happen in India and how that is an example of sort of where financial inclusion has been working.
As I say, the original innovation was to realize that modern information technology could establish, it was a choice that identity could be a digital identity, okay? And so we now have gone from, 2008 to now, to a situation where 1.3 billion Indians have a digital identity.
But so how did policymakers lay the groundwork to help that develop?
Well, by agreeing within government. Well, lots of countries have had national identity cards, okay? But I think what was idiosyncratic in India was that a lot of the attributes like first name, last name, these are much more confused in an emerging economy than they would be in an advanced economy. And so the basis for unique identity ended up, particularly when people are illiterate, ended up being physical characteristics like fingerprints or retina scans. And the key, and I'm not a technologist, but the key technological breakthrough was to run databases of enormous scale to avoid, to what they call deduplicate, to make sure that when somebody presented their credentials, that this was actually the person who was associated with a particular digital identity. That then got around a huge number of barriers that were involved in setting up a bank account, because banking system all around the world have to have a so-called know your customer rule, and so the digital identity allowed the banks to accept that person X was indeed person X.
And that's how it allowed you to scale up.
That's right.
And sort of do it in such a big country.
That's right.
But maybe an important element, I mean, because we were specific, I mean, the specific challenges to identity, multiple identity, and so forth. But very often, what is extremely important is to have the regulatory framework, the legal framework in the country, in order first to acknowledge that digital identity will have value, digital signature can have also value, that you can do know your customer procedure through a digitalized process and so forth. So all this, to be able to be implemented, you need to have the right regulatory framework and the acknowledgement by the authorities that this is legitimate and can function. So that's a very important step, very often, to have this sort of legal architecture.
I mean, I think we keep dancing around it, but we're talking a lot here about trust and this idea of people having trust in a system, whether it's individuals, whether it's the counterparties involved. How do you get to that? Is it simply a question of regulation, or are there more steps involved to build trust? What does that look like?
I mean, the regulation is, I think, the basis for trust, because you need to be sure that this is legitimate and to have the guarantees in the process, for example, for the digital identity, that, okay, this is a paper which is confirmed and you can, so that's the basic for the trust. I think then you have another layer of trust which is more related to the technologies, the risk of hacking, cybersecurity, and so forth, which is also very important for the system to function with a trust.
Data protection, which we're talking about here in the United States with big tech companies, that issue of once you bring in technology, what do you do to protect it, that information?
Exactly. Data protection, privacy, and so forth, and also the fact that the system cannot be forced and cannot be misused, and so that's a very important element of trust. And then, in a way, what happened recently with SVB raised another issue, which is the impact, but we are moving a bit away from financial inclusion, which is technology and the digitalization, how it can also contribute to destabilize trust, because movement can be much quicker and so forth. So this is a sort of new developments we just saw a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this acceleration, the speed at which things can go south is much faster than perhaps historically. I mean, I wanted to ask you about this idea of trust, because right now, if you look, survey after survey shows people have low trust right now in government, they have low trust in the financial system, as demonstrated by the two bank failures you mentioned. I mean, how do you see it, Suman?
Well, I think we've learned since the Great Depression and now that trust in banks and the banking system is one of the most important public goods in any society, and the vast regulatory apparatus of supervisors, etc., exists to make people comfortable in keeping their money in banks. It wasn't always so. Okay. So I do believe that while there are a lot of add-ons, trust in the banking system is fundamental, because banks create money, and there are very sizable and complicated rules about liquidity management, this, that, and the other. And I would say what we've seen recently here is basically, in that sense, a sign that in an era of rising interest rates, people started to get nervous. But I want to differentiate that from, as it were, the issues of technology and financial inclusion, which at least in India ride on top of banks rather than so far substituting for banks. And there I think the trust issues, which are, are pretty important in a poor country, is do you trust the the intermediate technology. One of our great achievements in India is something called the Universal Payments Interface, which allows a mobile phone essentially to execute transactions, but always based on an underlying bank account. But you don't have to remember the details of the bank account number. You just need to know the correspondence mobile number, and most people know other people's mobile numbers.
So, I mean, we're talking there about what can be done to help ensure there is trust and that trust and this digitization can coexist. We haven't got anyone here from the private sector, so I'll sort of play that role, which is how do you gain the private sector's trust? I mean, obviously they are there to make a profit, so how do you persuade them that this is kind of a worthwhile enterprise for them to be engaged in, that there's something for them in it, to trust policymakers to work with them side by side?
Just quickly on that, we're speaking in the US, and so, but not everybody watching would be from the US. But when I got here, literally 50 years ago for graduate school, zip codes were still relatively new. But governments started gathering data based on zip codes, and now there's a giant data industry which uses public databases on zip codes for mortgages, this, that, and the other. So that is the model of public and private that I think India has followed, which is that, we will provide the basic identity architecture. We will provide the basic interfaces for electronic transactions. But then you can build all kinds, because it's an open architecture, it's not a closed architecture, you can build all kinds of value-added apps, if you like, on top of that. And that has stimulated huge startup activity in India.
Maybe from a different perspective on your question on why the private sector should have trust in the public authorities and so forth. We are talking about the financial sector, and to be trusted, financial sector needs to be regulated in a way. And I think that's why in this sector in particular, I think that having regulation mechanism that ensure, the identities are checked, that your counterpart is the right one, that the bank or the place where you put your money is regulated and have sufficient liquidity in order for you to get out your money whenever you want and so forth. So this is key for the trust of the customers, and that's where such players need, in this business, you need to have some regulation, and that's part of the key element to build trust. It's, the companies, the private sector own capabilities, but also having, this sort of public sector regulation blessing is one important element of the trust, I think.
Could
Could
I just say that because this is India's year as G20 president, that there is such a thing as the Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion. And, so India is using that platform to make some of its technological achievements accessible to other G20 members and to publicize them. And indeed, it's partly for that reason that I was very pleased to accept this invitation, because, we've developed a structure that used to be called the India Stack, and we're beginning now to include neighboring countries, so that, for example, India is the largest recipient of cross-border remittances in the world, $100 billion.
Which held up remittances. That was one of the things during the pandemic because of technology.
Yes.
It held up in a way that people previously didn't think.
But at a cost to the person sending the remittance. So reducing, as it were, intermediation costs for cross-border has been an agenda item of the G20 for a while.
We're running out of time, but I really quickly want to ask you, we're hearing some countries, they're toying with the idea of introducing a central bank digital currency. Do you think that is a good tool to help expand financial inclusion?
I think it can be a good tool. It needs to be, I mean, central banks are very trusted entities, so I think that would be, and they would have the appropriate level of transparency and regulation in order to ensure that this is, so that could be, I think, a good tool. We see now, I mean, on what happened with cryptocurrency, that, I mean, the other side of the story with, development of, unregulated and some challenges in relation to, to the consequences of such development. So I think that's, but there is one aspect of financial inclusion which we have not, a bit less technological, but which is very much related to the regulatory environment and the social, as I was saying at the beginning, a bit the social environment about how do you ensure that all categories of population can have access to financial services, can have access to credit and so forth. And it's also very much, a lot of work has to be done on access to collateral, avoiding, gender-biased analysis. So it's not only technology that will allow, that will facilitate financial inclusion. It's a key element of it, but you have also a number of other elements that needs to be taken into account.
So potentially the dark side of technology is that idea that biases can be replicated or worsened in the digitization of financial.
Yes, and there is a lot of work that also, to complement technology and to accompany technology that needs to be done in order, for example, to, sort of qualitative human dimension component to help banking,
the human face of banking doesn't disappear.
No, you have people judging whether they want or not to lend and so forth. So maybe at one point we have artificial intelligence selecting the data and so forth, and then you can maybe completely avoid the gender bias, for example, but it's still early time for that, I guess.
We are almost out of time, so I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but one last thought, 30 seconds, not much time. What does success look like to you? If I could start with you, Suma.
Well, in a emerging market, a large emerging market like India, it is that you have a financial system, certainly that's trusted in terms of payments, but we must return to the credit function, because what it has been the case in traditional banking is that it has been collateral-based banking. Digital banking or financial inclusion allows what they call an exhaust trail of transactions to substitute for collateral. So the democratization of credit as a consequence of digitization is, I think, the great promise.
No, for me, the success is that, we managed to have more people having bank account and having access to credit, being the young people, women, in order for, sort of on an equal footing, having access to credit in order to be able to develop, to grow their own business and to develop, to have access to economic growth.
So to address gender barriers, and both of you have talked a lot about credit, and the other thing that came up again, regulation is one of the rules of the way to kind of ensure there is trust in the system. Thank you both very much. Odile Renaud-Basso, President of the EBRD, and Suman Berry, economist and academic, Vice Chair of Niti Aayog. Thank you so much for your time, both of you today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that conversation. We want to do a quick sort of scan of the room here. I'd love to see your hand up if you're feeling jet lagged right now. Who's jet lagged right now? All right. And who is feeling like they have one conversation that they really want to have today and they haven't had it yet? Raise your hand. I see one hand, okay. Was that the only person? Everybody else is feeling totally satisfied? You guys are an easy crowd then. Okay, who is feeling like there's a question that they really wish somebody would ask in the next session that they haven't asked yet? Anyone have a question? Tell me what your question would be. The risk of political issues with climate change and what's happening. Anyone else have a question that they really wish somebody would ask before the end of the day? Yeah, right here. How is localization going at USAID and what progress has been made? Okay, I hope Mike Froman and Samantha Power can hear us. In the back, here's one more question. Mm-hmm.
And how that affects how the information gets down to the local level about these solutions that they have access to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the impact of local news, what's happening with local news in the United States, and how that is influencing how information is getting down to the local level.
And local news in other countries,
Mm-hmm.
how are they getting the solutions that all these brilliant people are talking about are accessible?
Yeah.
They may not even know they have full access to it.
Yes, the proliferation of information and ideas. Any other questions that you wish somebody would ask before the end of the day? Yes, right here in the middle.
I know there's a lot of discussion on double counting and false greenhouse gas offset or carbon credits. But if we're going to survive, that has to really be the basis of value, whether it's the banking,
Mm-hmm.
enterprise, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Without that core value, and the Paris Agreement is well set up for that. As we heard, there's been no progress on it since.
Mm-hmm.
But under Article 6, it's a really good place to start.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't really heard about it here, except for the one mention
Mm.
from the gentleman from
Mm-hmm. I see your question in the front. I also see that we've got our speakers ready to go, so please hold on to these questions. I think we might have a chance to ask for some more later, but I hope you've all got a chance to just hear a little bit of where the conversation could go, both with each other. If you heard someone ask a question that you want to answer, find them in the break that comes next, and we hope we'll give you some satisfying answers as well in the next sessions to come. So please join me now to welcome our next speakers. We'll be turning to two leaders who know that when deployed effectively, digital technology has the power to reduce inequalities and connect communities. But too often, poor governance and deployment issues threaten those outcomes. Let's give a warm welcome to our speakers, Administrator Samantha Power from USAID, and Michael Froman, who is the Vice Chairman and President of Strategic Growth at Mastercard.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've all had a great day. It's been pretty exciting, and I'm so happy to see my old friend and former colleague, Administrator Samantha Power. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Great to be here, Mike, and this is very much hipper than government normally feels.
So I was trying to think of the opening question about what keeps you up at night, but everything keeps you up at night. I mean, you are responsible for everything from humanitarian crises to climate change to education, global health, democracy, et cetera. Let us start with democracy, because in many ways that's where we first met. You were the founder of the Open Government Forum during the Obama administration, really bringing issues of transparency and anti-corruption and democracy to the front of development policy. Now, I saw recently you published an article called "How Democracy Can Win" in Foreign Affairs. Can you remind me who publishes Foreign Affairs?
Not Mastercard.
No, some other organization. I don't know. Delighted to read it in Foreign Affairs. And you talked about how important it was to pursue democracy in part by pursuing inclusive growth and economic growth as well. Tell us a little bit about how you see those two things working in concert with each other. And are we winning? Is democracy winning? Is this the biggest existential challenge of our time, democracy versus autocracy?
Well, many of you have seen, first of all, great to be here. We've had an amazing partnership USAID has with MasterCard, and you've helped spearhead so much of that work, and we're going to miss you. Looking forward to your next life, and working with you in that capacity, Mike. So, look, I think this is a moment after 17 years where by pretty much every metric, democracy has been on its back heel, and there's been this backsliding. This is a moment where we're seeing some counter trends. I mean, first of all, Russia having launched this disastrous invasion really complicates its ability to do all the other things it likes to do beyond its borders that are anti-democratic. There's a fair amount of buyer's remorse around some of the large debt that many developing countries have incurred, and questions about large infrastructure projects and whether those have delivered meaningfully. There can be some short-term spike, even in economic growth rates, where large infrastructure emerges. That's not surprising. But in the longer term, to be saddled with having to pay off interest payments just year after year after year has raised significant questions. And so even though Freedom House just published its report a couple weeks ago, and it showed that, sadly, democracy still is in decline. The rate of decline is the lowest that it has been in 17 years, and you have almost as many countries showing democratic progress as backsliding. It's one short. So it's almost a draw, right? But these forces are dueling one another. And I think that what I've brought to USAID, with the benefit of some distance, having worked in the Obama administration on human rights and democracy promotion, is this recognition that often when we have reform openings, when someone gets elected dedicated, let's say, to combating corruption or strengthening the rule of law or opening space for civil society, I know that's normally not what we see around the world these days, it feels like. But it turns out those examples are out there. When people take to the streets, when young people mobilize, they can change trends and can change leaders. But often as a government, if it bleeds, it leads. If it's a problem case, we'll have 16 meetings in the Situation Room. But if something is going well, it often doesn't get sufficient high-level attention. We may not be moving as aggressively as we might to catalyze private sector interest or awareness that actually the enabling environment, the regulatory environment is changing for the better, and we as government have a role in doing that. So we're taking a kind of bright spots approach where when there is a reformist opening, not to flood the zone with merely with more support for civil society or, to support an election commission or body like democracy support. We believe in that. We still do an awful lot of that, more of that now than we have in years. But it's the question of the economic dividend. What is the economic dividend on a political reform opening? And so that's where we try to come in with a partnership with Mastercard or with Citi for digital inclusion with you, or microfinance loans, for women in the Dominican Republic that we do maybe in partnership with a government that's just doing asset disclosure for the first time. We're really trying to show that the democratic world wants to come in and rally behind those who actually want to buck these trends. And so the combination of, where the authoritarian regimes are and some great ambivalence about the model and how it's doing and how it's going, plus these reform openings and our effort to meet them, I think puts us in a stronger position to be on offense for the first time in really almost 2 decades.
Well, and you've put your finger on the role that technology can play in this overall process. And we certainly saw during COVID, post-COVID, just how important it was for people to be included digitally if they were going to be able to survive and thrive and then engage with each other in a constructive fashion. Tell us a little bit about where the digital transformation fits into USAID's strategy and your vision of democracy and development. And maybe we can talk specifically about Ukraine, which you've been deeply involved in, and what the digital role there is as well.
Well, at some point soon, what I'm about to say about Ukraine, I think, is going to become common knowledge if it isn't already. And probably if I could see people's faces, there's probably more knowledge about what is happening digitally in Ukraine than we ever would have dreamed 6 months ago, never mind, 4 years ago. But USAID, well before my time, invested heavily in something called the Ministry for Digital Transformation and an app, which all of you can look up on your phone, called DIA. And DIA started offering fairly simple services, as many apps that relate to government do. It was Zelensky's vision he hired the now Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov basically to say, I want state services to be available through an app. It's a state in a box, state in an app. And they started building this around 2019 with a lot of private sector support and with a ton of support from USAID and Congress ultimately. And it's gone from being able to get your driver's license on your phone and your birth certificate and sort of just the documents that had been, in someone's filing cabinet or, certainly not one-stop shop, to now having more than 200 government and other services available through this app. And for me, the culmination of the success of DIA came in Davos when Estonia, which is legendary, right, for the sophistication of its e-governance, the envy of so many of us for what the Estonians have enjoyed and the simplification of that for business, for citizens, and how they relate to their government. Actually, the Ukrainians did a handoff where they provided to Estonia the open source code for DIA. So that's how far they've come. It has 19 million Ukrainians are on it. That's a huge share of the eligible adult population. This effort has accelerated it. So now, your geolocation can tell the government whether you are internally displaced and your place of residence has moved. Your ability to file property damages, 500,000 people have filed property damages. Corruption has been a huge issue over the years in Ukraine, as you well know. Now payments to pensioners, to school teachers, to health workers, all government payments to state officials or state-funded workers, they're all visible there, as are payments, again, to those internally displaced. If you and I think you and I talked about this once, if we walk down the street and there's a building site, and there's going to be a ton of building in Ukraine, the permit will be up with a QR code, and you as a citizen get to go, look at the QR code, see who the contractor is, the subcontractor is. We, USAID, also fund civil society, independent media, and so forth. You can dig into that and see, is it a crony or is it, hopefully somebody who's, bid for that, in a kind of open procurement process. But this is the foundation not only for digitization and for, greater private sector investment in Ukraine, it's the foundation for the rule of law and the transparency that citizens need to hold their government accountable. So it's the digital and democracy coming together profoundly, really, to change what citizens' expectations are of their government. And just give you one other example, because so many services you can start a bank account in under 5 minutes through the app. The cybersecurity protections are tremendous. But when Zelensky has a law that he wants to put before the Rada or regulation that he wants to issue, he posts it on DIA. And it's almost like the notice and comment period here on any rulemaking, for the United States. Citizens, though, in an instant, can go thumbs up, thumbs down, offer feedback. These comments are, even in wartime, taken into account, synthesized, and then the laws and the regulations are adjusted. And there are dangers, of course, to referendum politics. We all know them. But this amount of interface where the citizen just comes to expect the government is going to provide services, do so simply and transparently, and that citizens don't have to wait till the election to offer feedback on how their local officials or their national officials are doing. It's really a game changer. And I should say, one of the most exciting things, if anybody's interested in DIA, so when especially if you see it in your hand and how many things you can do through the app, we want it here, of course. Our system is so complicated. But we, at Davos, gathered heads of state and ministers from a half dozen of these bright spot countries that are pushing a reform agenda. And we USAID are now doing assessments as to whether those countries would like to bring DIA as a global public good that the Ukrainians are offering, just as they offer their grain to hungry parts of the world, as the breadbasket of the world, so too now they view this as a kind of brand for Ukraine. and an export that they're willing to offer for free. Now, putting it in and getting it set up and everything, of course, is not free, and so this will have to be a public-private partnership. But other countries, well beyond Estonia, that already has all that infrastructure, who are at ground zero in some cases, are really interested in the DIA menu, and they will start gradually in bringing those services online, but really aim, at some point into the future to have this kind of citizen government digital interface. It's really, it's like nothing.
And when are we going to
on.
have it here in Washington for the federal government?
That's
after
above my pay grade.
Zambia. Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, Zambia first.
Zambia first. Well, listen, you mentioned public-private partnership, and first I should tell you this is a remarkable event. If I'll say on behalf of the team that put it together. IMF and World Bank down the street, lots of really interesting meetings going on, largely kind of closed to the public, behind the barricades. You've got CEOs and other business leaders, you've got leading NGOs, you've got international governments here, you've got community leaders, academics, all coming together to really focus on concrete solutions to issues like inclusive growth. And it's been a terrific day and week already here. Public-private partnership is at the heart of it. And I'd love to hear your views. We've partnered on a number of things in Central America, in India, in Africa. We've partnered with USAID. But I'd love to hear your lessons that you've drawn over the last couple of years on what role the private sector can and should play. What do we need to be doing better as the private sector in order to be better partners to USAID and the rest of the U.S. government? And what do you think the government can or should do to make this work even better?
Well, first of all, the more people we have working in government who have private sector experience, the better. Because I do think we talk past each other often. Certainly, I wish in my role that I had that experience, and I'm lucky to be able to recruit and draw that to me, and to have friends and former colleagues who can dumb it down for me to understand how best to partner. But what I know about USAID and government generally, but I speak about what I know now, is that the barriers to entry in working with USAID are high. Too high. And so we have launched, and actually President Biden has ushered this in across the U.S. government, but I think we and DHS are probably the furthest along, but a debureaucratization effort, a desludging effort to try to reduce the administrative and paperwork burdens that our teams themselves are laboring under. Now, why does that matter? Because you can't hustle up a private sector deal if you're chained to your desk, meeting a series of compliance requirements. And we're, of course, very conscious of the risk of, the privilege of expending, what will be maybe $30 billion in foreign assistance resources, this coming year. That's incredible to be able to do that. And we take it very seriously. And we know that problems in how we expend those resources are going to mean fewer resources. So we have an incentive, of course, to do things right. But we shouldn't understate the risk of also keeping people so shackled to risk avoidance that they aren't in a position, to look out as to who the major, local banks are, local entrepreneurs, the people who actually could come in on the ground floor of a local public-private partnership. And the same is true here at headquarters, where people, again, are sort of swimming in forms. But we also want, working together, let's say in Central America. I was just hearing from one of your colleagues that notwithstanding the great partnership that we have there in terms of digital inclusion, and particularly with bringing women into the digital world and giving them, small loans and training, apparently we're still co-creating, and it's been 18 months. I mean, so that's not going to work on that's not a good private sector timeline. That's not a good citizen timeline. Polite in not telling me that we are still in the act of co-creation 18 months later, but now I know, so I got to get on that.
It took 7 days to create the world. 18 months to co-create with USAID. Oh, it's all right.
So we're working on
time.
it. We really are on a mission here, but it's going to take time, and we're going to need support also, in Congress. I think I think we've created something called the Edge Fund just a few months ago, which really is trying to send a message even in its brand. It's very small to start. It's $50 million. But it's to say, we love philanthropy and we love, when companies just are good citizens in the world, but we really like it when they use their comparative advantage and their business edge. And that is those are the partnerships that are frankly rooted in some self-interest, even if it's longer-term self-interest, that are much more likely to be sustained. And so I think MasterCard is a great example of that because, as you've put it to me, every time Mike and I are trying to hatch something up, I'm like, what's in it for you exactly? Let me understand. He's like, look, in the short term, I don't know. But in general, if hundreds of millions of more people are digitized and are included, I think MasterCard's going to do okay out of that, ultimately, but is it satellite data that's being collected for some other reason that we can repurpose for farmers who are dealing with unprecedented drought? Is it the precision targeting of fertilizer using, again, that same satellite data? Like there are things that are core to the business model of what private sector actors are doing that we most want to integrate into these partnerships. And I think that's not always the way we in the public sector have thought about public sector. We can't meet the development challenges of our time. It's like structurally impossible. If we are program managers alone, we have to look at the development challenges we're trying to solve, graft our resources against them, and then look at who the other players are and how they can be brought in. But often better than we do how you can best deploy. And so, just much more connection from the ground floor, I think, is essential.
Well, you're speaking our, you hear people clapping. You're definitely speaking our language on what we call commercially sustainable social impact. Social impact, but it's got to be commercially sustainable so that we'll keep on investing in it and we can scale it. I'm going to ask you a question that has nothing to do with your role as USAID administrator. You were raised in Ireland. We have the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Accords. How do you feel about it?
Well, I think, first of all, much as I love being here with you today.
You'd rather be with President Biden in Ireland? I get President O'Biden.
So you're kind of hitting a nerve here, Mike. But I had committed. I keep my commitments. Thanks, Mike.
I'm feeling really guilty now.
Yeah. No. But I came to America when I was 9. My mother came, I should say. I didn't come on my own and dragged me along. And I think, look, first of all, there aren't that many feel-good foreign trips that we get to take these days. The world is a messy place. Just seeing the Irish people, which is, of course, a connection with President Biden, yes, but it's every American president. It's the Irish American experience so woven into the American experience, and so it's. Take some time to, I think, look at even the remarks that President Biden gave today in before the Irish Parliament. It's beautiful. What was the question again? I'm now thinking about the trip, and
I think you've answered it. It's just how do you feel about it?
And, well, the peace. No, I think, look, to the credit of this administration, because this is, and to the credit of the Congress, and it was really quite bipartisan. I think, holding the line on the Good Friday Agreement and the open border made a profound difference. And the Windsor Agreement is a really important step toward solidifying what was achieved 25 years ago, but which has hit some seriously bumpy ground with Brexit and with other factors in terms of the domestic politics in the North. And I'm hoping this trip and this anniversary, which includes like a lot of powerful documentaries, reaching young people in a new way, things that have gone viral about what the Troubles were. So many people born in both countries who never experienced that and kind of take for granted the peace. So hopefully even the anniversary itself can do some good in energizing the next generation's commitment to this next phase of implementation, because it has been a little bit rocky and a little bit stuck, but I think now it's kind of phase 2, the next 25 years.
Samantha Power, thank you for being here, and even more importantly, thank you for all you do at USAID.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Administrator Power and Mike Froman. We are going to give you another short break. So my ask is that you be back here at 3:30. We're going to try to start on time out of respect for everybody who's tuning in from home. Enjoy your break.
Friends and colleagues, please take your seats. Our program will begin in a few minutes. Once again, friends and colleagues, please take your seats. Our program will begin in a few minutes. Friends and colleagues, our program will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Once again, our program will begin shortly. Thank you.
Take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seats, please. Okay, we're almost coming towards the end. It's been an incredible day. And you know what they say, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And we are going to finish strong, trust me. Right, here we go. So, can companies do good and make a profit? It's a really important topic here. The whole idea of ESG has become political in recent times. And for those that don't know, ESG is, of course, environmental, social, and governance principles. Now, can we take the politics out of this issue? So to discuss this, please welcome our panelists to the stage, along with moderator Matthew Bishop.
Good afternoon, everyone, and excited to be part of this panel on a topic that, as the program notes, we're all very experienced at talking about, because we're described as a deeply experienced panel on this topic. But yet, the moment I think of thinking about impact, has really arrived right at the centre of the challenges the world and this country are facing. And trying to make decisions about. We're halfway through the SDG process. All that private capital that was supposed to, be driving, achieving those goals, we're way behind what we would have hoped to get there. If you can bear to listen to some of the political people out there, the ESG is the new front line of communism and the destruction of all that is good and American, and maybe a big issue in the next election campaign. And I think as I look at the debate around impact and ESG, and I'm going to ask our panelists to talk about that, it seems like it's being attacked from two sides. One side is that political side that is wanting to declare this the era of woke capitalism. And the other side are people who've been activists hoping that business would play the role it should play in building an inclusive economy and multi-stakeholder partnerships, but are profoundly disappointed and see massive amounts of green and social washing out there. And so I wanted to ask each of our panelists really, where do you think we are in terms of being able to take seriously the notion of business as a force for good, that business can do good by, or do well by doing good? And to start with Dominic Barton, I mean, you've been at this a long time, as I said, and are now chairing two really interesting ends of the spectrum. One, Leapfrog, which is a real impact-driven business from the start about selling insurance to poor people. And on the other end, chairing Rio Tinto, which is finding itself as part of the mining industry, really in the heart of some of the big debates about the future of the tech economy as much as the old economy. Dominic, where are we in this?
I think we're in the early stages, and I'm an optimist, so I'm optimistic that we'll get there. As you said, I don't think it's happened as fast as we need it to happen, but I think I'm also a hardcore capitalist, if you will, but if you go back to Adam Smith and you read his first book he wrote on the theory of moral sentiments, he talks about it's the duty of the entrepreneur to take care of the society in which they operate. It's a pretty broad, you could almost argue, socialist type of a thing to say, and I think it's right. And I think the good news is there's a lot more capital, investment capital, and actually sort of from the investors, but also from businesses that actually want to do it. As you mentioned, from a Leapfrog point of view, this is it's a $2.5 billion private equity firm that's focused on impact. I'm a coffee boy on it. The founders are the ones that have really driven it, but it's really focused on the 4.5 billion emerging consumers. The prime focus on people with less than $11.20 a day, providing healthcare, financial inclusion, and to make money, because it has to be sustainable, but it's helping people, and you're building businesses when you drive it. As you said, on the other side, for Rio Tinto, it's a mining company. A lot of people might shudder at that, but what has got me excited about the organization is the purpose, which is to provide the materials for the energy transition, for the copper, and there is just a massive amount that we need to be able to get to 1.5 degrees. So companies can play a role. And as you said, I think there's a lot of challenges. I've been shocked at it being woke and so forth, when actually this is, I think, the driver of what's going to shift us. So early days, but I think there's a lot of momentum.
Yeah, you're not the first face I think of when I think of woke, I have to say. But Ramiro, all these years working as a leader in a Hispanic community around business and development, what to you does business doing well by doing good mean?
Well, it means economic development, and I want to touch on something that was mentioned about free enterprise. The free enterprise system, while not perfect, it is a creation by people who came to this country from other places to create the largest and best economy in the world by far. And competition is good. Free enterprise will help find solutions through that competition, but a rising tide will lift all boats. There's no question that we represent the 5th largest economy in the world. Hispanic Americans number 63.5 million people, but if we were our own economy, much smaller than India, which is 1.3 billion people, but these 63.5 million would be the 5th largest economy, larger than Great Britain and other nations at close to $3 trillion. So I see this whole waste of time in discussing who's woke, who's corporate social responsibility, who's ESG. It's really a lot of noise. What's happening are the urban core centers across America that are being revived by LGBTQ businesses, Black, Asian, women-owned, Hispanic-owned businesses, African-American-owned businesses that are bringing new life to an economy that was created because of social justice, economic freedom, and it started more than 300 years ago with initial capital being provided by the Spanish government.
So Neera, Tana, you're special advisor to the president and really have worked a lot on aspects of this administration's approach to business, and you're betting big on business as a force to good.
Well,
what does that really mean? It's not necessarily what one would have expected.
Well, I think there are many components to it, but a central component to our approach is ensuring that there is a deep partnership. But for example, one of the president's, one of the pieces of legislation the president is most proud of is the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act is particularly focused on meeting our climate goals. It is an aggressive strategy to meet our climate goals, but it operates through subsidies, essentially tax credits. Now, the good news is that we expect those tax credits to really be taken up beyond expectation, which means we will reach our climate goals. But those tax credits operate really in a partnership. They operate as a partnership with business, with other stakeholders, to ensure that we are meeting our climate goals. So, I think this is a good example of a well-functioning system where there's incentives by the government to ensure that businesses are doing the right thing, but always doing the right thing, but also doing the right thing for their bottom line. I think this whole conversation about ESG and attacks on ESG are really, hypocritical and odd, because ESG is really about ensuring that financial advisors, market actors have the full range of information about what will affect the bottom line, not just in the moment, but over the long term. And we really see this debate about these attacks on ESG as a kind of, unnecessary polarization, hyper-partisanship. And we hope that that we can, continue to make progress by ensuring that the government is driving the right incentives, but companies are there to really meet the need.
I mean, the president just vetoed Republican legislation that was a part of this woke capitalism effort, I think. And I mean, I know you would like to depoliticize it, but do you expect it to be a big feature of the election campaign?
Yeah, so I'll just say, the president issued his first veto against, he issued his first veto against Republican legislation that essentially would make it impossible or make it very difficult for market actors to take into account ESG. And he did that because he thought that actually hurt the economy, that it would actually it would really hurt people in making the right investments they want to make. It was actually an interference in the market, which is really ironic, from our perspective, to see that pass the Republican House. So I think the president feels on very strong ground that the country really does want to see us meet important national goals, like addressing climate, in a way that actually encourages a strong, stable market economy.
So Dominic, I mean, the critique from those that have been in the impact movement that a lot of the ESG work is, certainly some of these funds are using the label of ESG, but there's not really a lot of substance to it. I mean, what can be, is that a fair criticism, and what would you like to see them do to go really make ESG really more meaningful and substantial?
I mean, I do think we have to have measures for it. I mean, it's a classic thing. We need the measures, but I actually think they're very consistent. It's exactly what you said. I actually think being anti-ESG is actually anti-business. And the reason is, if I just put my Rio Tinto hat on, we're a 20 to 30 year time frame company, what we look at. There is going to be, whether your head is in the ground or not, some sort of a carbon cost or tax. We have to take that into account. So for our shareholders, who are typically long-term shareholders, we have to take that into account. We have to shift to renewables. We have to think about our own carbon footprint. It's in our shareholders' interest, and so blocking that is actually damaging shareholders. But I think what we need to do is be much more clear about that. Show us why that's the case. And I think the danger is when it's easy to put a label on something and then not have any measures. And if I could flick it to the leapfrog side, I think there has to be measures, and these measures should be audited. One of the things I think we need to move quickly on is how do you get assurance on your ESG targets and what you say? And I think it's in the interest. The people who should drive that the hardest are actually long-term investors, because it's in their interest. So the pension funds, and you see that with the Canadian pension funds, you see that with the Singaporean, people who really are out there for 20 to 30 years. And I think we need these measures, and then we need the movement of their capital out if people are not living up to what those things are. But I think one of the things we have to be really clear on is exactly what you're saying. ESG is completely in the business interest. It is not an add-on, it's core. And so companies are going to have metrics on that, and it would be great to have those assured, just like our financial statements are.
Now, Ramiro, the COVID pandemic, and also at the same time here, some of the killings of African Americans by the police sort of really led business to make a whole load of promises about changing the way it operated in order to address how many marginalized communities are out there that seem to be not part of an inclusive economy, but part of one that is becoming ever left behind.
Right.
Obviously, at 63 million, Hispanics cannot all be in that, they're a big minority. But
Right.
I mean, what are you seeing? Has business followed through on that? What would you like to say?
Well, I think it's a mixed report. To answer your question, most folks that think of a Hispanic American, we self-identify to be Hispanic American, but we're not a race. We're an ethnicity. We're a culture that's Caucasian, Asian, Afro-Latino, LGBTQ, Native American. But all of us are connected through our love for the economy and this nation. And Spanish was the first language spoken here after native languages. That almighty dollar sign came from the Spanish peseta, the American symbol for the monetary system. So although I was born and raised in Texas, we were all raised to be equal to others, not better, just equal. So when we go out and we work with our 5 million Latino-owned businesses, they're in love with the CHIPS Act. They're in love with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. They're global thinkers. Their mindset is something that is very American, but it could be better. And ESG, I was just telling Nira earlier, it's very critical, but it's really corporate social responsibility with measures and specific information. Mark Twain has had this saying that if a vision without a plan is a hallucination, and we need to have specific measures to succeed. You need a marker to measure against. And although we're a nonpartisan pro-business organization based in Washington, D.C., we have 260 Latino chambers from Hawaii to Puerto Rico, Seattle, everywhere, and fast growing. But we're nonpartisan because we only care about policy that helps the economy and allows us to continue to be innovative and to keep growing jobs where they're needed. We love to say we're not blue or red, we're red, white, and blue, but our favorite color is green, the color of money.
And Nira, I'm interested, I'm currently writing a book on the sort of future, how do we get an economic system that really works for people and planet. And when I started it 2 years ago, that seemed relatively simple, but then we've had geopolitical upheaval and obviously the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and Chinese-American divorce accelerating. And so it becomes more and more difficult to figure out how that alters the notion of impact and good and what we expect of business. How much do you think it changed this whole notion of friendshoring? All sorts of things, the competition in Africa between China and America for influence. I mean, does the word good and impact help in that conversation?
Well, I mean, I think the president has said many times that though we are in a competition with China, there are shared goals around climate, for example. The vice president was just in Africa, and she really wanted to make clear that it was important for us as a country, for the United States, to invest in Africa and to deploy resources in Africa sort of outside of the context of the US-China competition, because I think people see that as exclusively part of our goals there. So obviously the world has become a much more complicated place, but even in that complication, there are important global goods that we need to address and global challenges we need to address. So again, when the president met with President Xi, he spent a lot of time talking about climate issues because we can have those priorities. But I would say, just a point I'd like to make that builds on the conversation we just had is, I think it's important to recognize that there is a lot of polarization around some issues related to business and politics, but there is a greater consensus. And the president is proud of the bipartisan legislation he has passed around the CHIPS Act, Infrastructure Act, IRA was not bipartisan, but it did pass. And in each of those pieces of legislation, there is at the heart a notion that the government is trying to drive greater economic growth more equitably, more focused on communities left behind, more focused on rural communities, urban communities, ensuring that workers who don't have a college degree are employed, are at the heart of it. And in each of those areas, that there is a strong role for government investment, but business to play a critical role in answering that need.
Great, we're almost out of time, so I just want to ask you each for a one-sentence answer, which is there one thing that in the next year you would like to see business do more of that you think would be good for the planet?
I think it's providing more examples of what you described. These are all, they're benefiting everyone. So let's show the real examples of how capital going in to help people that are in need of it, whether they don't have the resources that we would think you could make money in doing it, demonstrate those. These are 20 companies that have actually worked and are helping this particular group, and this is how it works. And focus on how the real impact that we're having, even on the decoupling. I mean, I think there's a lot of rhetoric, but there is an immense amount of trade that's going on in spite of all the rhetoric. And I think we should focus on that and how we rely on each other. Otherwise, the rhetoric takes over the reality.
That was a great one sentence.
Thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, just very quick. I know that after COVID, three things. One is we all realize we're more interconnected to one another than we ever thought before. Two, what I experience are tremendous acts of kindness that each of us, though we may be different people, I think we're more united than people think we are in America. Tremendous acts of kindness to one another. The third is I'm a big believer that we won't go into a recession, and we need to make our own future economy because it's different than the one in the past, and we need to be bold and bullish.
The last word to you, Nira, on that.
Invest more in renewables.
Oh,
that was one sentence. So on that note, thank you.
Thank you so much. Almost 120 million people will have been forcibly displaced or been made stateless by the end of this year, according to the UNHCR. Our next speakers are leading the effort to mobilize business in response to this humanitarian tragedy. Please help me in welcoming Hamdi Ulukaya, the CEO of Chobani, and Gideon Maltz, the CEO of the Tent Partnership for Refugees.
Hamdi, it's an honor to share the stage with you and to have a conversation with you about the great work of Tent. Just for context, for those in the audience who aren't familiar with us, we are a coalition of more than 300 major companies that are committed to integrating refugees economically into their new communities, such as by hiring, training, and mentoring them. We're proud to count iconic brands like Pfizer, Hilton, Starbucks, PepsiCo, among our coalition, and we're continuing to grow rapidly. Just this week,
and Mastercard.
And Mastercard. And just this week, we welcomed more companies like Michelin and Sanofi and the London Stock Exchange. So we're a vibrant, growing coalition. What we do at Tent specifically is to provide a range of very concrete support and services to companies to help them develop these programs to hire and integrate refugees. But I want to start by rewinding all the way to the beginning, to early 2016, when you launched Tent with just a few companies, including Mastercard. And this was at a time when you didn't hear a lot about companies being involved with refugees, and when you did, it typically was around a financial in-kind donation. And you had the conviction that that wasn't good enough, and you created Tent to change that. So take us through what you were thinking at the time.
So those are pre-Gideon times. I think it's the first time we're sharing the stage with my brother Gideon on an event like this. Like he said, these ideas really come from your own experience, especially when you're in business. And when I started Chobani in upstate New York, it was an old factory where the big food just closed the factory and let go all the employees in that local community. And when I started, thank God it worked out, and I hired back everybody, 55, 60, 100. And then later on, it's just geography get larger and larger, and it hit this town called Utica, where I used to live. And when we were started hiring, I heard that there are people, refugees, and settled in Utica, and they were having a hard time to find jobs. And this is 2008, 2009, another economic crisis time. And I went to Refugee Center, and I said, what is the problem? And they said, well, we have all these people from Asia and Africa and South America and refugees legally settled. They have right to work, but they can't get a job. And if you ask a couple of other questions, you find out things are very simple. It's either the language, they don't speak the language. They don't have driver license or car, or they don't have the training that job is available there. But then really what the problem is, unfamiliarity. I said, well, we're hiring, and we can get translators so we can solve that problem. We can get some cars and buses until they get their own cars. And we can do the training with the translators in the factory so we can solve that problem. Let's start. And people said, well, Hamdi, before you came to South Edmiston, the only foreigner was Frank, who's from Sicily, who has a pizza shop. And you're the second one, who's a guy from Turkey. You're going to bring all these people into here. Are you not worried? I said, no, why would I be worried? I'm still alive, so should be okay. And the reality is, when I got to know the people of South Edmiston and the team that worked in the plant, I was so sure that this is not only will be welcome, there will be some magic is going to happen in here. And that's exactly what happened. And I never thought that was a work for refugee Gideon. I thought it was just people in the community, they're looking for jobs. Chobani is open for everyone. Everyone should come and join his, and we'll figure this thing out together. It wasn't until 2016, 15, when this topic refugee became unfairly communicated on the political arena, that from completely disconnected from reality. And now you have hundreds of people in our plants that I call them my brothers and sisters, and I can't stay quiet when this is all happening. So we brought in some major media company in our plant and said, what is the problem? We are all same. We are making yogurt, putting food to our table and creating life. And what is this? And that created some kind of boycotts and all that kind of stuff, but at the same time, enormous amount of response from majority of people in the US. But it wasn't until 2016, I'll make it short, when I went to UNHCR in Geneva to see how I can help the Yazidi girls who got attacked in Syria and became refugees, and how can I help? And when I was there having a tour and having a conversation, realized that this issue's in millions everywhere. And the average life of refugees is 19 to 20 years in the camps or wherever they are stuck. And there's only few companies that are involved, but when they're involved by monetary things. They just donate money, right? There's no sustainable solution to this. And I just made the connection and said, well, what happened to the lives of the people who joined me in the company? And basically, with a job, they started a new life, complete new life, and start being human again. It's like, really, you stop being refugee when the minute you have the job. That's the time that you stop refugee. And I say,
I'll just say that is our favorite Hamdi quote, that we use it almost every day to explain why it's so important for companies to hire refugees.
Yeah. Yeah, the minute the refugee has a job, that's the minute they stop being a refugee. Okay, so now you come back, and I know what I want to do, but I have to have some companies to sign up, right? So that's the journey from first sign up. One of the first one to sign up was Mastercard. They actually hosted us, and that's why the Ajay's leadership, this Mastercard's consciousness to these issues very early on is a real thing. You hear it from me. And with Mastercard and a few other companies signing up, and Davos 2016, we launched it with 4 companies. And this man is really the mastermind of taking that idea into making this mass scale place. And Gideon really, I mean, we had some success early on. Gideon was with Samantha Power, and then later on 10th on the Samantha Power, and then back to 10th. But the idea is always important. But how do you take that idea to make it scale and make it right is another thing. So under Gideon leadership, this idea became, handful companies to over 300 companies. And now is becoming something that you say, okay, there is something here that we can take it to the next level.
So Hamdi, I think we have 3 really core convictions at Tent that sort of animates what we do. The first is this idea that getting a job is the most critical milestone in a refugee's life. I think the second conviction we have is that companies' comparative advantage in this space, the way they can have the most impact, is by connecting refugees to work, not just donating money. And I think our third core conviction is the idea that when businesses do this, they actually benefit. So I'd like to hear your view, wearing your Chobani hat, as a company that's hired hundreds of refugees. What have you seen the business benefits to be?
So that's exactly right. So when we go, this is real. This is not a pitch. This is not a storytelling. This is real. When you bring this population to your work, I mean, you solve all these early, obstacles, which is most of them are simple. What you find is one of the most dedicated workforce you can ever have, right? And as an individual and enormously effective as a population, the company's culture completely changes. Is affected by it. Because if you think about it, if you're a refugee, you're in the border of Poland and Ukraine, or you're in the border of Venezuela and Colombia, or you're in the island in Lesbos in Greece, and people are crossing. What you see, you can look at from different glasses, but what you see is human spirit is in the highest level, really, right? The decisions that you make, the challenges that you go through, the losses that you have, but you don't give up. You don't give up. You move on for a new life. And you finally make it to some place. I'm ready to contribute. I'm ready to stand on my life and contribute to my family. I'm ready to contribute to where I feel home. And the minute a company opens its arms, which happened at Chobani, what you see, this energy that you cannot describe. Literally, the papers and sheets and calculations, spreadsheets cannot calculate this, right? But there are things the team and Gideon team has done is what is the economic contribution of refugee in years when it comes to profitability of business. In every dimension is shortest and highest contribution to the company. So this is really good business from all dimensions, right? But then there is the other dimension is how consumers is reacting when companies are acting in this way, and how talent is acting when the companies behave in this way. So then you see the talent wants to come and work for you, and the consumer wants to buy your products in almost every market. Do you want to talk about those studies that you guys do? And
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've heard this from so many companies, and so then we've set out to prove it. And just to use a couple of data points, we did a study of companies hiring refugees in the US, they found in manufacturing, refugees had 3 times higher retention rates than other employees. We did consumer surveys in the US and Europe, and by a very, very wide margin, consumers said they would be more likely to buy from brands that hire refugees, even among conservative consumers who understood that jobs actually are a path to integration. It means people are paying taxes. We did a study of German companies that had hired refugees, and 3/4 said that they actually hiring refugees made them more appealing to other German employees. People want to work at companies that are actually showing this sort of leadership.
Exactly. So basically, the economic case is done, and of course, humanitarian case is done. So this is a place where business can make enormous amount of effect. The politics environment can go up and down, and I think through the companies and brands and the CEOs and founders, we have made some gains on brand refugees, and I think this is a critical moment to really double down, right? And continue to work, and that's why Gideon and team and us, we're expanding this work to south of our borders, we're expanding to Europe, and learning from the US market with the amazing companies leaning in, how is that response is happening from the consumers and talent and community, is expanding to other places. So the business solution to refugee topics is really the one that completely sustainable. Otherwise, what we're looking at this topic, and I'm not minimizing this effort, is heroic, is important, but really we are dealing with the topic refugee the way that we have dealt with it since World War II. It's the same thing. And it's a handout, it's tent, it's stuck, and that's it. And this is not acceptable. We shouldn't be accepting this, and business can make an enormous amount of difference, and I'm so glad that a lot of companies are joining. And I think what we do at Tent and what Gideon does and this amazing team is connecting the refugee population with the brands and companies and doing all the work in between and collaborating with all the companies together to share our learnings and create this amazing community above and beyond the politics and work on this critical issue.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Hamdi. And just to say that I think the thing that maybe is most exciting to me is that for the longest time, we saw the way businesses got involved was highly cyclical. There'd be something in the headlines, companies would make a donation, and then within a few months, it would recede, but refugees were still there, they were still displaced. And by showing the business dividends, we're finally getting to a point where companies aren't just continuing, they're actually increasing their investment, even when the issue fades from the headlines, even with some political headwinds, even with economic cycles changing. And that for us is a game changer. We are nearing the end of time, so I wanted to close by asking you what you would tell to members of the audience who are no doubt very excited and compelled, and if they want to work with Tent, what would you tell them?
Well, I'll leave that to you to tell. So I tell Gideon he's my brother from South Africa. He's crazier than me. Maybe I'm a little crazy too, but he's a lot crazier than me. But imagining a two-person coming together, of course, there are others who involved with me, like Ruma Bose and Matthew Brown in early days that he helped me to start this. But imagine about smart, energetic, passionate few people coming together, which is Tent is, and we like to say now it's a little, not small, it's a little bigger, and stay focused and be consistent and stay on it. And adding into one-to-one, and I remember the early days in 2016, how many phone calls would it take, how many meetings would it take to a business to consider to commit hiring refugees and publicly announce that they did, which is, we really would love them to do that as well. To coming a place is the coolest thing to do, hire refugees and talk about it, right? It's really the coolest thing to do. And my recommendation is this is the early days, and if you're an NGO, get involved. If you're in a business, please sign up. And if you are a noisemaker, make the noise. And I think this is every single one of our responsibility to remember millions of people, including Ukrainian women in Europe, Venezuelans in Colombia, Syrians in Jordan and Turkey and Lebanon and in Bangladesh, in Myanmar, in all over the world, that even the conflict ends, the way that how we are handling the global warming and climate will have hunger and famine and climate changes is going to affect a lot of. So the refugee topics is here to stay, but we have a business solution. So my ask is, let's get together as a business community, and if we do our work in a new way, but in a consistent, passionate way, we have a window of opportunity to unstuck millions of people and come and join the humanitarian family. So with that, I say, me, Gideon, Scarlett, Noni, everyone at Tent, we are at your service, and let's do this together.
I know that applause is supposed to signal that we leave, but I'm just going to add one more very quick pitch, which is if you're a business, contact us. We'd love to work with you. And if you are a foundation or a funder, we're at a point where, having done the really hard work of proving out our business model, we have wildly ambitious plans to take this to other countries, other places, expand. We'd love to talk with you as well. So thank you very much.
Now, isn't it? Thank you to Gideon and Hamidi. I think that was amazing, and please get out there and partner with them, partner with Tent, because that's incredible. And coming from a country in the UK where the word refugee is such a hot political topic right now, I hope we can move on from constantly using the word refugee and start seeing these people as humans, seeing them as people. We're coming to the end of our show, but before we let you go, I want to invite a very special guest to share her thoughts on the day with us. So please give a warm welcome to UN Secretary General, Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development, Her Majesty, the Queen Maxima of the Netherlands.
Good afternoon, everybody. So happy to be here. Just landed directly from the airport from the Netherlands. So bear with me if I'm a little bit jet lagged. First of all, I'd like to thank Mastercard for actually holding this. And I have to say, I know firsthand their commitment to inclusive growth. They've been great partners of mine, and I would like to have a huge applause to them, because it was some 10 years ago that they, together with me, they made a very big commitment to actually have inclusive finance as one of the spear policies. So thank you very much, Mastercard. Now, I have dedicated 18 years of my life now to financial inclusion, not only in my country, the Netherlands, but all around the world. I visited 48 countries. And so this has been, a very wonderful journey. What is financial inclusion? It's the ability to have an account where you can actually save, make payments that you and I, we get for granted every day. But for a lot of people, this is actually, only cash, or they cannot actually send money to their grandmothers or their children. Is the possibility to get a credit and make investments and to increase basically your income in the future. Get insured. If your husband died, you get sick, or you have a drought or a flood. And it is what we know is actually not only pro-growth, and this is what this conference is all about, it is also pro-poor. So it actually reduces Gini coefficient, which is actually extremely important. One of the big things when I go to these visits is when I see that people are financially included, it includes them in the economy. They literally now have access to much more markets, they have access to much more resources, they have access to much more possibilities. So it's very, very empowering. Also, they help them to be more resilient. Think of all the risks that actually people have every day. If you're very poor, you even are exposed to even more risks. So there's much more reason for this issue, which is actually called resilience. Anyway, what has actually been going on in financial inclusion? When I started this work, or we started measuring actually in 2011, we actually had less than 50% of the world population that was financially included. Now in 2021, that was 76%. So we've actually increased 0.25% of the global population, which is extremely good news. And of course, this is actually included, in some countries to 80%. You've actually seen that in the growth of the economy and also in the inclusive growth of the economy. Now, financial inclusion really is a means to an end, is not really an end in itself. We want people to become better, right? And one thing that has been very, very worrying is basically this issue of financial health. So when we actually get to these people, we actually have to ask the question, do these financial services that we're actually providing to them are helping them increase their resilience? Are they helping them to really be able to confront all these risks that I was actually talking about? Are we helping them to save enough for these households to have these buffers, so just in case that something actually happens to them? Also help realize that, a lot of the poor people are much more exposed to climate change issues than we are. Are we really helping them to actually be resilient to this enormous climate change that they're actually going to have been facing? Are we actually giving them really the productive credit that will increase their income, or are we just going to be overburden them with debts and maybe help them to consume things that they could never pay? This is not only in Africa and in Asia and in all the countries I've been around, but also here in the US and in the European Union. And this brings us to the discussion of what types of financial institutions do we need? Are we going to be really looking at the needs of people? Are we going to be helping them to manage, increase those savings? And are we going to keep on doing issues like buy now, pay later, instead of actually saying save now, buy later? Are we having the discussions with regulators to see what kind of vision, what kind of financial system do we want to have? A financial system that really, truly will increase the financial health and the resilience of all our inhabitants in a way that will actually make our economies not only inclusive, but also stable. And the number one reason for a central bank of any given country is financial stability. What role can technology play in this situation? Are we helping clients budget better? And I tell you, we have to care about these things, because if we talk about financial inclusion, it should be about the outcomes. Right now, financial health in both in the US and around the world are actually not okay. In the European Union, 1/3 of the consumers have no savings. Half of them do not think they actually might make it to retirement. In the US, only 30% of people actually are financially healthy. That means 176 million Americans, basically, are vulnerable, 2/3. In the Netherlands, my country, 50% of our population is vulnerable. And if you think about all these fees and interest rates these people are paying to be able to continue this cycle of financing they're actually having, if they would actually not have to pay those fees and they could actually put that into savings and really look forward and be able to have a de-stress life and actually be able to invest in the future. So there is a lot of work to be done. And this is something that the private sector can do a lot, and certainly the financial sector. We know so much about our clients. We know what income they get, what are the biggest costs. We know who are they paying to. We can actually really help them, to nudge them to save more, to budget better, to really think more the long term and not just the short term. There's also a role for the public sector. I was last week speaking to the European Financial Service Roundtable. And there was a very big discussion. And what does the private sector need from the public sector? It's not going to be, again, having regulations and having commitments like, you have to be so much of a figure. But how do we keep this dialogue so that the public sector can actually give the infrastructure so the financial health becomes a reality? So, ladies and gentlemen, you're all here talking about inclusive economy. Without an inclusive growth, without financial health, we will not be able to do it. We will not be able to get that 2/3 of this country population, or 50% of the European Union, and 50% worldwide, the possibility to really be included in the economy the way they should be. So please bear it in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Majesty. Can we move the... Yeah, thank you. No, thank you so much. And I hope you've all had a wonderful day. It's been absolutely incredible. I just want to finish with a thought that's been sticking and swimming around in my head all day. And when I look at the term global inclusive growth, you know, if you've all been listening to me today, you'll know that I look at it through the lens of climate change, simply because I feel it's one of the biggest obstacles that's affecting inclusive growth all over the world. And this makes me also think of the words of a really good friend of mine, Sir Dave King, who was former scientific advisor for Tony Blair and for David Cameron. And I heard him speak a couple of months ago, and he said these words which have just stuck in my head. And he said, he spoke publicly, and he said, what we, the human race, do to combat climate change over the next 5 years will impact what happens to humanity and our planet for the next 2,000 years. That means we are all the custodians for the next generation and many, many more generations of the human race. You know, so we have to be laser focused to deal with this. We have no inclusive growth if we do not combat climate change. But just on the positive side of that, there are solutions. The solutions are there. We can solve this. We can deal with it. And once we do, what we can truly do when we have inclusive growth is we can all, families all over the world, can look at their children and look at them in their eye, and they can say, you can be the next Trevor Noah. You can be the next Saya Katasi. You know, you could be the next Shamida Singh. You can be whoever you want to be. That's what we have at our fingertips. We just got to do the right thing.
Ade, it's been such a packed and powerful day, and I know I speak for both of us when I say it's been a delight to be your hosts for this program. I hope we're leaving you all hungry for more. And we're going to be saying goodbye to you here because we are delighted to turn you over to the very safe hands of the two women who are responsible for bringing us all together here today. And that is Ida Rademacher, the co-chair for the Aspen Partnership for an Inclusive Economy, and Shamina Singh, the founder and president of the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth.
You think you're finished. You think you're finished, but you're not. We got another piece of news. Ida, over to you.
I mean, we're almost there, you guys. We're rounding the corner. We're rounding the corner, and they are preparing the cocktails as we speak. I love that we were able to have Queen Maxima, Her Majesty, join us at the end. It's one of the through lines for, this is the third Global Inclusive Growth Summit that we've done, and one of the through lines is speaking to her. The last time around, it was a virtual event that we all did together. But the drumbeat on financial inclusion is a means to an end. Those ends are financial health, it's wealth, it's looking at what's real in people's lives and how they can be producers, not just consumers in the economies around the world. That's the lifeblood of this conversation. And it's been heard, and the kinds of commitments that have happened on this stage over the last 4 years have grown. And one that I'd like to announce now is that, this year, although they were not able to be here today, they did want me to go ahead and share the news that in the House of Representatives here in the U.S., Representatives Joyce Beatty from Ohio and Young Kim from California are launching a bipartisan caucus for financial literacy and wealth creation. So we're really excited to continue to move that forward. Part of the excitement about doing that was the over 100 companies and nonprofits and civil rights organizations that joined together last year, Shamina, in the work that we caused trouble with, to really call for the U.S. government to really get focused in the ways that we've been talking about all today on a coordinated strategy for financial inclusion and financial health. So really excited to see that go forward and at least to get that mention in there. today.
Well, congratulations to all of us for getting that to happen. So listen, we're going to wrap up. We have a couple of things we want to talk about because it's been such an amazing day. But before we do anything, can we just give it up for Saya and Ade? I mean, come on. Ida, what are a couple of things that you took away from today? Give me a couple of words. Like, it's been head and heart, so let's not try to give the big thoughts. They've heard a lot of that. So
I've got no big thoughts left in this.
No four-letter words, but
I've only got 5 brain cells, so I'll give you 3 words.
Okay.
Okay, that's about as far as I can go. Look, the conversation this morning about ramps was a good one. I've been walking up the stairs all day long, thinking about how we design in the future from inclusion for the get-go. That's one word. I've been thinking about other I words to use instead of inclusion. You can play a drinking game later. You should try it. I heard
reception.
I heard intentional growth. I heard investing in growth. I don't know what the right word for integrity is in front of growth, but the idea that you should be thinking about the whole of the parts. Responsible growth. Fill in the blank. It's a game. You can try it. But that's another piece of what I've been thinking about here. And the other part that we just talked about was how much the word resilience is now a bridge between climate and inclusion in the economy, and how that's another piece of that intentional growth that we have to pay attention to.
I think it's fantastic.
What about you?
Well, I think probably, courage and being courageous in our approach. Obviously, collaboration is collaboration for common cause. Obviously, alliteration.
A lot of C's. Yeah.
But I think most of all, the community. You all have made a community today by being here with us, but many of you have been in community this entire week, and indeed over the many months and many years, both with Aspen, Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth, and I think at the height of this conversation, 16,000 of our community people on the front lines of inclusive growth all around the world. So congratulations to all of us here today.
I just want to move us to the rap.
Yeah.
Can we move to the because
not the rap of like rhyming.
Not the beatbox from yesterday.
No, right.
We didn't rehearse for the real rap.
Yeah.
But I do want to say some thank yous to that point of collaboration and community. This wouldn't have been possible without the incredible team that works with you and that you inspire. So there are way too many to mention completely now, but when you see friends at MasterCard, please thank them for the partnership to put on a great day like this, but especially Jeremy Hillman and Emily Anderson. For
Are they here in the audience?
Thank you.
Jeremy, Emily, there's Emily. And then also to your incredible team at the Aspen Institute. It wouldn't have been possible without Sarah Zetterly and Chandra Lim. Are they here?
Chandra's probably upstairs, but
Okay.
we'll let her know. And I think the other thing to, of course, mention is DevEx has been more than a production partner. They've been a great media partner. This conversation was actually a lot of different conversations. There's going to be a long tail in terms of how we can continue to help the leaders that talked about hard things and happy things and solutions on this stage today are going to get a lot more coverage in news cycles to come because of how we thought about this intentionally. So thanks so much to Raj Kumar. Thank you to Margaret Richardson, and thank you to Stephanie Heischman and all of the DevEx team for helping us as well.
Give it up for DevEx. Okay, we're at 0, so that means we get to go drink. But here's what you're going to hear. When you go upstairs to the 3rd floor, you're going to hear from Martina Hanmajan, who is the chair of the Mastercard Impact Fund Board. And you're going to hear from Merit Janow, who is the chair of the Mastercard Corporate Board. I don't think you call 2 women leading Mastercard Impact Fund, Mastercard Board, Corporate Board of Directors. So you've had a queen and you've got these 2 queens signing out. See you upstairs, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
thank you for joining the Global Inclusive Growth Summit. We'll see the in-person audience at the reception later tonight, and thank you to all of those who have joined us around the world.